trovare il...
Aspetta che carico le mie slide. I'm sorry, I can't find the slideshow for this session, in the sense that we know that, Marta, sorry for, I'm not able to find the slideshow showing the session, but have you uploaded your, yes already? Screen. Okay, in the main screen. This is mine, okay. Yeah, but, yeah. And no, yours? No, yes, okay.
This one?
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay. This is your, no, this was
no,
the
other one is mine.
yes, but this is the, okay. Yes, this was the
main one.
The main one, okay. Okay, Marta. Okay. So, please go ahead.
I can
yes.
use this one, right? Okay. Good morning. Good morning also to Valeria Cirillo, who's online.
Good morning to everyone.
Okay. We will be start like now. This is the first session of the morning.
Francesco, Jorge, can we start? Please.
Yes, I say this is the first session of the morning on the impact of automation on skills and working conditions and job quality overall. And we will listen to three main studies that are based on some JRC ILO project that we have been developed during the last 3 years, I think, mainly on the effect of automation, I said, on employment working condition, but also productive structure and somehow global value chain that you have been discussed yesterday as well. The three presentations are based, the first one is on automation in services, meaning the focus was not the manufacturing sector, but logistics and healthcare, mainly in Italy. And this will be presented by Valeria Cirillo. And then we will be listening to Jorge Carrillo and Armanda Cetrulo on the same type of study, but based on the automotive sector, with field cases on both European and non-European country. So the first one is based mainly on the case studies on Romania and Spain, and the Mexican case studies done by Jorge and co-authors. So as a chair, I'll be strict, as the guidelines show me here. Every presenter have 15 minutes to present, and the presentation will be followed by a discussion by the two discussants, Jacopo, Tramontano, and colleague, of about 12 minutes. So I really leave you the floor, so not to waste any time more. And welcome everybody to the early session in the morning.
Okay, so I will share my screen. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see. If you use the presentation mode, we can see the full screen.
Of course, I will do it. Okay, so
Well, we see really both the
yeah,
slides and the notes in this
let
way.
me see how. No?
Oh, perhaps,
Yes.
well,
Okay.
we can
Let me do
manage
like this.
this way as well, okay?
No, it's small for the. Yeah.
Okay, now it's better
Now it's perfect.
because I have two screens. Only one thing, Margherita, if you can close the microphone because I
Yes.
heard my echo when I speak. Okay. So thank you very much for Marta for the presentation and all the colleagues at Unimore. I'm really sorry to not be able to be there with you. By the way, at least we have the chance to participate online. I will present this research, which is called, which the title, the case studies of automation in services, a workplace analysis of logistics, cleaning and health sectors in Italy, which is the output of a long research project that we have realized jointly with the JRC B4 unit, so Marta, Enrique and colleague, and several researchers have participated in the research, such as Matteo Rinaldini, Maria Enrica Virgilito, Maria Luisa Di Vella, Caterina Manicardi, Francesco Sabato Massimo, Armanda Cetrulo, Eleonora Costantini, Angelo Moro, and Jacopo Staccioli. The study was aimed to examines the socioeconomic impact of automation in service industries, as I said, to support the activity, the research activity of the GRC. And the specific objective was to examine the impact of three different technologies application. Why this technology? Because they were selected because they represent to some extent example of automation in the service industry. Specifically, this technology were the automotive guided vehicles in logistics, the cleaning robots, and the health monitoring devices in the healthcare sectors. The aim, the purpose of the research was very practical because the idea is to provide a sort of qualitative based evidence on adoption, use of selected technologies. How? By performing qualitative, in-depth, semi-structured interviews. More in detail, we try to focus on 4 different dimensions. Some dimensions were more stressed, other less, according to the material that we were able to collect in the qualitative interviews. Basically, the first dimension is the reconfiguration of business models, production and economic process. So we investigate the drivers and barrier of adoption of these technologies. Second, try to stress the implication of the adoption on work organization, occupational health, safety, and job quality. Third point, implication in terms of task, occupation, and skill requirements. And as I said, the last point is about drivers and barrier of adoption in the 3 different industries. First of all, automation. What concept of automation we applied in this research? For this research, we defined, let's say, automation as the adoption of robotic and digital-enabled machine by firms, aiming to make production and distribution processes more efficient. It was not so easy to have a common definition of automation. First of all, because the automation is very much linked to digitalization as well. In fact, it was not easy to dissect the 2 dimension in the artifacts when we were searching for companies adopting these artifacts. This is probably a common threat with respect to manufacturing, because automation goes usually hand in hand with the digitization of processes, so digitization and robotization can be very much interrelated. Second issue is the relationship between automation and work. And then we start with the idea that technology adoption obviously entails a deep reshaping of work organization, work methods, and work tasks. The approach that we would like to test to some extent and was our reference point is based basically on the idea of task more than jobs as the unit of analysis that we should focus on. In fact, this was our hypothesis. Then you will see how, I mean, we end up, but at the beginning, we think that actually to have more accurate information, we should focus on task, because digital enabling machine aimed at automating specific phases of production and distribution processes may have profound consequences on work, and these consequences can be better understood using this definition of task, and specifically the one that has been developed by the group of Marta and the JRC, so the Enrique and Martina, so the idea that jobs are more likely a bundle of tasks. Of course, we know that this is not new, mainly in the economic literature, because the routine bias technological change basically is rooted on this idea of task. The main novelty of the research from a conceptual point of view was, first of all, trying to overcome a sort of deterministic perspective, so actually see what happens at workplace in these plants adopting automation technology, so going beyond the sort of techno optimism or techno pessimism that is around the automation debate, and also try to understand the unfolding of technology inside firms in terms of organizational practices, routine, regulating the work processes, and so on. Third, more empirical, I would say, novelty concern, as Marta said, the field of the research, because we decided, I mean, the project was, the idea was to focus on the services instead of manufacturing. In fact, the diffusion of robotic artifacts in non-manufacturing firms is still at an infant stage. And also because we focus on Italy, where actually there is a problem of scarce availability of data, and also the rate of adoption of robotic artifacts and automation is still quite low. Very quickly, in terms of methodology, the research has been structured in two phases. The first one was aimed to identify a short list of 30 potential cases. So this was the case selection strategies. So we performed a series of informal interviews, including also meeting, video calling with representative of companies and other key informants to have a list, let's say, of adopters of automation of these three technology, AGV, and monitoring devices, and the cleaning robot, and was not so easy. And then, after having this list of 30 potential cases, we discussed with the GRC team which one would be more interesting to go inside and actually perform the second part, which is based on visit to the selected company and organization and conducting semi-structured interviews. These semi-structured interviews were administered to I would say 4 different figures. Job profile. The first one is the HR management, then a trade union representative, an IT specialist, so the person in charge of implementing, of managing the technology, and then 4 workers more or less involved, employed in key occupation affected by the technology under consideration. This is in this slide, you can see the final selection of companies where we actually performed our fieldwork. The first one is PMI Manufacturing and Technology, Philip Morris in Bologna, which is a manufacturing plant dedicated to the prototyping and production of no-smoke tobacco stick. Then we have the Poste Italiane Group, which is based at the Centro Meccanizzazione Postale, which is based in Bologna. Amazon Italia Fulfillment Center, the one which is based in Passo Corese, close to Rome, Rieti. For the cleaning sector, we have the Dussmann Service Italy, which is a multinational company, and we were mainly focusing on the application that they have of this machine in the Milan Malpensa airport. Then we have Nestlé Vera, which is not a cleaning company, but they had an experimentation. They bought basically this cleaning robot. And they use this robot in their factory, which is a factory that operates in the food and beverage sector. And then the COP Service, which is a cooperative that provides healthcare and professional cleaning facility management in Reggio Emilia. And in the healthcare, we have basically 3 hospitals, I would say. One is a regional agency for health, but we have the Santa Maria Nuova Hospital in Reggio Emilia, Asulmark, and the Humanitarian Research Hospital, which is a private hospital in Milan. The fieldwork ended in February 2022. In fact, we are a large research group because it was very intense in terms of work, and we performed 57 interviews with these several figures, and these were face-to-face interview. So let's go to the results. The first one, I will start with the logistics sector. I would say that in terms of job and task configuration, this is quite a common across all the cases that we had. There is no evidence of labor displacement due to the adoption of automation technologies. Maybe we would say that the most radical changes have occurred in the logistics sector since the introduction of AGV, these automated guided vehicles, has reconfigured the execution of certain tasks that were previously performed by the forklift driver. In fact, in this figure 4 that Francesco Massimo has realized, he was very in charge of this of the logistic part. The forklift driver, his tasks were split into some sense and now attributed to 3 different even companies. The execution, so the task of the forklift, the most physical task, now is executed by the Logista operators. Logista is another society which is which operates with Philip Morris, and we have here this task that have been performed by the operators by Logista. Then we have the maintenance, which is actually the maintenance of the machine and also the connection with the software, because these you have to imagine that these AGV, they move into Philip Morris plant, which is actually a manufacturing plant, because they produce this head stick for cigarettes. So this maintenance is now performed by the CIMIC, which is another society. And then we have at the top the control of all the machine and the interaction with the production system, which is run by the PMI Logistic and Automation. So basically, we have a very complex governance of this machine, and to some extent, we can say that in the case of Philip Morris, at least 2 new groups of professional figures were created for the management of the AGV. Because we have on the one side a technical and maintenance worker who monitors the AGV on the ground and from the control room. And then we have this PMI Logistic Automation, which are, by the way, all engineers, monitoring the AGV and the performance also of the CIMIC at an higher level. So you see there is a very hierarchical governance of the AGV. By the way, there is no, in a strict sense, no displacement due to the introduction of this machine. Different scenarios we have registered in Amazon,
Valeria,
and also
just to tell
yes,
you that you have 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. Then we have the Amazon, where the AGV contribute to the reshuffling, for example, of the pick and stow task. Where is also in this case you have the creation of a new profile, which is the amnesty responder, basically in charge of the basic troubleshooting, and also in post you don't have job reconfiguration, but just there is a sort of discretion for the operators that now can decide to use or not to use the AGV. Okay, so since I don't have basically any time, I just go to the take-home message, saying that our analysis highlight that confirm the complexity in automating presumably low value-added phases, because human labor remains crucial in conducting activities that seems to require the flexibility, adaptability, and reconfiguration of physical tasks. Sorry. So, this is true for the health sector, for the logistics sectors, but also for the cleaning sector. In the health sector, automation intended as a pure substitution of human activity so far has not been basically implemented, because technologies are more complementary than rather than substitutive of work. For example, in some cases, they provide better support for the tasks that are performed by the medical staff. The second important issue, I didn't focus on it, but in the report you have a lot of barriers and the drivers of adoption. The internal to the firm drivers play an important role across all the 3 cases. For example, in the logistics sector, you have in the manager discourse this idea of safety and ergonomics, quality, productivity, and reduction of low value-added operation, which is really interesting because it's a common factor with respect to the manufacturing. Cost effectiveness represents also an important managerial driver in the cleaning sector. There are also important obstacles, for example, technical unfeasibility, which is intended as all problem associated, for instance, with the adaptation of these AGV systems to the layout of plants. Imagine what it happens in the poster, because also the building is quite old, and so you have to make sure that this AGV can circulate at the plant level. There is a high level of rigidity in the organization of the infrastructure, for example, in the Philip Morris. Also, we detect software obstacle matters, since new technologies require high level of integration. Technologies can only be adopted if they are compatible with other technologies. And also, we detect some external obstacles, such as market instability, institutional factors, spatial and environmental constraints. Let me close with this conclusion, saying that...
Yes, 2 minutes left. Sorry, it's a really bad job.
Yes. So let me conclude saying that the drivers and barrier to technological adoption, with of course the exception of institutional factors, are mainly linked to techno-organizational capabilities of the companies and their ability to govern technological change. So we have POS on one side, and then we have Philip Morris, for example, on the other side. Organizational changes matter, and this is particularly true, for example, in the case of health, which is very, very interesting from this point of view. There is a low level, this is another crucial point, so we detect a low level of involvement of trade union in the decision concerning technological change. Unions do not intervene in the matter of technological innovation. This is understood and confirmed by the trade unionists themselves when they say, yes, okay, but we should only manage the outcome of automation. But by the way, the adoption was a managerial decision. And the last point, which maybe can be a connection with Margherita and the other studies, the elements of continuity and discontinuity with respect to manufacturing. In terms of continuity, we detect that managerial decision is oriented to motives of productivity efficiency and cost saving. In theory, reduction of human intervention, but then we see there are several constraints. The most relevant driver of adoption remained the reduction of low added value phases and related low added value human function operators, for example, in the cleaning, for the cleaning robot, although there are, as I said, several constraints then in the application. In terms of discontinuity, there are so many obstacles to adopt these devices, particularly from the technical and institutional point of view. Institutional, well, in this case, we have the health sector where there are several obviously laws that should be respected. And so the widespread adoption of automation and monitoring technologies in services are still not the preferred choice by companies. So also this was clear in the cleaning, in the adoption of cleaning robot. For example, COP service is one of the cases that said, okay, since this is there are too many difficulties, we prefer not go along with the adoption and the use of these artifacts, and so they do the activity basically manually. Last point, although the task-based approach is useful, as I said, we had in mind the task-based model for assessing the reconfiguration of working activities, occupation. It seems that still the hierarchical composition of jobs and of profession matter when it comes to decide how to evaluate how the technology actually affect the occupation and the world of work. So tasks are important, but we also have to consider the hierarchical structure within factories, as I show you for the case of Philip Morris, because then we have different group of workers, different group of even society of companies, and so the power that the specific workers have in the negotiation with technologies is very different. So I will stop here, and this is the front page of the cover page of the work. If you're interested, you can of course download from the JRC web page.
Thank you, And I leave the floor to Jorge Carrillo, who will present findings of the field studies on automation in the automotive sector in Mexico.
So good morning. Myself, Adriana, Octavio, and Marta, we did this report, and it's already published by the ILO and the European Commission. And, well, the objective is exactly the same in the three papers. So it's how automation and digitalization are implemented in this sector, and what is the effect on the employment. The methodology, we based on 10 and then 3, and finally we select two plants, the Ford Hermosillo and Toyota Guanajuato. And one of the important highlights of this research is I've been visiting companies for more than 40 years, and in some cases they authorize the information, but in this case they just approve. They read carefully the report and they approve it, so it was for me quite outstanding. The debate, just in simple terms, is the unemployment versus the skilling, because the automation and digitalization, or job reskilling and hiring new people with different skills. I mean, there is plenty of literature on that. Gwendolyn is here, and she did a great job on that. But, I mean, this is the debate. So what's the relevance for the Mexican case? First is, even though they characterize as a periphery, is highly integrated in the North America production with more than 3,000 companies and more than 1 million people working in the sector, directly in the sector, in the automotive. And interesting, gender inclusion is going up, and there is a relation between production and volume of employment for a national picture. So that's important, and the forecast for the relevance of Mexico is also positive, because some forecast says that maybe Mexico will have the 5th place in the near future. So let me go to like a context. The context is these companies are quite different in terms of the seniority or the age, more than 3 decades, and the other is just 3 years. But Toyota has 2 plants in Mexico doing exactly the same, and one is older, but this is the new one. So the segment is a high, expensive cars, not for the Italian standards, but it's the SUVs and the pickups, so it's big cars. And of course, most of the production goes for export.
I have to check if we can share the screen.
Yes,
because perhaps I didn't. Exactly.
Yes, sorry, thank you.
Sorry, thank you very much for telling us, for letting us know that there is no, this one, okay. Sorry, schermo intero. No, okay. Now you should be able to see the screen.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I see. Perfect.
Yes.
Click there. Thank you.
Okay. Now okay?
Yes.
All right. So, and I'm saying that they are, of course, dedicated to export, mostly to the US. And in both cases, in Mexico is an issue, the union. So this is a real unions, corporatist unions, but very cooperative union type. So with the company, and of course they don't have too much responsibility or participation in the innovation process. Another very, I don't know if it's unique, but it's quite interesting figure is that almost double the employment at plant level because of sourcing companies. So there is industrial campuses around these two plants, and most of the people works inside the Ford, Hermosillo, and inside the Toyota, and it's almost close to the same level of employment. So this is an important for consideration. So based on the information of, well, this is one of the easiest way to measure automation, the robots. Based on the number of robots, the employment and production, we can find a different pattern. One, for Hermosillo, they start, pushing very aggressive the introduction of robots, but then they stagnate, and they have the same number of robots until now. But this is the contrary to the Toyota in this case. And employment also grew in a different pace. So in terms of robot density, and it's quite a different story. And in terms of also in terms of productivity vehicle by worker, you see there is two different paths. But anyway, both companies are taking the highest or the newest generation of technology in both cases, but Hermosillo, of course, for Hermosillo it's a bigger plant in terms of the capacity, but because the pandemic and it was more or less at the same level in 2021. So moving to a more I4 technologies, such as the AGV, the automated guide vehicles, we found an interesting case, especially in Toyota, more than the Ford. That is that they call ABS, but it's the same. Robots for bird detection, for fault train detection, and for confined spaces are used for improving, for getting information, but for improving the manual work, the correct mistakes, getting information for detection, etc. So, and the interesting thing of these projects are in-house. So they are not incorporated from the headquarters of the parent company, but they made in-house, and they made through the collaboration with the local engineers in this specific university, which is the Querétaro University. So it's interesting because the managers of these companies said, we don't want to have a black box technology. So we cannot identify what is inside, and then depends on technicals from abroad. So we want to develop, we want to know what is inside of this. So they develop a specific AGV for these specific problems that the company has. And for Hermosillo has a more corporate vision on that. It's quite different, but this is a really interesting story. So the main interview results, we did 27 interviews in 2 phases, but the main results was the 3 main aspects of drivers for automation and digitalization: economic, social, and environmental. So economic is focused on productivity, efficiency. Very important is consistency, because you bring more robots, you increase the speed, so you need consistency. And consistency is a key issue, also quality and flow. The socialism is focused basically on risk at work, occupational safety and health, and the environmental is in the water consumption and less pollution. So this is the main results from different interviews. And we did not have a real barriers, but rather the challenge to automation. And one is the loss of staff, because this is a peculiar situation for the Mexican case, but in these regions are, well, plenty of jobs, plenty of companies, so always is a problem of turnover. So in that sense, because it costs a lot of training people and get commitment, etc. So this is a challenge to maintain people and to be aware about losing staff. The other very crucial is the financial resources. Why? Because technology cost, I mean, even though it's reducing the cost per robot, it costs a lot. So a lot of investment is needed. And when is done the technology? When the platform change. So maybe this is very simple, for very general issue for engineers or for the people that works, but for me it was not so clear to understand, because generally, I mean, technology is always is so dynamic and always is adapting, but there is a specific time for really make the changes, and that's the platform changes. And
5 minutes?
5 minutes. So, and culture, because there is a generation gap. So companies using the Toyota production system or Ford production system, whatever you want to call, the TPS. So a lot of commitment and responsibility is needed, and very young people, not always, they want to do fast things. They are not so passionate like a TikTok generation. So that's, it's interesting. Well, the impacts on employment, the structure in terms of organization, wage, occupational are mostly the same, even though there are 3 decades of difference in terms of the trajectory, are mostly the same. Wages, including benefits, economic and non-economic benefits, are more or less $5 to $6 per hour, which is 3 times less than the minimum wage in the US, but it's maybe 10 times less than the general average in the heart of the auto industry, for instance, in Detroit. The general conclusion is not let the workers' displacement, because the introduction of automation and digitalization, but rather more training. So the continuous training, the new skills are very diffuse, very incorporated in both companies. Also, the internal labor market is used for the internal mobility, and job rotation is a lot. As I mentioned, more women. So, of course, there are some challenges, because the shifts, the piece of work, and less work autonomy. So there are some challenges for people. Perceptions on automation for most of the interviews, generally the perception is positive, because it eliminates and reduces work risks. They can improve quality, efficiency, and maintain the production rates. So, the negative is of course, the losing skills and autonomy. So just to conclude.
2 minutes, perfect.
Yeah, just to conclude. As I mentioned, I didn't bring the information, but it's on the publication. Platform changes are the key for understand the process of automation and digitalization in these companies. Second, it was a surprise for us, but it did not imply unemployment. Of course, the rate of the growth of employment is slower. I mean, if we can check the longitudinal information, at least for Hermosillo, and the pace of growth is less. But anyway, it's increasing the general figures of employment. And as I mentioned, the relocation of people inside the companies, or they maintaining in the same position, but always with retraining. This positive view, or this virtuous circle, is highly related with one sine qua non condition, which is continuous growing of production, of investment. So, but investment is not, you don't need to take it for granted. Investment is an issue for these companies. That means they need to compete. They need to compete inside the Ford and inside Toyota in order to get the new models in these companies. So that's the important thing of relative autonomy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jorge. Okay, without any break, I leave the floor to Margherita, who will present another study that is based under the same umbrella of the project presented by Jorge, but based on the Romanian and Spanish field studies. So just to complement, the third country was Germany, but obstacles were too heavy to produce findings. So, and this is one of the points we might discuss later. So thank you, Margherita.
Okay, thank you, Marta, and thank you, Valeria and Jorge, because you introduced many aspects of the joint research project, and it has been a great opportunity for us to be part of this incredible adventure with JRC and ILO, because I realized only at the very end, in Geneva last week, of the incredible, huge project in which we were just, for us it was very broad, but it was incredibly huge, and we are looking forward to have the overall perspective on all the countries and sectors, and they come from the global north and global south, so it is exciting. So I will skip most of my introductory elements because I think that both Valeria and Jorge introduced, but the point is that our specific question, we were looking for the smartness, I would say, of the smart factories of Industry 4.0, and so we were looking inside the establishments we were interviewing. So our case studies, the two that we selected, because Germany was a different story, but it's something that is related to what I will discuss now, that we focused on two countries, Romania and Spain, that were considered comparable in terms of being semi-peripheral countries, and we were the core. We had the core in our project. It was Germany, but it was outside the scope, the possibility of making interviews. And then we interviewed 37 people in four companies. And the outline is important, the similar roles, but I will focus on the fact that we had a mandatory structure of roles, but in our cases, we were unable to interview line workers. And this was something astonishing for us, but not really surprising, because the justification was that they have to work. So have you money for them? They have to work. They cannot be taken away from the line production, okay? So this is something that we should consider. And we obviously had different cases. The OEMs are completely different from the suppliers we interviewed in Spain. So we had to decide which were the relevant technologies in each specific case. We cannot have a comparison like the one that Jorge was proposing, because he was comparing two OEMs that essentially had the same production phases and largely the same set of technologies. So the cases, I will summarize very briefly just to give you the idea that the two OEMs, one is Dacia in Miovieni, it belongs to Renault Group, and they produce vehicle plant engines and transmission plant. There is a transmission plant very close, 6,000 employees. They have a very dynamic technical team designing and implementing new technologies. Obviously, they have a technical collaboration with the parent company in France, and in that case, with the R&D department in Romania, that they consider a very important key issue in their dynamics. The technologies, and they tell them here, and the same are in Ford, stamping department is largely automated. The body shop has welding robots, hemming robots, manipulating pieces of transport robots. Just to mention that robots are completely different robots. We say robots, but they are completely different. And when I say welding robot, they are different from the ones used for gluing. So they are in the welding line, but they are completely different. The level of robotization is about covers about 40% of tasks. Assembly department, in this case, they were using robots just for manipulating the large pieces, assembling of windows that are very heavy. Pneumatic devices are very used, AGVs for transport of racks, and automating matching. That was the most important enhancement of the technologies that was very delicate, complex, and speeded up by these technologies. So the implementation was very high, but if we can sum it up, not uniform across department and not even within the department. So this is something that to some extent was shaping our imaginary when we went to interview Ford in Craiova. The company is different sides in terms of employees, and it remains 6,000 employees, it is 3,500, sorry. The incredibly important issue is that they changed the ownership just a month before we went there, because they become owned by a joint venture between Ford and Otosan, that is a Turkish company, very, very dynamic, that is impressing a path of change that they are considering an important opportunity for the company, for the establishment. They have an internal technical team, but they are under the Ford system until the Otosan came. And the Ford system is something that is shaming everything. So the main difference, for example, is that robots in Renault is a broad range of robots, because they implemented robots according to their internal needs. They were designing and they were defining the best. So they have in the same department different types of robots that are generation of robots. In Ford, they have all the robots from the same provider, because that is the general provider at Ford, at world level for Ford. So no differences across departments. What is the important difference that we observed in Ford is that within the assembly department, we have two different stories. One group of interviewees, one interviewee, was saying that they were they were to implement cobots, okay? When we interviewed his manager, we said, well, we know that you are implementing cobots. Say, cobots? Never, never. Cobots are very dangerous in an environment in which you have people working manually. So this brings me to the story we heard yesterday in Lamborghini, when they were saying that in the departments there were people introducing technologies that were in conflict, really. They were speaking about software and digital technologies, but to some extent, the imaginary within the departments of future change can be different. So the companies in Spain are two suppliers, very different. One is a 220 employee supplier. They produce seat padding. And the point is that I will focus on the reason why they introduced automation. And they introduced automation because they needed to have, for example, complete automation in the mixer because they need to have stability of the mixer and traceability. And automation and robots were relevant because they were eliminating heavy and noxious tasks. But important for them and crucial was the visual inspection, because at one point all the foam seems similar, but you can see the small hole that is needed for the very specific point of fixing. So they were producing errors, and the point is that when they produce sitting, those foam enters in the production line of their tier 1 customer and in the production line. So 0 errors since the beginning is crucial. So this is for Copo. Linde Vierman is a producer of welding subassembling. So completely different technologies. And I will focus on the fact that this tier 1 was strongly related. Both are companies belonging to multinational companies. But in the case of Linde Vierman, it was incredible the dynamic of the manager of the establishment, of the company, that was introducing technologies having a vision. And the vision was that they had to delete, to erase, to cancel all the tasks that were not adding value to the welding. Their core business is welding. So they focused on a completely different structure of the organization of their establishment, and they had to start since the beginning. No automation was possible without having an idea of the how to optimize the process. So they started from scratch implementing a digital twin. So creating the digital representation of their real processes. Through the digital twin, they were able to implement the MES, so the manufacturing execution system, and through the MES, they were able to optimize all the individual steps and tasks within the department. So they had a long-term project of 3 years, since the initial idea, the creation of the digital twin, the implementation of MES, the reorganization of the layout of the plant. And this is an important story because they were focusing on completely different set of technologies, but also on competencies. Technological upgrading, perfect. Technological upgrading and automation. I would focus on the barriers and difficulties. Most elements are very similar across the case studies in this project. And I would say that the implementation stage is the most difficult story in all the companies, not only in the tier 1, tier suppliers. The digital twin stories says to which extent you need to have not only a vision, but step by step the elements to design the change. And the design and the reorganization of the plant is a crucial part of the story. And this is the reason why no robots, you cannot say robots had the solutions, because in some areas, robots cannot be the solution, because you would need a completely larger area, different area, because robots need space to move, need space to protect people in the area. So this is another part of the issue, and skills that we found are absolutely beyond the technical digital skills. What we found as a crucial aspect is the need of working in coordinated teams. That was challenging for companies that had not that experience. And that was found mainly in Spain. And this brings me to something that is relevant in the cross-cultural and cross-establishment comparison. We are comparing companies of thousands of employees, very hierarchical and structured across departments, with companies that are very small, and with the vision of the manager, it's enough. But within the differences, there is something that was striking between the different sides, because the level of autonomy that we found in Dacia, for example, at department level, was completely different from the level of autonomy, 0, that we found in Ford, but that we found in a company of a multinational company like Linde Vieman. So this is an important part. No evidence of data analytics. They collected a lot of data, and we had an incredible discussion in Renault that they collect a lot of data. We could view in a room, we entered in a room with Anna and Benedetta, say, well, what about all these monitors? They say, we control everything. Fantastic. And so what? Well, we send all the data to France, and once a month, they send back a report, which is simply useless for us. We would need to have data to implement maintenance and so on. So the impact on labor, many similarities. I would focus on job rotation as something that is not so obvious. Job rotation was refused by workers, but advocated by managers. Workers were saying that they didn't want to rotate. The takt time was so little that in that way they could free their mind to something else. Now, the point of divergence was something that is not most relevant in the minute left, that is the point on the main conclusion. I want to leave this conclusion with the missing perspective on line operators. That is something, incredible hole we have in our, but also the fact that we observed, even without having the operator's perspective, that mental stress is playing a dramatic role in all the changes. So we normally focus on the changes of skills, competencies they have. Obviously, they need to have coherence in the team. They have to work differently. But we have to consider also the bulk of workers with a very low takt time. Their mental stress is critical. So we need to think about this issue. And I conclude with this last sentence that is related to the mental stress, that is the other side of the mental stress, not only because your takt time is very low, but because your job will be dismissed. And you are working in a way in which you are asked to be compliant, to be proactive, to be on the piece, okay? But how can you do that? How can you commit to be proactive if your position is dismissed as soon as the robots become more convenient than the use of your agile and slender hands? And that's the point, the question mark and the quotation is not from a worker, is not from our interviews in the company, but is from Emilio Rebecchi. Emilio Rebecchi is a psychiatrist that we contact exactly to be prepared to analyze the issue of mental stress. And we were saying, what can we do? And we said, what can you imagine that can be done in these conditions? So I will leave it with these messages. That is something that we have to deepen in further analysis. Thank you.
Okay. So many thanks, Margherita. And yes, I will take my minutes in the end to thank all the teams participating in this big project. Yes. And the challenges. So I leave the floor to the two discussants. So if you want to join here or you prefer, so I can move there. And we, who are Jacopo Tramontano and Anthony Sibiya. Don't know whether I spell it well.
Anthony and Jacopo, if you would take your... Okay, thank you.
So we will go through these 2 rounds of discussion and then 20 minutes to answer by all the 3 speakers.
Well, thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Tolika Sibiya. I'm from South Africa. I think before I give overall comments about the presentation that we just received, I must make the point and join many of you to really appreciate and acknowledge this conference, which is so well organized. And I like how the themes and different presentations were clustered and which shows synergy and alignment. And of course, to the presenters, thank you so much for this enriching contribution. I really enjoyed your papers, as long as they are. They were too long, some were 35 to 40 pages. I really find them interesting, especially how your argument is presented in a nuanced way. There are a couple of takeaways for me, especially around the drivers of automation and digitalization, which seems to be consistent across all papers. If you read Goge and Krilo as well, Margareta, productivity and efficiency and quality of product seems to be very strong and common across all papers. Safety and occupational health, as well as saving environment through water conservation, are some of the key findings that are interesting and are common to your papers. And what also was interesting for me around automation and jobs, there seemed to be a strong message across the papers that the changes in technology has not necessarily displaced workers. Instead, workers were reskilled and rotate in the company. George made a point that employment quality is complex. I would have liked to understand how you define work or employment in your paper, and showing this complexity in addition to showing how ILO Goge defines employment. And there also seems to be a common trend and acknowledgement that technology upgrade is expensive across all auto companies, although it is necessary to improve efficiency, and further training is also seen necessary, which to me suggests that there is a strong relationship between automation or digitalization and skills. And I also liked the women inclusion in your presentation, George. I thought that was great to show gender profiles in the workplace. Although I would have loved across papers to get a sense of gender profiles in the workplaces, especially interviews over and above indicating that I have interviewed the HR, CEO and production manager, I would have really appreciated to get a sense of at what level women inclusion are taking place in different companies. I mean, for us in the Global South, affirmation of women in the workplace is very important, is critical. Hence, I thought that was a necessary and interesting inclusion. So no impact on work organization on post and modest in PMI, since the automation was planned from the early beginning. I think that's the point Krilo was making around automation in the services. But a couple of comments that I think I wanted to check with her. She makes a point that, probably before I check this point, I liked how she defines the context in which digitalization has taken place in the companies, and she explains a difference between task and a job, and that digitalization takes place substantively in different tasks. And in her definition of jobs, it says a job is a bundle of tasks executed by each worker. But the point I wanted to gather from her, you say automation is also undertaken to reduce dead time and low value-added operations. It's very interesting finding. How I wish you could explain what you mean dead time. If you can give a comment there, that I will appreciate. Margareta, interesting presentation. Of course, there are two things that I thought as I was reading your paper. You make a point that implementation of what you term as MES implies change in mindset and culture inside the company. I would have appreciated to read this MES in full to understand the context. As I was reading, I left wondering what do you mean by MES. If it was written in full, really would have been great for me. But also the point you are making there is that the providers of capital equipment make limited data analytics over installed equipment, which, as you make the point, this suggests another layer of fragmentation in the holistic paradigm. And you further make the point, as I read your paper, that there is a lack of skills, such as internal data analysts. Could this lack of skills explain why providers of equipment makes this limited use of big data? I think that's a question for you, Margaret. And you're also consistent with George, you make the point that work is complex. Probably the last point before I give to my colleague, you mentioned in your last slides about increased in mental stress. I would have loved to get a sense or more explanation in this point. And another point that was interesting to me, 2 points before I give it to my colleague, you said at Ford, there seemed to be a school labor gap. Technological advancement seems to be faster than university can manage to train people. As a result, there is a skills shortage, especially for PLC. I know that you are speaking to the converted, the people who understand the sector. I would have loved to also understand this PLC in full, not to take for granted that you are talking about a type of machine, but to write it in full would have been interesting for me. I mean, these papers would not be necessarily read by the people who read and research in the sector. There may be people who are interested in the sector but not understand the nuances. So writing such acronyms in full also helps. There is no qualification required for line operators, Margaret, to make the point. They can be team leaders, quality technicians if they show abilities and skills in performing their jobs. Now the question I have, how these line operators are recruited? As far as I understand, in fact, how we define, especially in South Africa, in our research project that I will explain in my presentation, when we speak about maintenance, technicians, it's a high-level skill, which formal qualification is required. But I get a sense from Margareta's paper that an operator can just get given a quality technician role with no qualification required. Overall, thank you so much. The papers were really enriching. I really loved reading all of them. Thank you so much.
Jacopo, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for your beautiful presentations. It's really hard for when you come from a quantitative background, an economist, to comment on the vast heterogeneity of examples that we can find in these three presentations. Particularly, Margherita likes to put an emphasis on the fact that nothing is equal to nothing, so it's very hard to then try to find general conclusions, but I still would like to make some generalizing story, and this is about, from what I've heard, the interplay between externalization, hierarchies that are generated by tech and by global supply chains and supply chains more generally. So in services, in the presentation of Valeria, we find that there is at some point this bit when she talks about the fact that the forklift operator is substituted by 3 different figures, and those are employed by 3 different companies. So in this sense, we can find that technology can bring about a piecework moment in which you can divide the task into more and more little tasks, which can be then externalized progressively and centralized digitally. So you have at some point a mechanism in which technology can reduce the labor payoff, not really through less employment in substitution, but was contracts, was labor conditions in the subcontracting supply chain and value chain. By defrauding the entirety of a task that was carried out before by a forklift operator or a welder, and entrusting it to 3 different figures which do much less in value added than before. At the same time, in the case of services, the interesting thing is that we must say that there are non-routine manual jobs that still cannot be fully substituted, and for instance, that is interesting because in a way, those are paradoxically the sectors where you have a larger presence of externalization strategies because they are very low value added most of the time, or at least we think so, because I believe that value is something that can be bargained, so we could bargain it back in a different way, and some reinternalization stories are around to prove that. At the same time, it's a really interesting perspective when you look at the world, and you look at manufacturing, when you look at already externalized stories, because the stories that put together Jorge and Margherita are the fact that we're talking about semi-peripheral countries in global value chains, and they are already externalized factories, in a way, in which technology plays a different role in the suppliers, in a way. Interestingly, their technology is applied in a different way, and it doesn't really touch wages, even requires more skills. So in a way, we're saying the neoclassical story there. We're saying the skill bias technical change is on the rise, and et cetera, et cetera. But then when Jorge talks about wages and the fact that they are 1/3 of Detroit, and from what I've heard, not rising, an interesting thing is why you have skills that are rising, people threatening to go out, high turnover, etc., but at the same time, wages are not rising. And then you're talking about, in a way, a story of rigidities, a story in which the relationship is the other way around. Externalization can bring about technology because, in a way, you have more of a bargaining power vis-a-vis outsourced workers. And that is as well very, very interesting because it goes against the story of international convergence, for instance, in skills, jobs, living conditions, etc. But it goes to show there are some technical and structural rigidities that go into the other direction. So thank you for your presentation. It was very inspiring in this respect.
We still have 10-15 minutes because we're like late at the very beginning. So if anybody has any question or yes, Gwendalina, please, Tommaso, Anna Maria.
Yeah, so thank you for presentation. I think congratulations to all of you. We were just saying with Armanda, it's really nice to see everything presented in a single panel. It's a big effort from everyone, Marta and your team. So I've been reading the report, not Valeria's one before, but because we are working on this synthesis. So I have a question out of curiosity for the Mexican case study. So in the report, you speak about the difference between Ford and Toyota, and So I'm very interested in these differences that you find in similar plants, let's say companies that are active in the same segment, but that have different headquarters, so American headquarters and Japanese one. So I wanted to ask if you, in these, for the high level of automation, Toyota, medium, high, if you feel that there was any difference related to their business strategy, to the way in which they intend production, the way in which they organize production. I have some findings in the work I've done on this, so it would be interesting. And then a second point is more a comment or a question for our overall research question on these topics. Is you mentioned platform changes, and this is very much a finding that is coming out also from other works. Martin will present something, so in Japan, in Germany, in the work I've done in South Africa. So when we say platform changes are a key driver, we mean that product design. So when the product cycle changes, there is a change of technologies. So what does this mean? Yesterday we heard a lot about labor productivity and the relationship between technology and productivity, but at the end of the day in this sector we are seeing that there are some other drivers that matter much more, and then maybe if we see in the International Federation of Robotics figures 400 new robots, but that the driver most of the time is that actually there's just a change in the product, and then the line will remain that for 10 years. So should we reframe our questions and to add elements that are kind of, new? But thank you very much. It was really nice to see all of these findings together.
I have a question also for Jorge, and I'm following what has just been said. We find in Romania that the two OEMs had different strategies also for technology. So following up, I would like to know if Toyota and Ford have this different strategy in terms of implementing technology, and especially if they have a different, how do they react to what you said of technology developed inside? I mean, is it a difficulty or a possibility of integrating the technology developed by the engineer from Querétaro University to how do they complement with the general idea of technology? And the second question is just a curiosity. Did you have the chance to interview the line workers? And if so, what is the value added that you could have from the interviewing the line workers with reference to the overall picture? Because as Margherita said, we didn't have that chance, and it would be interesting to know what we have missed in terms of knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. I have first a question for Tommaso Pardi. First a question for Valeria. Are you familiar with the work of David Gaborieux? I think he has published just in French about logistics, but it is very interesting because it shows that when the voice control was introduced in logistics, it destroyed a practice of workers in the warehouse that were creating beautiful palette. So there was kind of game that also contributed in making the work more interesting, which consisted in creating palette with heavy and more resistant products at the bottom, and then like in a Tetris game, filling up the palette with the lighter products. And that actually made not only their work more interesting, but it also contributed to the quality of the logistics system because the palette would travel better, it would be unpacked better when you arrive in different places. And the voice control destroyed these practices. And initially the workers resisted that, so these unskilled workers would learn by heart all the code that they need to say to the computer to keep doing the work in the same way. But eventually it failed. And that changed the game, so the game became how fast I do my palette following the voice command, voice control. And that resulted in an increasing amount of accident, health problem, and disease. So this was a paradoxical impact of digitalization because in the digitalization, the work practices and the added value practices that in the activity of workers was not integrated. And I was wondering if you have seen something of these in the case you have been studied. So implicit working practice is not recognized by the automation process, disappearing and have a negative side effect on both workers and the quality of work. And concerning the case of Dacia, in Gerpisa, we have really been interested in Dacia because we consider that as a very specific company with some other cases. I've theorized that as multi-domestic, decentralized companies because the products are conceived and developed for emerging markets, and they're not conceived and developed in centralized engineering department. And the point is to make a design-to-cost product, and that requires to break the rules. So basically, is not driven by centralizing engineering in France, but is decentralized in Romania, in India, in Brazil, which they have much more autonomy. And I made the hypothesis that this contributes to, first of all, you need to innovate, which doesn't need that you innovate with the most advanced technology, but with frugal approach. So that's not surprising to me that you found these different robots. So the idea is that what is the cheapest way to make the car, and that affects the product specificity, but also the technology. And to my hypothesis, that leads to upgrading, functional upgrading, because you need more engineering knowledge locally. It's not about implementing rules that are set in Munich or in Paris or in Tokyo, but you need to develop your own rules. And that one hypothesis that I wasn't completely able to test is that it also leads to social upgrading, because then you have more bargaining power. If you have this knowledge, it's much more difficult to delocalize the production that is done that, because it's local knowledge that brings the value. So I was wondering if you found evidence of that. It seems to me that it seems to connect with our hypothesis about the specificity of the Dacia brands as these multi-domestic kind of company. And the last remark is about, if we look back at line works, we need to go back to the 1970s to see the enriching, do you remember the enriching task kind of approach with the idea of making the time, the cycle time longer to make the work more interesting for workers? And I remember that at the time in the 1980s when the lean came, the people that were looking at managerial fashion said, okay, this is a pendulum things. A certain time you go towards efficiency, and then you go back to making work more interesting for workers, because these are two problems that companies need to deal with. Be more efficient, but also creating good jobs for people that are interested in doing that. And the problem is that since the 80s, we're not seeing the pendulum shifting back. So basically, we are still in the lean paradigm for 40 years. So we're not seeing anything, even with the Industry 4.0, saying, how do we make the work more interesting for workers? How do we make the time cycle longer? How do we make this more, and how do we enlarge their comprehension of what they do? We do not see coming back. Even with Industry 4.0, I don't see that cultural frame being reintroduced. It's just about lean. And lean is about repetitive tasks, very demanding, saturated cycles. It's all about that. So I think it's a matter of cultural framing of what we need to do with this technology. And thank you all for this great presentation.
Yes, the last one.
Good morning, everyone. Lorenza Monaco. I'll be short and sorry for my super low voice this morning. So I have two questions for Margherita. So first of all, yeah, thank you very much for these brilliant presentations. I knew about this project, but seeing all the findings here is impressive, and it's so important what you did. So for Margherita, so first thing I'm curious about, if you can explain, you said there is a gap in terms of not being able to interview the line operators. I was curious about why. I mean, is it a problem of, I mean, in methodological terms, I always conducted research with workers in auto factories. So is it that they don't have breaks? Is it that they feel vulnerable? Is it that you don't have access to them? Why was this the case? Depending on how you arranged interviews and that you conducted interviews, I was curious. The second thing is, thank you very much for shedding light on the issue of precarious and casual workers in the auto industry. I did research on this for a long time. Too often today, we look at precarious and casual workers in other sectors and not in the automotive sector, still considered as relatively well off compared to others. So this is very important to remind. And the question is, if you can elaborate in a few more details about the exact differences between casual workers and permanent workers in your case, because these are not the same across countries. So the experience of precarious workers is very different. I'll stop here, but we can continue, hopefully.
Okay, so we're done with the questions and the discussion by the discussants. Yes, I leave the floor to Valeria to answer, and the round of also Jorge and Margherita.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I think so. Okay, so a quick reply. The point raised by Anthony on dead time, what does it mean, dead time? Well, this is something, dead time is the time in the production phase which is not strictly related to the generation of value added of the process. For example, also in Amazon, the time when you move object from one point to the other to store, for example, the object in the pod. So you can do this shorter and shorter, so in order to avoid this loss of time, basically. And this is something that we already registered in the manufacturing sector in the previous research that we have done with Matteo Rinaldini, Francesco Garibaldo. Automation is basically aimed to reduce this dead time, which is time not useful for the generation of profit to some extent. So management want to reduce this loss of time. In manufacturing is maybe clearer. In the service sector can be difficult to achieve since you don't have a full standardization of production processes. But in the three sector, maybe logistic is the one where we can more directly see this reduction of that time, basically the reduction of low value added phases, which is not very much related to the work activity. In fact, in Amazon, this increase in working rhythms, and now I can say something to what Tommaso was saying. I mean, I don't know this French work, but maybe Francesco know better than me the French author that you suggest. It was very difficult to have fresh information from the workers because when we realized the interviews, the Amazon officer was there, and so was like supervising, although not very close to us, but it was still in the room. So these workers that were first of all selected by the manager, I mean by the company, the person that we having in contact to perform the field work. So first of all, they were like selected workers, and then even when they would talk to us, they were. Our perception was not so free in a sense, so they describe the product, the working practice, but there was, I mean, in an environment where still there was someone from the company there. So I guess this was maybe one of the main the weakness that we face, because it was very difficult to have direct contact with workers outside the factory or maybe in the factory, but maybe they were a little bit constrained when conducting the interviews with us. By the way, still we had the perception of an increase in working rhythms, speed of work, also in terms of major risk and accident in case of human cohabitation of human and machine in the same space. Obviously, in the three cases, mainly in Philip Morris, the supervisor, I mean the company was very pay a lot of attention in saying that all the technological adoption have been put there with a lot of attention to the safety and so on, but still you see a cohabitation of vehicles and workers in the same place. So I mean, we should, I guess that one of the potential spillover of the project is to go a little bit deeper in with the interviews with the workers in order to grasp some of the aspects that you were, that Tommaso was raising before. And finally, on what Jacopo was saying, I totally agree. I think he got the point in the sense that we registered a fragmentation of tasks, for example, in the case of logistic, but then you have the possibility of centralization given the digitalization that you have behind these artifacts. The case of Philip Morris is very in line with this. Maybe if I have to say something, among the three, the health sector is the most peculiar because obviously in this case, first of all, you have public structures, and so in terms of reconfiguration of work, still there are very peculiar features compared to the other two that we have analyzed. By the way, thank you very much for your comments and suggestions.
Yes, Jorge, and then Margarita. We try to finish at 10:30, so to have the time to jump into the keynote.
Okay. Well, thank you for the comments and for the questions, and I will be very brief regarding with this the robots density, and I want to say that new generation of robots is, even though it's the constant number during these last 3 years that we take the information, all robots in two big sections were changing for the new ones, and also is incrementing the use of other technologies such as drones in the delivery and component parts, and one important challenge for both companies, but especially for Ford, is the big data information, because well, the new machines and the new technology is getting more and more information, and it's a challenge to analyze them. So in that sense, they're prepared, but they need much more training for very skilled people doing that with the data. Talking about the line operators, yes, we did some interviews. In the Ford case, I mean, not with new entrants, but with people that have some seniority. And one of the takeaways from these line workers were the view of the women, because women was working all over in the different, I mean, of course, in a different radius with men, but they're working in all the areas, from the stamping to the logistics, in all of them. You see women working, and they are doing the same job. So the interesting thing is that they say, I mean, we need to, of course, we need more research on that, but technology in some cases need to be adapted to women because the physical complexity is different. So new investment is needed for do that. So, well, this was also an interesting, and this is one of the takeaways, and of course, the other takeaways is the stress that is mentioned before, and the stress is highly related with the pace work. Just to understand, the production rate units per hour goes from 23 in the beginning of the company and force up to 63 in the next generation of cars, and it's going to be to 73. So this is a very fast speed, and of course this increment the pressure and the well, all the meaning for people, but that's why, and the floor people, the line workers, but also technicians, they say that this is a challenge, and they are very positive in the view that the new tools, the mechanical tools and electrical tools and digitalization as well, they are providing safety and less effort to put in this work. So in that sense, this of course is more stress, but at the same time, the ergonomics is taking place in a very radical way. Talking about the labor issues that is mentioned by Jacopo, subcontracting, of course, is an issue, but there is, of course, but it is a very important new context in places as Mexico. So labor outsourcing is forbidden, for instance, and the wages are increasing top down, but in a very strong way. Of course, we start from very low floor, so it's difficult to get up the North American wages, but it's moving in that direction, the Mexican context, as well as the legitimation of the democracy in the unions. So it's a really new context, and you can see it in this, especially in these companies. Finally, regarding what is the meaning of this challenge for changing the models, the platform models? I would suggest that, especially because when it's electrical cars is coming, it takes time, but it will change. This is quite important, the time for the changing the platforms, because it's imply a lot of investment, and it will imply. So I think we have for new research to take into account this specific moment of platform change in order to understand many things that we have been done. So thank you for this comment.
Okay, so Margherita?
Margherita will not answer now, in the sense that we have a keynote speaker in 30 seconds. We have to allow people entering the room. There are many questions, and we'll discuss in the sessions, in other sessions, in the plenary session at the end of this conference. But we have no time now, sorry.
No, yes, thank you. And again, yes, let's keep discussing
Yes.
a bit everywhere. Almost.
Ok.
Io questo ve lo lascio.
Sì, questo è della sala. Sì, c'è una cosa che è molto importante che devi lasciarci, che è un foglio, questo, esatto, che dice le regole, che era quelle che... No, era questo. Ok. Sara, tu hai
Ciao a
contatti?
tutti.
Ciao Valeria. Ciao.
Ciao.
Ciao. Stai con noi. Ciao.
Sì,
Ciao.
mi connetto sulla plenaria.
Ciao,
Sì.
ciao. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Se facciamo così, sì. Prova. Sì.
Hello, good morning, Mark. Can you hear me? Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, perfect. Can we start in a couple of minutes, please, just to
Of
give
course. Shall
people the
can I
chance
just
to...
test?
I'm
Can I
sorry?
test if you can? Can I test
Okay.
if you can see my slides?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Are they up on the screen? Okay. Do you have them there? Okay.
Sorry, Mark, can you wait just a couple of minutes, please? We have just finished the session. We're
No
starting
problem.
in
No
2
hurry.
minutes, please.
No hurry. I was just asking if you can see the slides.
I can't hear you.
Oh, can you not
Oh,
hear me?
yes, we can see the slides correctly. Thank you.
Okay. And can you hear me? Okay.
Okay, so again, good morning, Mark. We will go on with our second keynote speaker. We have the pleasure to have Mark Graham, who is a professor at the Oxford Internet Institute at the University of Oxford and director of the Fairwork project, which he will describe to us today. All right, Mark, you have the floor. Can you hear us?
Hi. Hi. Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, perfectly. We hear you.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Well,
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. The audience is asking to see your face just for a second, just in order to present you. Will that be possible?
Yeah. Let me try and sort this out. How do we do this? There we go. Is that working?
No, we don't see you. Oh, yeah, perfect.
Hi.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, hi. Hi,
Hello,
everyone.
like the audience says hello. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, audience.
Okay,
All right, I
thanks
will
again
take it
for
from there.
being here and welcome to our
Of
conference.
course. Of course. Thanks so much for having me. Can you see the slides now? Are they back on the screen?
Not now. I think you'll have to share the presentation again. Okay, we do see the slides now. Okay, perfect.
Are they back? All right, perfect. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Well, yeah, thanks so much. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. The schedule looks brilliant. I wish I could have traveled this week. I'm unable to travel. It would have been great to meet many of you and re-meet many of you. But it's really an honor to be invited and to be given this slot to present some of the work that my colleagues and I have been doing. I've been asked to stick to time, and so I will just zoom on in the talk here. What I want to do is start the talk with a claim that's made by a company that all of us have heard of, and most of us have probably used, and that's Uber. Now, Uber, they very famously don't see themselves as a transportation company or a taxi company. And that's in part because they don't want the regulations that apply to taxi companies or to transportation companies to apply to them. But also in part because they actually view the service that they provide as something much broader than that. So to them, by operating a platform, they're providing the infrastructure that powers what they call the operating system of the city. Platforms like Uber, they're the digital infrastructures and the organizations that sit in between consumers or citizens and workers. So you might think of them as employers, you might think of them as marketplaces, you might think of them as something in between, but the key point here is that by providing the organizational and the technological infrastructure in between consumers, citizens, workers, they exert control over how that relationship is manifested. So as the operating system of the city, they shape how the city operates. Now, the way that they typically exert that control is by setting up a relationship that's been dubbed the gig economy. The gig economy, it's usually taken to mean some combination of relatively short-term jobs or gigs, work that's outside of the employment relationship, and work that's mediated in some way by a centralized digital platform. Now, what's especially important about this model is that by defining workers as independent or self-employed, companies set up a relationship in which they imply that they have no responsibility. And no responsibility to those workers. So in other words, these aren't their workers in their eyes, in their view. These are self-employed entrepreneurs who use the technology that the platform provides. So I wrote this book a few years ago with my colleague, Jamie Woodcock, called The Gig Economy. It was sort of a response to the idea that the gig economy was an inevitable outcome of platformization, that work mediated by platforms had to be organized through the gig model. And in the book, what we show is that the gig economy, it's brought into being by a whole range of technological, but also social, political, and economic factors. So the gig economy as we know it today, it's not inevitable, in other words, and nor does it have to be the organizational model used by platforms. But that said, it's extremely widespread. It's a model that's been introduced all over the world. It's a model that we also see in two very different types of work. So the first you might think of as geographically tethered work. This is work that has to be done from a particular place. It can be anything from babysitting to taxi driving to cleaning to food delivery. The second you might think of as cloud work. So this is work that can in theory be done from anywhere. This could be micro tasks like image labeling, translation, transcription, design work, even meeting a doctor or a tutor or a physical trainer remotely. Now, there isn't great data on how many people work in the gig economy, but however we slice it, in low and middle and in high income countries, there's a lot. At this point, we're probably talking hundreds of millions of workers. Now, as ever more jobs are becoming part of the gig economy, as ever more workers work in the gig economy, one thing that you hear from platform companies is that this is a liberatory innovation for workers. So especially in the global south, platforms loudly assert that they're creating jobs that just otherwise wouldn't exist, and they're offering income at the same time as offering a level of flexibility that most of the working class can only dream of. So platforms spend an enormous, staggering amount of money on conveying this message, trying to persuade consumers, regulators, and even workers themselves that the gig economy is a desirable future of work. But that message, it's only a very selective part of the picture. So I've been studying the gig economy for about a decade, and I've conducted interviews and carried out surveys with hundreds of workers. And in that research that my team and I have done, I can tell you that platforms, they're partially right. Now, workers, of course, value their jobs. They, of course, value having flexibility in their jobs, but that isn't the full story. So in the research that we did, what my team and I discovered were a whole range of risks and harms that are experienced by platform workers. What sorts of risks and harms am I talking about? Well, in some of the slides that follow, I'm going to move through them very fast, and I apologize for that, but that's to stick to time. I'll give you a sample of the risks and harms that workers experience. So on the left side of the slide, you'll see a summary of what they are. On the right, I've illustrated each one with things that workers we've spoken to in our research have told us. So first is the issue of pay. So platform workers in most places, on most platforms, as I mentioned already, tend to be classified as independent contractors or self-employed, meaning they're not employees of these platform companies or anyone for that matter. And this means that it's possible and it's entirely legal in most jurisdictions to pay platform workers below the minimum wage. And because earnings can be low and can be insecure, many workers are incentivized to work extremely long hours with little rest or sleep. So some people we've encountered are working 20-plus-hour days. Now, most workers have something close to zero power to negotiate rates. Many get into debt as the responsibility to buy equipment or vehicles typically falls on them. So platforms typically don't just not employ workers, but most also require workers to provide their own equipment. And so because of that, because of the debt that they can incur, these workers then can get into trouble if the platform lowers rates or increases commissions or changes the algorithm so that certain workers get less work, or if there's a market downturn like happened during COVID. All of this financial risk is put onto workers. Next, we have unsafe working conditions. So a lot of platform work is just inherently risky. Delivery drivers weave in and out of traffic all day. Ride-hail drivers can be assaulted. Cleaners have to go into the homes of strangers that they don't know. If something goes wrong, if you can't get work, on many platforms, you get no income. COVID has only amplified those risks. So workers face a double precarity with COVID, the risk of illness by doing jobs that you can't really do in a socially distanced way, and then the financial risk of losing your livelihood with no safety net, no sick pay, if you're struck down by the virus. There's then unfair management, and this links to the previous point. So because workers tend not to be employees, there tends not to be any due process when it comes to disciplinary or dismissal procedures. There's a lot of research out there showing that women, ethnic minorities, lower castes, religious minorities tend to get worse scores and worse ratings on platforms because platforms end up reflecting societal biases that manifest through them. And so workers who depend on a platform, they can be banned from the app if their rating falls below a certain threshold. What this means is that bias and discrimination is built into the system. And compounding all of this fact is the fact that many workers typically have relatively little collective power. Most platforms do whatever they can to engage with workers as individuals rather than negotiating with groups, collectives, associations, or unions. And this allows platforms, in many cases, to unilaterally degrade wages and working conditions when they choose to. Now, these are not small issues. If these platforms are going to become the operating systems of our cities, is this really how we want the system to operate? Do we want a future of work in which we roll back protections, in which workers get paid below the minimum wage, in which they can suffer injuries that they aren't protected against, in which they can be the subject of discrimination? Now, in some places, governments are stepping up and they're trying to devise regulations that can protect workers. But platforms often have ways of dancing around those regulations. Sometimes they set up contracts to be with holding companies in other jurisdictions, or they simply operate the app from abroad where local regulations can't touch them. One example of this is Uber in Chile. They're illegal there, but everyone still uses them because the app and the management functions are operated from abroad. Sometimes they leave the market or they threaten to leave the market by turning off app access in that place. Sometimes they tweak policies so that they can avoid more wholesale changes to doing what they're doing. Now, in some places, trade unions are stepping up, and there's examples from both the global north and the global south of instances in which unions have achieved successes in pushing back against platforms degrading the conditions of workers. But as I mentioned earlier, overall, in most places, in most sectors, most platform workers do not have the sort of collective associational structural power that we see in at least some other sectors of the economy. So they're in a relatively structurally weak bargaining position. So the point being that most workers in most sectors and most of the world remain unprotected by either governments or trade unions from the risks and the harms that I have outlined. Now, the strength of platforms in many ways is their, what you might think of as their ephemerality. They're an infrastructure of the city, but they're an infrastructure of the city that's kind of invisible to the naked eye. And they're an infrastructure of the city that can only appear and disappear in a click. So this ephemerality allows them to minimize risk by providing a service that's built on assets that they don't own and workers that they don't employ. And that ephemerality, it affords them enormous economies of scale and scope. And that ephemerality, it affords them power in avoiding regulation and evading the collective power of their workers. And I make this argument in this paper that's on the screen here. It's a paper that's arguing that platforms strategically deploy what you might think of as a conjunctural geography. So they use their ephemerality, they use their unfixity to their advantage. But what I want to argue is that that ephemerality, that unfixity that they use to their advantage, it's also a weakness for them. So if they don't have any local assets, if they don't have any workers, if they don't have any fixed physical infrastructures, what are they? They only exist insofar as consumers use them and pay attention to them. If users switch to another app, the ability for the platform to be an operating system for the city, it fades into air. So their asset light and their disembedded business model, it makes them particularly vulnerable to public pressure. And so it's from that realization that I started the Fairwork project. So as a reaction to the risks and the harms that I've been speaking about, what we set out to do in the Fairwork project is give every large platform a score out of 10 based on how fair or how decent the working conditions on the platform are. And then we use that score as a way of incentivizing decent work and disincentivizing indecent work. And let me tell you how we do that. So we currently work in 38 countries spread around every corner of the globe. You can see here in the countries in red, we have teams in the Americas, in Africa, in Europe, and in Asia. And in each one of those countries, we work with a local partner and we coordinate the whole network from the University of Oxford and the Berlin Social Science Center. And in the global north countries, each team tends to find its own funding. So in Austria, for instance, it's the Chamber of Labor. In Italy, it's from a Confederation of Trade Unions. In the US, from the Ford Foundation. But the work that we do in the 24 global south countries is provided by the German government through their Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. And in each one of those countries, what we do is we evaluate platforms against 5 Fair Work principles. These principles were developed at a tripartite workshop that we initially held at the ILO, and then we keep refining them through in-country consultations with stakeholders around the world. Now, these principles, these Fair Work principles, they are not in any way a gold-plated utopian understanding of what work should be. They're just really basic minimum standards that guarantee basic dignity at work. What they stipulate is that no worker, irrespective of what they're doing, where they're doing it, or the type of contractual arrangement through which they're doing it, should be paid below the minimum wage. That all workers should be protected from foundational risks that arise from the work that they're doing. That workers should be provided with clear and understandable and fair contracts. That decisions about them can be fairly appealed, and that there are meaningful anti-discrimination and pro-equity policies in place, and that they have access to some form of collective representation and organization. So those are the principles that I just mentioned for the type of work that I mentioned earlier that we call geographically tethered platform work. We also additionally have some principles for cloud work that I've put on the screen here. I won't go into them in the interest of time, but you can see them on our website. And the way this all works is that we divide each of those 5 principles into 2 thresholds. Each one of them allows us to award a score of up to 10 out of 10 to any platform that can evidence each of those thresholds. So 5 principles, 2 thresholds for each principle, and that allows us to award a point of up to 10 out of 10. Now, the way that we collect data is through a triangulation of methods. We look at contracts in terms of and conditions. That's the desk research. We do worker interviews, so we speak to workers at each one of the platforms that we're looking at. So if there's 10 platforms in a country, we interview 6 to 10 workers per platform. So we're looking at 60 to 100 workers per platform per year, per country per year. And then we speak to platform managers. So we go to them with a draft score. We ask them for evidence in areas where they think they deserve a point, where we haven't given them one. And what's important about these manager interviews is that they're not just a moment for data gathering. They're a point of negotiation. So what happens frequently is that companies ask us what they need to do to not just give us evidence, to give us data, but what they need to do to make a change to get the score that we're talking about. And a lot of that impetus to make changes comes about because of the league tables that we publish each year in each country. So what we do in the league tables is we directly compare the scores of every platform against every other platform. So here you're looking at the tables for India and Ecuador. And we do this for every country in every year. So these ratings that we give them, they speak to the logic of the platforms. Platforms instinctively understand ratings because they use them so extensively. And these tables, what they allow is they allow consumers, workers, regulators to see that the platform economy isn't black or white. In some countries, the tables show that some companies are actually stepping up and others aren't. So they show that there's nothing inevitable about indecent, unfair work. Platform work isn't simply something that's good or bad, something simply to be encouraged or discouraged, but something we can improve. Something we can improve by looking to actually existing examples of good practice and asking why can't we emulate them elsewhere in the sector. So as platforms try to hold on to this idea that we're just the technology companies, these aren't our workers, we have no responsibility to them, what we use are real world empirical base to push against that narrative. If these companies can offer fair pay, if these companies can offer fair conditions, if these companies can offer fair management, why can't you? So here you're looking at our CloudWork scores. One of the most important things that these tables show us is just pretty much everywhere, I should say, how much work needs to be done to bring about fair work. So these are all snapshots in each country, in each place of the market left to itself under current regulation. Few companies willing to guarantee dignity and fair work for workers. Most companies doing almost nothing that could be characterized as delivering fair work for their workforces. So by repeatedly scoring platforms year after year in each market, we've had quite a few impacts. We've gotten 160 pro-worker changes to policies and practices implemented by platforms in response to our engagement with them. So these are changes that have impacted the lives of hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of workers. And let me just give you a quick snapshot and sample of them. Now, what's also noteworthy about these changes that we've instigated is that most of them happen in countries in which we're present for more than a year. So the bars with one color here are countries in which we've done only a year of scoring. The bars with multiple shades are countries in which we've done multiple reports over multiple years. And we do these scores year after year. As we do these scores year after year, what we sort of do is institutionalize the principles. So companies start being more receptive to working with us as we stay in a place year after year and making positive changes. So the height of the bar here is the number of changes that platforms have made in response to us. We've gotten a few platforms to pay at least a local living wage. We've got one global cloud platform to make sure that workers can't earn below their local minimum wages. On fair conditions, we've had success working with companies to get them to audit and monitor working conditions and introduce sickness insurance schemes that function as a safety net for workers. On fair contracts, we've gotten companies to translate contracts into local languages. change contracts to be governed by local law, and provide workers with advance notice for changes. On fair management, we've worked with 8 platforms to formalize or improve an appeals process, and many more platforms to implement anti-discrimination policies. And on fair representation, we've worked with some platforms to publicly signal their willingness to negotiate with a union or association once one gets formed. And we've worked with one company to develop a system in which a worker representative can be elected to negotiate with management. Now, we don't only have impacts with companies directly, the comparative nature of what we do, comparing platforms within a country, but also comparing across countries, can be of distinct use to policymakers. So having teams in 38 countries, we're really in a unique position to help policymakers in some countries understand what's proposed, what works, and what doesn't in other places. We've given expert evidence to parliamentary committees in places like India, Ecuador, and the UK. We've created draft legislation in Pakistan that the government looks poised to adopt. And we meet with ministers and elected representatives all over the world to share our experience about how we need to close the gap between experiences of workers and minimum conditions of fair work. Now, the last thing that I'll say is that one additional way in which we persuade platforms to positively respond to our approach is through an initiative that we call the Fairwork Pledge. So the pledge asks organizations to signal that they're paying attention to Fair Work scores. It's a bit like how most organizations now, probably organizations that you all work for, ask their staff to take modes of transport that aren't ecologically destructive. So at my job, at my work, my employer, we're asked to take trains instead of planes for domestic travel. What we're asking here with this pledge is we're asking organizations to prioritize platforms that aren't socially destructive. So asking organizations to encourage staff to use better scoring platforms. It's free to sign up to this pledge, and it's open to companies, to charities, to universities, to religious organizations, to think tanks, and to pretty much any other organizational form that you can think of. We're proud to have gotten organizations like GIZ, the Church of England, the New Economics Foundation, the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, and dozens of other organizations around the world from every continent to sign the pledge. Having more signatories on the pledge, it helps us immensely when we go back to these companies each year. What we tell the companies is look at all of these organizations that are starting to pay attention to your Fair Work score. It needs to improve. It's not just us that care about this. So if any of you in the audience listening have any suggestions of organizations who might wish to join and sign, just go to that link to the bottom of the screen there, or feel free to be in touch with me directly, or indeed if any of the organizations that you work for would like to sign, please consider signing up. So at the end of the day, in this project, we're not asking for anything like a utopian science fiction future with our Fair Work principles. These are basic minimum standards that every worker, irrespective of where they are, what they're doing, or how they're classified, should benefit from. And if our scores tell us anything, it's that these minimum standards are not being realized. So platforms, whether we like it or not, they're going to become part of the operating system of our cities. We're not going to go back to a world without platforms. We want and we need platforms mediating jobs. So if we want a future of work that's more fair, more just, we all have a role in getting there. So what the platform, the Fair Work project, what it does is it illustrates the path for regulators. It shows just how much distance, just how much work there needs to be done to get to minimum standards of fair work, and actually from the actually existing conditions in each country. And what it does is it offers a constructive and realistic and achievable way forward for companies. So we can work with them to show them where their gaps are and just how to make any one of these principles a reality. So last thing I just want to say is thank you to all of my collaborators. This is by no means work that has been done alone. We have over 200 collaborators in the 38 countries in which we work. I can't thank them each individually here, but deep respect to all of them for going on this journey with us. Thank you all for listening. Thanks again for inviting me to the organizers, and please do be in touch with me if you see any opportunities at all for us to collaborate or discuss anything that I've spoken about today. Thank you.
Okay, Thank you very much, Mark, for your interesting presentation. I can see from the audience faces that it has been greatly appreciated. Thank you very much and have a good day. Thanks again, Mark. We might probably like to invite you to the final plenary session that we will have tomorrow afternoon. We will send you by mail all the information just in case you have time to stay with us at that moment and like the moment of the final conclusions of this conference. Thank you again. Goodbye.
Bye, thank you.
Hello, it's working. We will continue with the next session, and just give me 1 second. We will finally install. Is everybody here? I mean, I see Claudia Colodoro there. Anthony is missing, and we need also Sara Maggioli. You're there. Thank you. Okay, you can come take a seat if you want. And we're missing Anthony Tolika Sibiya. Okay, maybe he will join us during the discussion. So, welcome to this session on impact of new technologies on skills and working lives and conditions and job quality. We have 4 presentations, so I will be extremely strict with the time. So I will demand to everyone to please stick to the 15 minutes. And then we will have a discussion by Gianluca Scarano and Matteo Rinaldini. And we will begin with Jacopo Tramontano. Just let me see. Unimore, conference. May today we're the 17th, 18th.
No, but oh,
no.
Okay.
No, this is not your.
No, that's not mine. So I think maybe we should ask Benedetta. I need some technical support.
These are your slides.
These are my slides. Modena, yes.
This one?
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we'll begin. I will just briefly present you, but everyone can see this. You are a candidate at the Sapienza Università di Roma in Italy, and you will talk about Amazon and local labor markets.
Yes. Hi, I'm Jacopo Tramontano, candidate in economics, PhD in economics, Sapienza University in Rome. I'm also working with Fondazione Feltrinelli on SRL projects and platform work and logistics. So platforms and labor, that's a big subject right now. Let's say that the digital economy can have an impact on work in at least 3 ways. It reshapes production process and techno-organizational efficiency, meaning that through platform firms we have centralization of decision-making processes. At the same time, we can have a fragmentation of labor processes, and this leads to the concentration of technological and economic power in the hands of those that possess the technology, that gather the data. And so in a way, there's platforms intermediate labor and are gatekeepers of markets because they orchestrate demand and supply relationships. Think about Amazon, which is what we're going to present today, but think also about riders platforms or Uber or Airbnb. They all do this kind of intermediary work. And but also platforms push labor fragmentation because they externalize, they manage algorithmically, and they employ workers directly, yes, and that's what we define as platform work proper. But then we have also indirect employment of suppliers, and there are effects also on the competition in the same market as where the platform is, and on the workers that work within the platform for other firms to sell their goods, in a way. So there are a few taxonomies on platform labor. Wallace and Shore, they think about skill complexity, spatial dispersion. There are local platforms and global platforms. They are web-based, location-based. and there's a different skill between an architect of the platform or a gig worker, a caretaker, which require different skills. Kenny, Ruvinen, and Zisman, they distinguish instead on type of employment, compensation, labor conditions, value creation. So there is a more labor-focused, let's say, perspective on general indicators. Cirillo, Guarascio, Perani, Tramontano, I mean, they summarize different taxonomies to the lens of tasks, revenues, competences, contractual stability, and they include workers in complementary sectors, which is also what I will be trying to do here. So I'm talking about the logistics sector in this case. So platforms in the logistics sector can be thought of as the last step in a logistic revolution. Starting from the 50s, we have more and more in an increasing importance of logistics, and logistics at some point ends up in malls, in the explosion of retail, and you have large big box brick and mortar stores. But with platforms, last mile, even the last mile is covered by logistics. The goods are delivered right through your home, and malls become less relevant. So these platforms operate marketplaces, they stash and deliver goods, and so logistic platforms are the platforms that work in e-commerce and they work in delivery, sometimes directly or indirectly employing workers, because for them the logistics is a primary dominance infrastructure, but it's also the market that dominates the infrastructure. So in a way we have a few key features. We have algorithmic organization for internal efficiency, and they organize algorithmically the work, and they're able to manage the supply chain, as I said, in a centralized way, using both classic rank and file management with supervisors and managers, but also algorithmic management to monitor the tasks and somehow automate also the managing process. And they can take advantage of an increasingly fragmented labor force. And in a way, what they do also is substituting middlemen, such as retailers, restaurants, and the likes. So this is a small compass. You can have, classic management and direct employment. That's the case for Amazon warehouses. But for instance, Amazon transportation is indirect employment to subcontractors, kind of classic management, but still algorithmically controlled through routing algorithms and stuff like that. And then you have Uber drivers, totally different thing. Sellers are not logistics, but they are algorithmically controlled and indirectly sort of employed. eBay doesn't have its own logistics, but in a way it controls a part of logistics, because a lot of logistics goes through that marketplace, for instance. So we focus on sectoral effects of these platforms. In a way, we have logistic workers which benefit in a way. They have larger employment and wages, but their working conditions in a way worsen because of higher intensity of work through the implementation of technology and algorithms. Workers in production, which are the workers that produce the goods that are sold on marketplaces, they have a weird situation in a way, because large manufacturers, large producers, they compete with the platform in a way. They had their own retail outlets before, while in a way small third-party sellers could benefit from the access to larger markets, even though they have more competition in those larger markets. So there are ambiguous effects. In a way, in any case, there's a deterioration in contract type because we see that firms in this kind of arrangements are more uncertain about the future, so they tend to make more temporary contracts. Workers in retail, instead, they suffer from competitive effects. So in a way, we have negative and positive effects that can be related directly to working conditions, up to related to competitive dynamics. The workers in production are a middle case because there are working conditions. They have effects from working conditions, but they're also related to the competitive dynamics that the platform sets forward. So the point is we have to quantify the effects of platforms on territories. We need to understand ambiguous effects in local labor markets. And so we decide to do an difference in differences strategy in which we use as an event the implementation of a new Amazon warehouse in a given local labor market. So Sara's facts, we have warehouse workers, which are the case of directly employed workers. They enjoy above average wages in Italy, at least. Transportation workers are instead subcontracted, so they enjoy not so good wages, but they're more employed. Workers in production instead depend on the platform, so they have ambiguous effects. And retail workers are hurt by the platform because they compete on the same market. This is a summary of the different effects. And we can say that in this research, we focus on wages and employment because of data limitations. Nevertheless, contracts and working conditions can be drivers of wages and employment situations. So Amazon developed in this way. How much time do I have left?
Still have 6 minutes.
6, okay. Amazon opened in 2010. Right now, it employed 9,500. My data is up to 2020. It invested a lot. There are different distribution centers. And in a way, in the end, we end up with 24 fulfillment centers, 8 distribution centers, 2 sortation centers. So what happens to wages and employment in the local labor market where Amazon settles? So we use math data, commuting matrices to create local labor markets, 20 Amazon events, let's say, and a staggered difference in difference with fixed effects. So I just estimate this equation on wages and wage earners, because I don't have the actual employment. I have how many people are actually working in a different place. My controls are, I control in wages for how rich the place is by controlling for log rents. And for wage earners, I control on total population to control for immigration, for instance, because that can be relevant. Then, I mean, my results are these ones, and we can see that in the post period, post to Amazon development, wages go down a little bit. They go down by 0.8%. And we're talking about per capita wages on the total of the whole population. So that's a relevant effect for a single firm. And without controls, that's a little bit different. I am able to estimate the north, because in the north there are most local labor markets that are affected. And I see that the north suffers more than average. But particularly it's northwest, it is in the northwest the problem, while the northeast does not seem to suffer that much. But there I have a problem with pre-trends. Pre-trends are not really linear, so I wouldn't trust this data so much. Also because in wage earners have the same, suffer from this problem. So that I have pre-trends that are not that linear, but the effect seems to be positive. So once the pre-trend problem is fixed, we could say that the effect could be a little bit positive on employment. I checked with not yet treated, meaning that I regress use as controls places where the Amazon was not there yet, but will be, assuming they're similar. And I still find a wage effect, while the effects on employment are mostly not significant. So, I mean, this is basically what I said. They tend to decrease between 0.6 and 0.9% in per capita wages of the total population. There's no significant effect on employment. There could be, but the statistics are not clear on that part. That's let's say, the graph, which is actually nice. We can see that this is the moment of the event, and wages tend to go down year by year after the event. I would not consider the 5th year because we don't have many observations for that. This is instead wage earners. Sorry, I wrote occupation, but that's my bad. And we can see that the pre-trends are a little bit sketchier, but also we can see that there's some kind of increase in general occupation. So we need better data for that. So there are negative effects on wages upon the arrival of Amazon in a local labor market. There's no proven effect on employment. In a way, there's a need for policies that protect and train workers in different sectors because of this, to protect them from this wage decrease. And finally, I mean, we need more data because I would like to estimate the differential effects on different sectors of the workforce by each town, in each town, in order to see what happens in transportation, what happens in warehousing, what happens in retail, and what happens in, let's say, small light manufacturing, to see what are the distributional effects and the effects that a platform can have on the industrial structure or of a local labor market. Still, I think that this is a nice road for further research, meaning that empirical event studies can be used extensively to analyze and map a changing industrial landscape, particularly with the advent of platform firms such as Amazon or others. Thank you for listening, and comments are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You were extremely precise with timing, which is something I encourage. And now, due to technical issues, we will listen first to Claudia Colodoro on her presentation. Mm-hmm. And yes, please, you can move here. I will put your slide directly. Not, I will ask. This is your USB? Yeah. Okay, use this one. You put it online? Yes. This is not the session. No, don't worry. Yes. But, no, but voilà. Fine, thank you. You can down. Yes. You downloaded it?
Mm-hmm. Just go on the download.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't want to.
Maybe we have to follow you over there, otherwise we can...
Yes, of course. Well, perhaps the best is that, Anthony, you continue.
Yes. From here, what's your name? Is it one?
Anthony, the
Second name?
Yes. That's all. You have the slides there. Mm-hmm. Okay. It works now. Okay. Perfect. This is why we need to study technology.
Yes. So I just keep on.
Sorry. You can go now. You have 15 minutes.
Yes. Good morning to everybody, and thank you for having me here. This presentation will entail the role of financialization in the drop of the wage share and what is the role in particular of the financial ownership, and we deal with these empirical analysis at firm level of the automotive industry. This work will follow the present outline. We first define what is and what we entail when talking about the financialization. Then we outline what are the main reasons for which we describe and study the automotive sector. Then we describe briefly what are the main features of our data and the research design. Finally, we discuss empirical results, and then we conclude with some concluding remarks. So, many scholars have dealt the role of the financialization, and following the definition of Epstein in 2005, we can describe this phenomenon as the increasing role played by financial motives, financial markets, and financial actors in domestic and international economies. And in order to define what is the main channels through which the financialization impact the wage share, we briefly describe what are the main stylized facts relative to the financialization and its impact on the capital side, pointed out in the seminal works of Hein in 2012 and 2015. And in particular, he recognized the growing importance of shareholder value orientation, the growing tendency towards the increasing dividend and interest payments, and an increased intensity of financial investments at the expense of the real investment in non-financial companies. On the other side, on the labor side, among other works, those are the main relevant, some of the main relevant, of course, and they point out how the spread of this shareholder satisfaction paradigm impact on one side on the job tenure, and in particular this work by Black et al. In 2007, but also how the move from the shift of investments from the real side to the financial side in some sense shrink the ability of the labor force to shrink the bargaining power. And finally, this contribution of Bidwell and et al. 2013 describe how the restructuring of employment relationship results in a general retrenchment of bargaining power. So, in the literature, we can consider the financialization, we can measure the impact of the financialization in the, those are some of the main some of the contribution, and it is considered as in a growing, it is measured as a growing payments of dividends and interest towards financial practitioners. I don't know, is charging something.
Okay, that's fine. This work by Alvarez in 2015 considered the financialization as the volume of financial profits in French non-financial corporation, and this work by Tori and Onaran in 2012 consider the crowds out of investments from the real side to the, sorry for that, financial side. So, this is the main phenomenon we analyze in the present empirical dissertation, but we also consider the fact that the financialization entails the spread of a new corporate governance paradigm, according to which there is a shift in the allocation of corporate resources from the retain and reinvest towards the downsize and distribute. And according to Soherberg, 2009, we are here considering that the corporate governance is fundamentally a question of in whose interest corporations are run. So, what we are doing in this work is to consider and to investigate which is the role played by the financial ownership in the distribution of value added and with a firm level analysis. And in order to do that, we consider the entire automotive sector. So the main research question is, does the financial ownership affect the distribution of value added? And our first guess, our first hypothesis is that yes, it affects the functional distribution of value added, in particular to the detriment of the labor force. So here we sketch briefly some of the main reasons why we choose the automotive sector. First of all, given its huge dimension and its presence all over the world, it also allows Boyer in JRPISA network to discuss about the productive models, and also because according to Carmo et al. 2019 and also NATO 2020, it is one of the first manufacturing sector to set up financial division during the 50s in order to enable purchasing by workers mainly. Then. Yes, we can also discriminate between different firms which are operating at different level of the global value chain, in particular OEMs and tier 1 and 1, 2, 3. So, so our data is a panel data which covers years from 2012 to 2020, and we account for more or less 2,500 firms. We are collecting data from Bureau van Dijk database at the 2-digit level, which account for manufacture of motor vehicles, trailers, and semi-trailers. We also have information about unionization and bargaining coverage from the OECD database, and we also use the trade-in value added as a proxy for the level of globalization of the sector. So here we will describe our variable of interest in particular. Although it is highly sensitive to the business cycle, we consider the wage share as the ratio between total labor costs and value added. Then, and it is the peculiarity of the present empirical inquiry, this dummy for the ownership structure, which is one, whether the sector of yes, if the firms, if the corporation belongs to financial funds, and zero otherwise. So if the ownership is in the end of the car manufacturers. Then we also account for we have also this dummy for final assemblers, and so we discriminate for those that are final assemblers, so mainly car assemblers, and those other firms that are component producers. Then we have other information about economic and financial coverage, and we also account for geographical regions, given that we are covering the whole population of the automotive sector. And here we can see the distribution of the wage share. In particular, on the left-hand panel, we have the distribution of wage share, discriminating for those in blue line, which are financialized companies. And we can see that it is more skewed than the other. While on the right-hand side, we have we discriminate also for the dimension of the firms we are dealing with. Then, from here, we can see that there is no meaningful differences across the years. So, on the left-hand panel, we have the distribution of value added, discriminating also for financialized vis-a-vis non-financialized companies, and there are no meaningful changes, while on the right-hand side we can see the changes across regions from all over the world. We have on the top the northern European countries, followed by southern European countries, and finally we have low-income countries mainly. Then we built this categorical variable to discriminate among financialized final assemblers, financialized component producer, and the other way around also for those which are not financialized. And as we can see, less than 20% of employees are employed in financialized corporation, and also with respect to the level of sales, they account for a small slice. And in particular, considering the world population we are observing, we can see that the vast majority of our observation refers to non-financialized component producers, followed by financialized component producer, of course. Those are some descriptive statistics relative to the top 10 financialized companies. As we can see, they are mainly component producers, so they are not final car assemblers, while the top 10 industrial companies by sales are mainly final assemblers. The first one is Mercedes-Benz Group, followed by many other famous companies. So just to present these, the inferential part, we construct these, we try to explain the changes in wage share, controlling for all those variables, and in particular, we want to see what are the role played by the dummy for the financialization. As we can see, we have unexpected results. In particular, we see that on average, those financialized firms have a higher wage share. Other results are in line with the extant literature, in particular financial flows, or also the number of employees. And we see that this dummy loses his statistical meaning significance when adding also the dummy for regions. So, just to conclude, from this analysis we can see that financial ownership has unexpected results, given what we, with respect to our initial guess, and it may be explained given to the disproportionate growth of very high salaries of CEOs and the role play described also by Bivens and Als, also suggested by Onara in 2009. And also, given the nature of our data set, we are not able to detect what is the moment in time in which this shift in the property is taking place. Then, just to conclude, there may be possible, we can proceed with possible extension of this work, in particular considering what are the main features and the driver of of the change in the ownership structure, and also to detect for other seminal reason why there is this drop in the wage share. So thank you for your attention. That's it.
Thank you.
I leave the floor. Okay, that's fine.
Please, Anthony? Thank you. Okay. Normally it would work. These are your slides? Perfect. And you can do this or this.
Well, thank you very much, colleagues, once again. My name is Tolika Sibiya. I'm a researcher at Witwatersrand in South Africa. My presentation or topic is about skills impact on organization and product change in the context of new technological changes and insight from the OEMs and component suppliers in South Africa. Just to give a background of the manufacturing sector in South Africa, I think it's important for me to indicate that it has been under severe strain since its GDP product has declined over time to about 13.2% in the last 3 years compared to the almost 25% in the 1980s, and this has been acknowledged even by the national government through the Department of Trade and Industry. Strangely, at the same period, labor productivity seemed to have increased in some sectors, and this has been confirmed by the firm level data between the period of 1995 and 1998, which shows that companies have restructured their production process towards more digital base and required high-skilled personnel, thus moving away from the low and unskilled labor. I think another point that I wanted to make is that despite the strain and decline in the GDP over time, the manufacturing sector in South Africa remains crucial for our economy due to its multiplier effect. And this has been confirmed by the Statistics South Africa, which shows that the industry has in the last 5 years grown. And in the growth of the manufacturing, the automotive sector is amongst the sectors that contributed to this growth, whilst sectors like clothing and textile performed so badly. So in the face of global economic challenges, evolving regulatory framework imposed by the accelerating environmental crisis, the automotive sector appeared to have responded by improving efficiency in the production through innovation and introduction of technology to move towards a more skills-intensive production process. And of course, Monaco and Wotugen this year made a very relevant point that the automotive sector in South Africa remain important for industrialization. Just to give a background of the research, this research is part of the multi-country skills project, which is undertaken in 6 countries, as explained here. It's trying to explore the relationship between growth, transformation, and skills. To what extent skills facilitate growth and transformation in different sectors. Garment and the textile industry is one sector that cuts across all 6. But of course, in this presentation, I'm focusing in the automotive sector as one of the 3 sectors that we investigated in South Africa as part of the global project, as it were. I mean, the automotive sector in South Africa, as I've said, is important and has been growing post-1994, supported by government through industrial policies and other incentives, and also important in employment creation, sales, and exports. But what we see as a problem, at least in the public discourse around the Global South, is that the extent to which skills play a role in the context of digital transformation has not been explored. In most instances, the research on skills training only look at how education and training helps individuals in terms of finding employment and income, with little analysis, if any, of how the skills help companies to digitalize and change product, given the introduction of automation in the manufacturing sector. So in this presentation, I'm presenting the findings really that come from the OEMs and component suppliers, to which I will argue that skills play a very important role in introduction of technology, which also influences the changes in work organization as well as the product change, which has become significantly advanced. We use mixed method approach, which was conducted over 2 phases. The first phase, we did instrument survey, focusing on the manufacturing companies doing in the formal sector. And the survey was completed by 61 companies out of 131. And the interviews as a second phase was conducted over 11 companies with 3 participants per company being interviewed, namely senior management or HR director, production managers or supervisors, as well as trade union representatives, which effectively meant that 33 participants were interviewed in the second phase. So the first findings about digital transformation, employment and skills, the point I'm trying to make is that all the companies that have been interviewed and surveyed report that their manufacturing or their production has been digitalized, and this was confirmed by 42 companies out of 67 who said that they have introduced technology in the production, while 6 companies report that the technology they have introduced has become significantly simpler to use. Only 9 that did not indicate whether there's been changes or not, while 7 responded that they have not changed their technology. But key to the changes in technology, what we see is that it also creates employment opportunities instead of displacing workers. And the employment opportunity that comes as a result of new changes in technology require different skills, a high skills level. When operators were employed, recruited, they were not necessarily required of training, formal training. But companies now are discussing to introduce a formal qualification that is industry recognized, so that operators are also trained in line with the technology. But important in training of operators is that the training happens in-house. The second finding is that work organization and technology seem to be aligned, in the sense that 44 companies out of 61 reported that they have restructured work in line with changes in technology. Only 5 did not answer whether this question of work organization was affected, in addition to 7 that did not choose any of the available options shown in the missing paragraph. And the product change, the automation or digitalization also influence the extent to which companies change their products. And 46 of the 47 companies, which is 75%, reported that they've changed their product, and their product have become advanced. And in changing the product and in changing the work organization, skills becomes important at different levels. This is confirmed by the slides, which shows that as the companies introduce changes of technology and reorganize work and change their product, they require different skills at different occupational levels. The survey, not the survey, rather the interviews, which is consistent with the survey findings, shows that the transformation has taken place in the sector in South Africa, and this digital transformation influence and shape the work organization and product change. And the transformation of technology in the production line demanded skills at various occupational levels, where at a production level, operators are reskilled and upskilled in-house, and at a technician artisan level, companies require formal engineering qualification and industry-related experience, which has become important. This is in addition to refresher courses or in-house skills training that companies provide for high-level occupations such as technician and artisans. Key to these changes, skills is necessary to enhance production efficiency and improve quality and reduce waste. And for trade union representatives, the job training that company gives or offer them, they say it gives them a sense of appreciation by the company, and workers feel that they are in control of their work and understand it better and appreciated by companies. These are some of the quotes to substantiate the point that I've made above. A director from a company that we coded SA286E, which is a component supplier, report that as global leaders in our unique product, it's important to keep up with international trends. Moreover, that electric vehicles are also coming together to the market, especially in Europe where we supply our product. The product change in terms of layout, shape, and size demand new skills to enhance quality, minimize defects, and reduce waste. And this was also confirmed by the production manager, that products require new modern features which have become complex, and these require more high skills to address the quality that customers often complain about, and hence training in terms of design and manufacturing tools remain crucial for the company. Skills usage is perceived to be important for digital transformation for companies to remain, rather than to remain competitive and meet global standards. And also this was confirmed by one of the companies. But I think in conclusion, in the interest of time, there is an appreciation that Industry 4.0 has fundamentally changed the manufacturing sector in South Africa, and shaping the extent to which society imagines the future of work and employment and industrialization. As the paper has shown, these changes require different skill sets and at various occupational levels, especially in the production line and maintenance, to enhance production efficiency, product quality, waste reduction. Thus, formal skills at an artisan and technical level is important to perform different tasks, which are often complex and require innovative thinking, problem solving, and attention to detail. In the production section, informal training on the job and in-house at a company level is also helpful to improve efficiency and manage time. This is to acknowledge that the research, as I've said, was part of the larger project and also emanates from the study that I did for my PhD, and it was funded as explained. And thank you so much for your attention. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and now we will move to the last presentation. Voilà. You have 15 minutes.
My name is Sara. I come from the University of Porto. And I have, with my research team for the last 2 years, just to contextualize what I'm going to present here today, I've been working on the impacts of technological change on health and well-being. But the idea of this presentation isn't exactly to provide detailed results, but to show you the type of methodology that we have used or how we obtained those results. So just a quick contextualization in terms of literature. We know that there have been lots of developments regarding technological studies, but and there is this promise about the technology having the potential to improve occupational health, mainly through the automation of repetitive tasks. However, the literature, in spite of this promise, literature is still a bit reduced regarding the actual study of those types of health risks at work and the types of impacts on health. And so today, we're going to try and show you how, through a human-centered participatory approach, focused on the analysis of work activity, we were able to access precisely those types of impacts. So I will be providing examples of results, of course, but these are our two main methodological steps. So we first developed qualitative research through semi-structured interviews, self-confrontation interviews, open and systematic observations, and also collective interviews, although this last step was mostly to give us insight so we could develop an instrument to allow the collection of quantitative data. So then we developed the questionnaire and we applied it, focused on the job quality indicators, but also on the health impacts. Our factory, the factory where this research was developed, the results that we're showing here today, is a factory that works in the textile industry. And although technological developments have been put into place at this context, it still has a large variety of manual work, so lots of seamstresses that still work with manual machines, and other workers that now work with semi-automatic machines. So it's quite, there's a big contrast in terms of work activity at this context. And in terms of our sample, we've got different samples from each stage. So we've got 37 female and 2 male workers from, for the first qualitative stage, for the interviews and observations. And from the questionnaire application, we've got 53 workers. And of course, in terms of gender, the context itself is, unbalanced. That means that we have mostly female workers in our sample. In terms of results, I'm going to be showing you firstly the main risks that we found through the application of the questionnaire and articulated with the verbalizations that we accessed through the qualitative stage. And then I'm going to go into the health impacts. So still firstly very descriptive, occupational health and medication consumption, so very descriptive, and then I'm going to go into the type of the correlation between health risks and risks at work and health impacts. So just to explain what we did here, our questionnaire is very long. It's got 6 different dimensions, so I wasn't able to show all the dimensions here today. Well, our second group of questions regarding workplace risks also comprises a whole section related to psychosocial risks, but I could only exemplify here with one, otherwise this would never end. So I chose the physical risk factors because those are usually the ones that we have this representation that would be reduced with the introduction of technology and also are very typical of this type of setting. And so what we did was that we organized the results by a questionnaire subcategory, and in this case it corresponds to one of the job quality indicators, and we placed verbalizations that correspond to each item. So for example, we've got 75% of workers in the questionnaire reporting being exposed with discomfort to painful postures, and then we've got the corresponding verbalization that allows us to access exactly how this occurs, on a daily basis. So workers mentioned they have to be bent over for a long time to make each piece, as it's a textile industry, and it gets very tiring. This worker mentions that she is unable to have a proper posture throughout work, and that she knows that all the pain that she has because of it isn't regarding her age. And also examples for precise and meticulous gestures, especially workers would frequently mention the fact that they have to connect each stripe when it's patterned materials. They have to connect one by one, and this takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and standing in the position for long periods of time, which is especially true for the workers working with semi-automatic machines. And so while we do have literature that tells us that these types of risks are very typical of these settings, we can only understand exactly how this occurs, and by professional category, because it won't be unanimous throughout the whole factory, if we cross this data with the verbalizations as I just presented. And as I'm going to go into the health impacts later on, we also have some verbalizations that connect these specific risks to the type of complaints they have regarding health. So one seamstress tells us that that's why her back hurts. It hurts from being in the same position for so many years, always sitting down and always folding, and her left arm hurts too. So this is mainly to provide an overview of the type of analysis that we're able to do through these different types of data collection, and that instead of doing a outsider type of specialist type of evaluation, we went to the context, heard what the workers had to do about their working conditions, how this was felt on a daily basis, and only then, through the quantitative data, we crossed these two types of findings. And so, as I said before, I was just doing a brief contextualization of the risks, and the type of context that we were looking into. But now we also wanted to be able, through this data, to access the type of health impacts. And firstly, we wanted to see, is this true for all ages of workers in our sample? Is it the same for all professional groups? And then understand exactly how health impacts correlate to work. And so the first findings were not very surprising, as we know through literature, not to be dismissed, of course, but occupational diseases tended to be more reported by older and more experienced generations of workers, so workers working with traditional machines, seamstresses mostly, and 7 out of the 10 cases that we found of occupational illness were tendinitis. But those impacts were not limited to older workers, either through the report of the consumption of benzodiazepines and antidepressants. We had workers with ages ranging from 34 years old, so much younger than what would be expected. But what was most interesting out of all these findings was how the workers working with semi-automatic machines that, according to the managers of these settings and even other professional categories at the factory, said that they can learn how to do their jobs very quickly. The machines, do all the work by themselves. They need little human involvement. This was actually not the case when we went into the context and realized what they had to do. And they would also frequently say, oh no, those types of jobs are risk-free, the machine does all the work. But these workers, which are mostly young workers, both male and female, reported exposure to physical risks, such as repetitive movements as well, long periods of time standing up, and also environmental risks, but pain and generalized fatigue as well. So after we did this very still descriptive analysis, we wanted to, through the application of the Nottingham Health Profile, which is the 6th dimension that belongs to the questionnaire, we used the Pearson's coefficient to analyze exactly how each dimension of the Nottingham Health Profile correlated to work. Just to explain this, the Nottingham Health Profile has these dimensions: pain, energy, social isolation, physical mobility, emotional reactions, and sleep. And when answering the questionnaire, there's 2 scales. There's the report to these issues, to each item, belonging to each dimension. And then there is the relation of this specific item to work. So that's why it's 2 scales. It's Nottingham Health Profile and then Nottingham Health Profile reported to work. And what we found was that, except for the emotional reactions, as the report of health impacts regarding each dimension of the Nottingham Health Profile goes up, so does the report of these issues related to work. And so we did the same type of crossed analysis here. We don't only have this, the correlation, but we also realized that while the Nottingham Health Profile has very fixed dimensions, pain, energy, social isolation, the verbalizations told us a different story. They told us how, in reality, these dimensions are lived at work in a more holistic way and not separate. And, for example, the sleep verbalization, I think, illustrates this very well. So this worker tells us that sometimes I can't even sleep from all the pain I have in my legs, but I come to work with a lot of sacrifice. So we've got pain, we've got sleep, and we even have physical mobility, usually related to these types of issues that are reported. So to conclude, this idea that quantitative data gives us this generalized overlook on the type of risks that exist at work is true, and it can help visualize which areas of the job quality indicators need to be more worked on to think about sustainable working conditions in terms of Industry 4.0. But if we only look at quantitative data, we don't understand how these impacts are lived differently on a daily basis and exactly how workers feel the different risks and those impacts on health. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we will move to the discussion. I don't know who wants to begin. If you want to begin? Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. These contributes are very interesting. I'm the only discussant, so I think I can take some minutes more for my comments, because I have comments than, I have more comments than question. Well, I would like to focus on some common issue, because we have 4 very different presentations, so I need to synthesize. Well, the first common issue regards the presentation of Tramontano and that one of Corridoro. And I would like to start from the question why in a conference on Industry 4.0, we have to deal with issues like financialization of automotive industry or changes in of the logistics system and working conditions generated by Amazon or another global player of logistics sector. Well, because apparently this is a question for everyone, not only for you, obviously, because apparently there are 2 unrelated issues to the theme, no? The core theme of the conference. But I think that the speaker presentation, from the speaker's presentations, it seemed obvious to me that there are 2 possible answers to this question. The first possible answer is that we are speaking of a logistic system or financialization of economy. When we are speaking about this, we are speaking of the context where Industry 4.0 is located, no? We are speaking of a context impacting workers employed in manufacturing, and of course, this is an added value for our analytical perspective. Okay? However, I think that there is a second most important possible answer, and I want to focusing on this second answer. That is because we are not talking about the context only, where the smart factories are located, but we are speaking of the same smart factories in many cases. We are speaking of the same technologies we can find within them, and we are speaking and we are observing the same logics in narrating the governance of these smart factories. We can say that financial logics and technologies adopted in Amazon warehouse are the same we can find inside and not only outside smart factories, no? Inside their production processes and inside their product with the same potential effects on the workers' condition. On the same potential effects on working condition or working organization and so on. So I invite everyone, including speakers, not to consider this representation as unrelated to Industry 4.0 or just as a contextualization of it, but as an integral part of Industry 4.0. But this is, the interesting point for me is to make this integration, this intercorrelation more clear. What is that we need to understand and explain this intercorrelation. in which way the techno-organizational changes in manufacturing are linked to financial logics, in which way the techno-organizational changes in manufacturing are linked to transformation of the logistics system generated by Amazon or another global player of logistics. For example, yesterday morning, the Lamborghini Union delegates told us that Lamborghini is adopting several devices of Amazon. Again, yesterday afternoon, Marion Bouvelet tried to formulate a theoretical framework keeping together lean principle, Industry 4.0, and logistic rationality. And it was very interesting because she tried to keeping them together. I think it is an interesting perspective. This is an interesting perspective because we need to consider Industry 4.0 10 years later in a more holistic view. And this contribution, I think, can be an interesting starting point. The second issue regards the presentation of Maggioli and that one of Tolika Sibiya. Okay, two interesting presentations, mainly focused on the change of working condition and worker skills in Industry 4.0. What emerges is that workers' health and safety and worker skill are not directly derivable from technologies, but are mediated by organizational choices, the status of the workers, the company position in the value chain, industry strategies, and so on. In other words, working condition and worker skills don't depend by intrinsic properties, okay? Intrinsic properties of technologies adopted. And I appreciate very much not only this anti-deterministic perspective, but also the crucial role given to the workers in your conclusion. In fact, on one hand, workers' upskilling is one crucial factor to remain competitive, to improve productivity, at least for some companies. On the other hand, workers' involvement in the design process, a typical socio-technical perspective, is fundamental for ensuring good working conditions and improving job quality. Yeah. The point is that in my idea, and this is my idea, but extending better health and safety conditions or supporting processes of workers' upskilling are, of course, convenient for workers. Maybe it is convenient from an ethical, systemic point of view, but we have to take in consideration that inequalities within organization and along the value chain may be functional from a managerial point of view. For example, it could be convenient for the leading firms because it permits to maintain hierarchies and power structure along the value chain, or for the companies in a subordinate position in the value chain, it permits to remain inside the value chain and to be not expelled from it. So, the question is why management should be support this change, why there should be an endogenous and spontaneous pressure to change. Maybe the only possibility is an external constraint, and the point is what kind of actor today is able to push in this direction? Local government, national policies, social movements, trade unions, and in particular trade unions. Well, the question is, and this because it is my specific interest and research field, what about the trade unions' role in the changes you studied in your research? What about their action, and what about their bargaining ability, about all what you showed in your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I propose that you make a quick reaction to what was just said, and then we open the discussion to all the people present.
Okay. Thank you, Matteo, for your helpful comments. I really like the sentence with which you finished your discussion about inequalities in work organization as functional. That's very interesting. But anyway, I agree with you about the fact that we have, if we take an holistic view of Industry 4.0 tools, we can say that they are also the tools of logistics, and they're also the tools of financiarization in a way. Disintermediation of production processes and centralization of control structures. We have that in every moment except for, let's say, Lamborghini democracy. So in a way, that's I think it's you found an important link, even though I think that also logistics are in a way the alternative sometimes to innovation, meaning that they are a sign of the times in terms of the industrialization, tertiarization of the economy, transforming an industrial district into a logistics district, like what's happening in Colleferro or Passo Corese, which is close to Rome, which were industrial points, is industrial territories, and they are becoming logistics territories, and that's not limited to them. And in a way, I believe it could be a different path that a territory can take if they do not innovate their manufacturing, but instead they substitute with another thing, in a way, and they innovate there. But the innovation there is profoundly different than what you could have done in a way before. So I wanted to say, I wanted to tell a different story of different paths, maybe, that you can take, depending on what are even institutional choices that are made there. And that's why I closed my slides with a matter of policy, which I believe is important when deciding how to use land space, for instance, or how to deal with subcontracting from multinational firms. And so that was kind of what I wanted to add, keeping your comments in mind, and I believe that those are also very, very much right.
Thanks. What are the views of trade unions in these changes in technology? To what extent are they compromise, if any? I mean, that's precisely was the reason why we felt it's necessary for us to get a sense of how unions understand these changes in technology in the manufacturing space in South Africa. And moreover, the automotive sector in South Africa is highly unionized. In other words, there's a strong presence of union in the automotive sector in South Africa. The findings shows that all the decisions about changes in technology, union gets to be consulted at a higher level, and even the industrial policy that support these changes in technology also put an emphasis on the importance of skilling or skills development in the context of these changes. So, of course, there were, especially in the component suppliers, some members of the union who thought that these changes would somehow displace them, retrench them, but over time that was not the case, especially that they were taken through by company bosses, and some of them, they were sent to different countries here in Europe to get skilled and retrained and come back to train the rest. So there is no sense that the changes in technology somehow compromises them as they get consulted, as it were. Thanks.
I really liked your comments. I will maybe start by answering the question, why should managers be worried about the possibility of managing inequalities if they may be functional or of issues at work? Why should they assume the responsibility for something if they, are maybe prioritizing other things first? Well, the obvious response would be the ethical and social sustainability preoccupation, but as we know, financial issues usually are prioritized over those issues. But what happens is, if these issues about occupational health and safety are not considered in the product design, as you also mentioned, and in the introduction of technologies, this idea that they are transferable from one context to the next doesn't actually happen in real work contexts. So technology has limitations as well, and if the context specificities are not considered, the whole work system has risks of also failing. So all the financial investment that is made can backfire if this isn't considered, and there's been several studies about that as well. But also if occupational health issues are not considered, even from a financial point of view, without this regard for a long-term idea of work sustainability, workers end up getting sick because of work, and that was also more expensive for companies, so it sort of backfires in two different possible ways. So I think that would be my answer, why they should worry about it. And then regarding the question of unions, this context that I talked about here today doesn't have a very strong union representation. There is a national-wide representation for textile workers, but it doesn't have a significant expression here in terms of making their working conditions better. It is also a small-sized factory, which also makes it harder for them to have worker representation. It did come up in the interviews. We also tried to explore that issue. But in another context that's larger and where we are developing the same research, is the same project, the union representation is very, very strong, and this has been very important into bargaining the type of protection that is provided for workers, especially when they become unable to work or lose work capacity. So they're misplaced in their previous occupations, but they focus more on upskilling and on reintegrating these workers in other parts of the factory, or when this isn't possible, at least giving the financial support, and workers' representatives in that case were essential for guaranteeing these conditions. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the discussion is open, so if anyone has questions, remarks. I see Lorenza on the back. I will ask you, also Benjamin, to come here to take the microphone. Thank you.
So, thank you very much for your presentations. I also liked Matteo's comments, so thank you all. I have 2 points. First of all, I agree with Matteo on how important the research that Sara and colleagues conducted is. We started a conversation about interdisciplinarity and pluralism yesterday, and I really appreciate your use of mixed methods and how you combine the information that you present. So well done on this. My question here is, I think we should think a bit more often in terms of action research and in terms of policy-oriented research, etc. So what use we make of our research? So did you reflect on this a bit? I mean, what is the use you want to to have for this research. I understand that you are co-author, so it's a decision to take together. But I think this kind of research is wasted if it only goes for academic publications. I mean, how do you want to use it? It can be useful to unions, it can be useful to lobby for policies. I mean, there are very different, but how did you think about this? What would you do with it? And the second is to Tolika. So I was wondering if you have information in terms of skills development on your sample, in terms of to what extent skills development is provided by the companies, and if there's involvement of CETAs or AIDC. I'll translate for others. CETAs are the government agencies that support skills development in South Africa. Or if NUMSA is involved in any of these skills development programs. The last comment is, your conclusion that 4.0 has already significantly restructured or affected the South African auto industry, in my view, is slightly too optimistic. Do you think this reflects the fact that you are building on a survey where you may not be able to distinguish which are like aspirations of companies or optimism or what has actually happened so far? How do you draw this conclusion that the impact has been so significant already? Because not everybody agrees in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I saw Benjamin. And then perhaps you can answer the question.
Thank you very much. All really interesting contributions. I have two questions actually for Claudia. The first one is, or the first two are regarding methodology, and I was just wondering, knowing of the poor data quality of Orbis, how you dealt with it, or whether you sort of like tracked your NA percentages in the data, which I assume is pretty big, knowing the database myself. So how you dealt with it, I would be interested. The second question is the operationalization of financialization, because if I understood it correctly, you essentially said if the global mother of the company is within the same NACE region, it is not financialized, right? Just an anecdotal example that a BMW executive said to me, essentially he said, we don't make money with cars anymore, but only the insurance and financial business that they do, but the BMW group is obviously within the NACE 29 category. So what I'm saying is that maybe it's not a very complete way to gather financialization, because it's also happening within the sectors. And finally, a substantive question, whether you've given sort of more thought to the relevant channels for your results, right? Because you mentioned potentially higher CEO remuneration as a ameliorating factor. I don't think it can be everything that's at play. So I was thinking whether you have thought, instead of thinking of the moving part of wage, to think of the moving part of value added in a way, because that's how you estimate the wage share, right? Because this could point to a crisis moment in the automotive industry. Yeah. Just whether you have some more thoughts. Thank you.
Go ahead, please. Do you want to begin?
Let me start. Well, the skills development involvement of the SITAs, yes, is NUMSA involved in these activities of skilling and reskilling their members? So the short answer is yes. Companies, they offer their own training programs at different levels. Whether you are qualified as an artisan, they also offer their own training programs in-house to refresh your memory and ensure that what we have studied is in line with what they want you to do, to also determine whether do you understand the role and the job that you are to undertake at a different level. At an operator level, they want what is called a general education certificate with maths and science. They want that, although it does not help them to address skills, but they want it because it gives them a sense that you, as a candidate for an operator job, you can read and write, you are able to calculate, and you can follow instruction when you are undertaking the in-house training. And two, SETAs by law, which is an intermediary body between private sector and the government, also offer not themselves through program providers training to train a number of, offer a number of programs for various sectors. So in the case of the automotive sector, yes, the SETA called MESITA in South Africa does collaborate, one with companies, two with industry associations representing these companies in terms of providing training. Is NUMSA? NUMSA is a union organizing in the sector. Yes, it is involved, and yes, it plays a very important role in ensuring that its members are not compromised in the process of training. Thanks.
Just very quickly to finish, but I really appreciated your question regarding action research. It's a huge principle in work psychology, so we never collect data just to collect data. We always have an applied vision of psychology, and so this project, while it does have, it's a multidisciplinary team as well, and it's focused on other more broad objectives, but our team specifically is collecting this data precisely to develop some proposals for making the working conditions better. So we're going to come up with a series of interventions that are possible in this specific context. We're still going to have a last restitution session with workers regarding this last part of the data, and it's with them that we're going to discuss some of these options, and then we're going to also provide the more detailed options to the company's managers, so we can actually have, specific ways of making their working conditions better, and that we can monitor this also later on and make sure that they had the outcomes that were supposed to. So, thank you.
Sorry, just can you repeat the first question you made? Relative to the database, I don't know, Orbis something?
Yeah, Orbis is very good for that data quality, right? Because we have listed observations which are actually NA.
Yes.
And I was just wondering how you dealt with that, because in my experience, that's a very large part of the data set that is actually NA, and so your observations are very heavily reduced, and just wondering whether you completely ignored it or what you did about it.
Okay. Yes, for sure, we dropped many observations relative to those companies that were not available on the Orbis database. That's for sure. And thank you for your remarks, and also for suggestion relative to consider the role of the value added in explaining these dynamics in the wage share. For sure, the growing salaries of CEO are not the only channels through which we can observe this drop in wage share. So, thank you. We also perform a logistic regression in order to see whether there are some features relative to those observations that may explain the reason why those are financialized with respect to the others. And actually we see that an interesting role is played by the positioning along the value chains. So the fact that you are a final assembler impacts on whether you are financialized or not. So thank you for that, I will check. And the other, okay, relative to our measure of financial ownership, that's for sure not comprehensive of the features of those financialized. Actually, we perform a double check, so we also consider those firms that lies in specific whose GUO lies in specific sector with, for example, financial funds, financial activities, and so on. So yes, we have two to better delve the reason why those are financialized with respect to the other, but thank you for your suggestions and comments.
Thank you very much. We have time for one more round of questions, so please, Martin, go ahead.
Okay, hi. I have just one question / comment for the first presentation, and I was wondering, so you choose difference and differences approach, right? But you explained basically that at the moment you only look at the regions where you have the warehouse. So you have basically no control group, I guess. And the other thing is that if I understand differences correctly or remember correctly, you need to have a parallel trend. So that means if you don't have the control group yet and you don't know if you have a parallel trend, then don't you think that the interpretation of your results is really difficult?
I do have a control group. I mean, I use those local labor markets in which Amazon settles into, but I also use the local labor markets in which Amazon is not, as well, in order to have a different control group. I use two different strategies. I use the not yet control group, meaning that I use Amazon goes into a labor market in 2016. I use a control group in which Amazon went to a labor market in 2017, 2018, etc. So that I have a control group of not yet treated units that are even similar, more similar even than never treated. I use both, never treated and not yet treated, to do a robustness check. So I do have a control group. And my pre-trends, they are not linear when they're not close to zero or not significant. That's what I use as saying pre-trends is not significant. That's good. It's close to zero. It's good as well. I mean, for me. So I have that, and my pre-trends are nice sometimes, just for wages, as I said, in both cases, just for full wages with controls, those are nice. In the north, I have sketchy stuff, and for employment, I have even sketchier stuff because I'm in the same order of magnitude as the effect. But those pre-trends are real. They tell me that my treated group is very different from the control group in the never treated case. In the not yet treated case, they are not significant. No effect is significant on wage earners. So they says that I'm actually not saying anything on wage earners. So there's no effect on employment that is able to be secured. One thing I wanted to say anyway is that when you look at the graph on wage earners, you see that there is still a little bit of a rise in employment. So that's why I still wanted to put it out there, even though those pre-trends are not nice, but is some sort of anticipation that outside of a statistical exactitude, some effects can be found if we have more precise data. I don't know if I answered your question. Okay.
Thank you very much. Is there another question? Don't be shy. We still have some time. Don't hesitate. Tommaso has a question, so we'll be here until midnight.
Now I will be short one. In these debates that we have about the current transformation of work, the introduction of digital technology, one aspect that is always debated, I think, is whether these increase efficiency in the companies or not, so the matter of productivity, and at the same time, whether the fact that we see a degradation of working condition, health, safety, and problems as an impact of efficiencies as well. And one question that I always ask myself when I look at these trends is that it seems like an evident contradiction that if by increasing efficiency you make the work of people worse, their implication in work less strong, that all the rhetoric that we have seen developing for 20 years, that you need people to work in team, they need to bring them to be involved in what they do, it just seems like a narrative that is more and more disappearing. And one aspect that I think is always interesting to me is to stress how inefficient are these new developments, that actually they are supposed to increase efficiency, but they don't. And I was wondering to what extent these elements appear in your work or analysis. Because another way of looking at that is more like a Marxist way. He says, well, these new methods actually extract more value from the worker. So the fact that they have more pain, that they work more long hours, it's just an effect of the fact that they're efficient because they're able to extract more value for them and shift to financial capital or whatever. But another way of looking at that is actually this is not even working. So they're doing that in the name of this ideology, but actually because workers are broken, because you have absenteeism, because there is low turnover, that actually doesn't work. And I was wondering if this type of visions, how do you, first, more general, how do you see that? And does this question rings a bell in terms of how do you interpret your results? And so that's my question.
It's interesting. Well, I have nothing to show for it, honestly, because I don't have any data on efficiency or productivity of those warehouses or of the, let's say, more the Amazon supply chain. I don't have any data for that. I know that Amazon makes large profits, as anyone knows. I mean, no, they don't make profits, but they do revenues. They increase total sales year to year. They reinvest everything. They do big investments so they don't have to declare profits. They do big investments. But in any way, some money is coming out somewhere. But at the same time, I cannot link it to increases in productivity. What can I say is that in a way, for some categories, for what we can observe mostly in the service sector, and for discussions we are having around these days in this conference, is that a lot of the industrial revolution, fourth industrial revolution we're talking about, is rather an industrious revolution, like the one that happened 100 years before the industrial revolution, in which people have a higher intensity of work. So when I talk with Giovanni about why people want to get out of the consulting sector because they're working longer hours and they're being checked out every time so they can't slack off, well, they now want a reduction in working hours rather than increases in wages because they have that, but they need time. And well, maybe that's what the technology is right now doing, making us more, not more productive, but more intense, which is not really the same thing, I believe. And it's not the technology, by the way. I think it's more the managerial decisions behind the technology. How do you use it?
Well, my answer would be obvious now, looking into these questions. About working conditions, obviously when there's the introduction of technology, there's that assumption that risks fade away magically because some physical risks are automated, as if health was limited to only physical risks. And even those, in the context that I've had the privilege to analyze, it doesn't happen. New ones emerge and are usually not taken into account because of that misconception about technology. But there is a big issue here as well regarding the available literature on the topic. Firstly, to say, as I said during my presentation, most of the literature we have available on the development of technologies are usually far away from the actual work context. They're still very focused on technicalities of the technology, but not exactly how it works, and the promises of efficiency are not always managed in real day-to-day context. So there aren't enough studies. What I mean to say is that there's still not enough studies actually looking at long-term efficiency, because it's not possible. They're being developed as we speak. At the time, they're still very recent. And when technologies work together in whole work systems, you know, and especially it's one of the premises of Industry 4.0 is to have a whole platform with lots of connected technologies. We still don't have enough examples of companies that have actually managed to implement, you know, Industry 4.0 technologies as at their fullest potential. So that would be the first idea. The promise of efficiency, we still don't know, and I believe that, yes, what will happen is they're usually assumed to be transferable into the context and not considered as according to the specificities, not only of who will use them, you know, because they're also instrumentalization processes, as we know by work psychology and sociology works as well. There's whole processes of appropriation of instruments at work, and that includes technologies as well. So that means that while there's this idea that their use is also homogeneous throughout different contexts, that doesn't happen as well, and that will also be an obstacle to the functioning and the efficiency of the work system. And also, when the health risks are not considered, this would jeopardize efficiency long-term, as you mentioned as well. So those two main points, I think, would be the ones that there's more literature to support at this time.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to react? No? Perfect. And we are on time, so we can stop now. And thank you very much for your presentations and the discussion.
sono abituata alle We're about to start. Please take your seats 1 minute and let's be efficient, please. We can start? Okay, so welcome everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome to this other session on Digitalization 4.0 and its complex implementation, different technological trajectories and practices. So we continue exploring the issue of how 4.0 can differ across countries and contexts. We have 3 presentations. The first one that will be shared by Sara, CARIA and Matteo Rinaldini, that builds on their work conducted together with Francesco Garibaldo, an empirical study of digitalization in a German-Italian automotive firm. Then we have the second presentation by Martin Schröder, which is a work conducted with his colleague Takefumi Mokudai, on digitalization approaches in the German and Japanese automotive industry. And then we have the last presentation by Hartmut Hirsch-Kreuzen, Industry 4.0 Path-Dependent Innovation. I'm sorry for my pronunciation, whatever mistake I made. These 3 presentations will all be 15 minutes as usual, will be followed by comments and feedback by Gwendalina Anzolin and Margherita Russo, and then we will hopefully have time for a discussion with the floor. So from now, 15 minutes each.
Okay. Okay, let me introduce this research. We are going to present an empirical study about the way in which digitalization is implemented into a lean system within a firm where technological innovation is inspired by Industry 4.0 approach. Very, very few salient points about the debate on the relationship between lean production and Industry 4.0. Extremely summarizing, on one hand, a part of literature suggests that digital technologies support the development of lean production because the typical Industry 4.0 digital solution help to overcome some lean barriers. On the other hand, we find another stream of literature with an opposite point of view, where the lean system is considered the basis for the implementation of Industry 4.0. At the same time, we can find a third stream of literature focusing on the effect of institutional context on integration between lean production and new digital technologies, bringing to light the role played by factors inside and outside the firm, including the locally predominant industrial relation system. One important cross-cutting issue is how much room of intervention is left to the human actor in performing tasks when digitalization is implemented in lean production. Regarding this issue, many studies and research suggest that companies' approach to the digital technologies is often pragmatic, that in general the introduction of digital innovation is tailored on specific cases, and above all that similar technologies can be implemented in a different way, of course with different impacts on the human-machine relationship. In this line, a recent article of Mokudai and colleagues, for example, Martin Schroeder here near to me, in a recent article, Mokudai and colleagues showed that Japanese companies have implemented digitalization in a selective way and have been inspired by a digital shadow approach rather than a digital twin approach. That means that the digitalization of the work processes empowered activities related to both data collection and data analysis, but problem-solving activities and Kaizen still domain of human actors. At the end of this article, the authors underline an important difference between Japanese company and German companies embracing Industry 4.0. In fact, this latter are considered more oriented than Japanese companies to a total self-regulated digital system based on digital twin approach and consequently more oriented to replace the human-based Kaizen. On the basis of this study, we present a research aiming at exploring the interplay of human intervention and digital technologies in German firm, embracing both lean production and Industry 4.0 paradigm. We explored the use of digital technologies in 3 domains already adopted by Mokudai and colleagues. That is, as you can see on the slide, operation, Kaizen, and human resource development and their subsequent categorization. We carried out a qualitative single case research, and the case selected is just automobile Lamborghini that we discussed yesterday. The sport car manufacturer located in the Italian Motor Valley, but acquired by the German group Audi Volkswagen. In particular, we decided to focus on the Urus assembly line, a new car model launched some years ago, and Urus assembly line was born as digital line, and it was at the time of the research the most advanced in the plant of Lamborghini. It is not a coincidence that at the time of the research, the assembly line was the only one where manufacturing execution system was adopted differently by other lines in the plant. Another important factor to be considered is that since the acquisition of Audi Volkswagen, an hybrid Italian-German industrial relations system at company level was established. And these are the results.
Okay, very brief description of what we saw. Production planning and control has to cope with a highly customized products destined to a variety of markets that often have different requirements in terms of homologation and so on. So the MES here plays an important role because it ensures that different standards are fulfilled, and the different requirements are can be managed. The MES keeps record of each process and allows somehow a customized workflow that is created based on every single vehicle that goes through the assembly line. As far as processing is concerned, the MES processes 2 types of data. The first one is the functioning of the machines. The MES detects if one machine along the assembly line is not working properly, and also records the task performed by workers, provided that are the workers who certify that they have carried out an activity. So they just put a check. Like the system is not capable of automatically recognizing if an operation has been carried out or not. The assembly line, of course, is full of digital technologies, tablets, cobots, it's an assembly line decoupled from the anchoring to the floor. It's completely made of equipment hanging from the ceiling, built through a modular conception that can be arranged and rearranged according to the operations to be carried out. AGV are used. One digital bracelet. One important thing is that somehow the technology is not deployed to its full potential. There are some potentialities of the MES that are not used. One example is the digital bracelet potentially could provide information on workers' movements, on the time required to perform each task, but these functions are not activated. Yeah, exactly. Somehow on specific requests by the union, like somehow the union prevents forms of labor control. Okay, internal logistics, again, full of digital. Operators are supported by automated guided vehicles that transport specific semi-finished products. Operators have tablet and digital sensor-equipped gloves, which guides them to the correct supply. And all the data is collected and processed by the MES, so that the MES can give a real-time inventory and proceed to renew orders when supplies are needed. In maintenance operations, the digitalization is limited, despite technical possibility of implementing, preventing maintenance through digitalization. And in inspection tasks, again, we find an extensive use of digitalization through basically 3D representations of the products, the final products. Here again, workers are in charge of correcting problems or errors when they occur. The Sadly department was an emblematic example because digital machine can identify really tiny little flaws in the leather that are almost invisible to a human eye, even to a trained human eye. But again, intervention of human is still maintained. Like the MES is useful to improve quality, reduce errors, but when a decision has to be made, it corresponds to the operators to implement it. Cross-cutting data emerging by operation analysis tells us that the MES allows a time saving on the general assembly line, not necessarily on each step of the line. Okay, Kaizen is based on data collection by MES, human intervention that introduce correcting measures. MES monitors the correcting measures, controls if they're correct or not, and this is the kind of interaction that occurred. When the problem is solved, the MES is capable of rescheduling the work and organize work files on the assembly lines. Human resources development, here again, we find interesting use of digital technologies. They are using ergonomics, but also to organize the presence of workers in the working stations, to assign workers to the working station according to their level of competence and in training. And currently, this is a last development, the process is being informatized, like the process of classifying workers according to their competencies. And human resources development for digitalization. As far as production is concerned, we are now aware that if we shift to other functions, the thing is a bit different. But as far as the assembly line is concerned, digitalization was developed with substantial contribution from already existing personnel that was trained and upgraded. In strict collaboration and coordination with worker representatives at company level. It is not a case that the person that was talking with us about Lamborghini yesterday, Luca Zoboli, is the responsible of the MES and is also the union's delegate. Okay, generally speaking, the digitalization has a high impact on competencies and hierarchy of workers. Okay, so What we saw is that digitalization, in our case, is progressive and incremental, as production shifts towards new releases from one model to another one. Somehow, technology trickles down from one model to the next one, and each time a new model is introduced, we have a step forward. The last development is a unique digitalized line for 2 models that will be implemented. Still, the sequential production structure remains predominant. Although it becomes more and more flexible, we are within this paradigm. We saw a digital shadow paradigm where workers hold control over all the important decisions along the assembly line. We saw no self-regulating system, no system where the machine somehow intervenes automatically to reorganize the production, okay? Although we did see some breakaway leaks forward. To further push digital twin, we think that it depends on 2 basic conditions. The first one is the type and market positioning of the product, which leaves an enormous scope for profit. Now we're talking about sports car, luxury cars, and of course there's a wide margin for profit. The second element that has to be taken into account is the particular type of industrial relations, where unions play an important role in decision-making processes, including the way, the time, and the times through which digitalization is introduced in the production. About the lean trap, which is one of the topics that the literature has been addressing, we're inclined to think that to escape a lean trap, the industrial relations system and the productive organization should co-evolve to overcome the lean paradigm. I mean, we are still within a lean production paradigm, so somehow the lean trap is inherent to this paradigm. Okay, some conclusions, very briefly. We found a lot of similarity with the work that has inspired us, but the existence of the mess, which was not identified in the case studies that were present in, in the article we mentioned, makes one big difference, because it really explodes the potentiality of integrating different technologies. Digitalization makes production and most of all, quality control much more efficient. But the using self-regulating system is still weak. Okay? Somehow, we think that our case study challenges the perception of German firms as oriented towards the adoption of I 4.0 pattern. But still, more investigation is needed, and we're now engaging in more investigations that somehow in German-owned firms in other sectors. Yeah, that is, I think, no. Well, further developments, we are beginning to study the introduction of digital technologies in other firms, in other sectors, located in Italy but belonging to German groups, just to check if this, German orientation towards I 4.0 pattern holds. And we are also engaging in see what the next step forward in Lamborghini, in Automobili Lamborghini, would imply in production. No? That is the new model, the Revuelto, which is the new model that is going to replace the old Aventador, and has just been presented about a month ago. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't think there's a PowerPoint. So. Okay. Okay, hi. So my name is Martin Schröder, and I'm going to talk about well, follow up on previous presentation that summarized some of our previous research. We are going to look at digitalization approaches in German and the Japanese automobile industry. And first, to start off, going to explain the background of the research. So first, we did some collaborative research between German and Japanese colleagues in 2019, and results have been published by Holst and by Mokudai. And we basically observed that Japanese automotive firms utilize digital technologies rather sparingly, and that's significantly different from what you read about Industry 4.0 in Germany. But we also have research that found that Japanese companies in Europe use Industry 4.0 in a German way. And that leads us to believe that while there's maybe something specifically German or specifically Japanese about the way companies initially perceive and utilize technology, that doesn't mean that this perception or way of implementation cannot be changed in other geographic contexts. And we therefore think that, as a, let's say, working hypothesis, that what can explain these distinct, let's say, conceptualizations, but then also adaptations. And we think that maybe varieties of capitalism, so political economy framework, can explain some of the differences that we see. Because basically what varieties of capitalism says is that different institutions on the national level, so welfare system, industrial relations, vocational training, result in different national patterns of capitalist organization. And while our initial research was mainly interested in investigating how firms use the technology, we now gradually shift to try to explain or to make sense of what we actually see. And the main focus of the current research is on Kaizen and human resource development because they are, let's say, intrinsically linked to human resource development, which is, well, should be impact of national institutions should become visible. Then, so this is not my own work, this is collaborative work, and we originally did some, like I said, exploratory case studies in 2019. We wanted to follow up in 2020, and then was COVID, and we just had the chance to continue our work in Japan in 2022, and we did some field research this March. And we collaborate with colleagues from, well, Takefumi Mokudai, my co-author, is from Kyushu University. Katsuki Aoki is from Meiji University, and they all study management. And then Hayo Holst is a sociologist, and Ulrich Jürgens is a political economist. And we did our field work together in Germany. And we basically relied on a theoretical sampling approach in the sense that we looked at companies that are very active in digitalization and others that are not very active. We also tried to have different sizes of companies, and we try to look at least at one case where there's a firm that is active in both contexts but is rooted in Germany, so that we can basically say the company philosophy, company policy is identical, but what happens if the company is in a different institutional context? For the methodology, we relied on basically qualitative semi-structured interviews with plant tours, and the basic investigations lasted between 3 to 7 hours, and we did some follow-up, of course, to triangulate our results. This is a brief overview over the companies, the kinds of products that are made, the interviewees, and then the main dates of the company visits. And you can see that we, in the German sample, we have mostly car makers and suppliers, and just one small startup that is focusing on digital shop floor management. regarding our observations, so we mainly see concentration of deployment of technologies in 3 clusters. And that is first, when we talk about operations, mainly inspection, inventory and logistics, and maintenance is present in lots of the companies. So I have to explain, the big X means that something is fully implemented, and the small x means it's like in a trial period. And the only exception would be for the human resource training related elements. The full X means that there's a plan to implement proper vocational training, while the small x means that there are activities to develop human resources that are based on voluntary training. So basically people volunteer or say, I want to be trained in a certain technology. What we also see is that the most common deployment is in maintenance, and this is, I think, consistent with most of the literature in the sense that making a business case for maintenance is relatively easy for most companies, so that they can quantify the return on investment, and this is why this is widely used in the industry. Then we see that lots of companies are engaging in digitalized data collection, and some try data analysis. But this is actually interesting because we think that from what we expected was much more digitalized control or trying to have digital control, self-controlled processes. But what we actually found in the German case is that there are practical barriers to the implementation, that they still need the human workers or engineers to actually improve the process. So that suggests to us that this vision of a self-regulating system is really like an academic vision or a technology-based vision, but it's not what the firms think is realistic. One company, we talked with the head of digitalization, and she said that maybe in 15 years, we think the technology is maybe ready, but at the moment, it's not possible. Okay, and then, so maybe we try, like I said, we just did the research, so we still have a lot of, let's say, data cleaning, triangulation, and so on and so forth. But when we talk about varieties of Kaizen, we expected to find much more expert-led approach from the past literature. And what we actually observe in the companies is that the people who have the AI knowledge need the shop floor-based knowledge, and they cannot develop systems without the cooperation of the workers. And so in a pragmatic approach, they simply try to work together. And basically, you have shared roles in this process. So identifying the problems and potential explanations is something that the workers can do. Setting up the AI model, or let's say proper data collection methods, is what the AI or IT people are doing. And then finally, when they found potential explanation with the AI, the traditionally trained electrical or mechanical engineers will design the solution. Right? So it's like not that AI can do everything. It's like unrealistic. And at the same time, for our Japanese company that we had in this sample, we basically reaffirmed that there's a very strong conceptualization of the digital technologies based on the existing lean paradigm. So the company, although it's not Toyota, explicitly developed the same, let's say, Ono's framework of 7 wastes, and said this is where digital technologies can be the solution. So that means they perceive the AI or digital solutions based on lean thinking, not the other way around. And, well, you can see that the explanation is relatively straightforward. If you have defects, we want more predictive maintenance so that the machines will not fail. We don't want to have any defects so that people don't have to wait. we want to use autonomous robots to make people not move excessively. We want to minimize wastes in transportation by automating logistics. We want to improve operational optimization so that our inventory can be even smaller. And we try to, what is not so clear at the moment is we want to improve the management processes to avoid overproduction. Okay, when it comes to vocational training, we see very strong difference. So even for the German company in Japan, although in Germany they have a Industry 4.0 based vocational training regime introduced 5 or 6 years ago. In Japan, they have a completely different standard that is based on the traditional Japanese system on the job learning. And so that for us, that means that in the vocational training context, the institutions have the very strongest impact in the sense that the Japanese approach is firm-based, and in the German approach, we have a mixture of industry-level standards that are implemented by the firms. What we also found really interesting was that the role of the German unions was much, much stronger than in the Japanese cases. So although there's a time gap, we think that in Germany, we saw for all the case companies that the union is actively involved in trying to define new standards, prevent the companies from doing certain things on the shop floor. And in Japan, it's basically that the union, when we can get information, follows what the company wants to do. So very different approach. What we also found interesting is, let's say, which is complicating our observation, is that we have a really big problem when it comes to interpreting our data, because lots of the lines that we saw in Germany are specifically for making EV components. So the issue is that the EV components have much lower product variety than the traditional combustion engine. And so we are not sure if our interpretation should ascribe everything to digitalization or should it be ascribed to the change in the powertrain. Right? This is really difficult. And the main issue for us is when we see those lines, the companies like to show us these lines because this is where their new toys are. The other thing that it was interesting for us was that when you, Sara and Matteo talked about the deployment of the new technology, the big companies said that they use the digital shop floor management and technologies because they don't know enough about the electric car to do traditional Kaizen. So it means even the engineers don't have enough know-how to standardize the process. And they hope that the digital technologies can give them some hints that they then can find the root cause of the problem and then do traditional Kaizen or engineering-led Kaizen. And that suggests to us that when we think about this lean influence, that traditionally the idea in lean is that you create a standard and then you implement it. Because with the EV, they don't know what the standard is. They try to use the digital technology to tell them what the standard should be, in a sense. And this is, let's say, making our interpretation really difficult because what is digital, what is EV is not so clear. And, well, final point I already made, the significant difference is really in the training and difference of existing systems of industrial relations. That's all. Thank you.
So, should I start? Thank you. Okay, thank you very much to have the possibility for this presentation here. But I fear after the previous presentations, I will not be able to tell you something new, really new. But I tried, so to say. I focus here on the development, based on our research findings, on the development perspectives of the German industry. So maybe I make a contribution to the open issue, what's a German, distinct German digitization strategy, but we should discuss it later. My title is Industry 4.0, a path-dependent innovation. My starting point is, you all know this debate and discourse, the mainstream opinion in this discourse that digitization and Industry 4.0 lead to a technological, societal, and social disruptive situation. Maybe this opinion or this standpoint is correct concerning, for instance, parts of the service sector based on information and based on big data. It's correct concerning our own, so to say, communication behavior, etc., etc. And aspects like platform economy, B2C relations, work forms, work patterns like crowd work and gig work are examples for disruptive developments. However, we have to see that this development goes sectorally highly divergent, and we have, especially in the industrial sector, in the manufacturing sector, a high degree of what we call path dependency. What does it mean, path dependency? That's a change process, a technological-based change process, which follows the given technological, organizational, personal, skilled, etc. Structures. And it's a process which basically does not leave these given structures. The basic mechanisms leading to this path dependency can be called, following the literature, can be called increasing returns. That means increasing returns are self-reinforcing effects caused by more or less continuously occurring so-called small events, but also by accident, but the main explanation focuses on the small events. And small events are sort of a step-by-step improvements, step-by-step optimization effects, etc. And such small events are based, for instance, in the technological perspective, on that what we call technical interrelatedness. That means the integration of new technologies into an existing system, improving the system and eliminating bottlenecks and deficits, etc. Another aspect is that what we called, or already mentioned, optimization effects. That means efficiency will be raised within established organizational and personal structures. And finally, we have to look at an aspect what we call securing complementarity in an existing socio-technical systems. That means the functional interrelationships will be kept and will be also improved by the new technologies. Concerning our empirical findings, we find this path dependency in regard of two dimensions. We speak here first of incremental digital innovations. I think it's the same what you presented. And these digital innovations are closely bound to the given structures in organizational and technological aspect. And secondly, we speak of a structurally conservative change of work process with only gradual character. And the framework of the existing organizational structures is very stable. That means, again, small events here are caused by continuously increasing returns, and the given processes are only step-by-step incrementally optimized. And we find this in many industrial sectors and in many companies, and disruptive developments are not foreseeable for the majority of companies. At this point, I should refer to our methodological base. This methodological base consists of 3 pillars, more or less of 3 pillars. First, we conducted qualitative research. That means we conducted case studies and semi-structures expert interviews during the last 5 to 6 years within a lot of basic research projects and a lot of application-oriented projects. And I can speak here of about 30 case studies. And don't ask me, I don't know how many expert interviews we have conducted during the last years. That's the first pillar, and I have to add the company sample includes mostly small and medium-sized companies from the metalworking sector and the electrotechnical sector, the furniture sector, and generally producing commodities, for instance, like kitchen equipment, etc. The second pillar refers to a secondary analysis of available statistical data concerning the diffusion of digital technologies. And the third pillar of our methodological base is, so to say, a continuous participation in the ongoing discussion process on Industry 4.0 in Germany on several levels, on innovation policy level, on application-oriented level, on the union level, etc., etc. This last pillar was for our findings and research very important due to contacts, due to get new information and specific information, and sometimes in the evening, when you have a glass of wine with some experts, you learn more than when you visit a company officially. So that is our basic. Now I come to our findings. The first point is the varying diffusion of Industry 4.0 in the German industry, in the German core industry, so to say. Based on the data sets we have available, we can approximately and roughly speaking identify 3 types of companies. The first type is a type what we call far-reaching digitizers, or better said, front-runners. Typical companies, for instance, here are Lamborghini and the packing machine producer named GD, I think. Yeah. This type includes about 1/5, about 20% or so, following the current data of all companies. These are mostly technology, high-tech intensive companies, often both developers and users of such companies. They want to sell their systems, so they have to use it and to present it to potential customers. They produce complex products and in part see large batch products. And we see in this type an extensive rollout of technology based, and that's a very important point, based mostly on a long-term oriented digitization strategy. They have what we call a strategy in concerning the future development. The second type is a type what we call selective digitizers, or better said, followers. This is a majority of companies, maybe 50 to 60% of all companies, mostly small and medium-sized companies. And here we find only, so to say, a limited technology rollout, a limited implementation of the new technologies. And last but not least, we have skeptical companies and even non-users. and even non-users, maybe about 15 to 20%, it depends on the data. And here we have a dominance of smaller companies, of smaller, medium-sized and smaller companies. And mostly we found a low technology intensity, a limited amount of resources and competences, for instance. And I repeat it, we have a lot of companies in this category which show a disinterest, which are disinterest in Industry 4.0, or we have even 2 or 3 or 4 cases which reduced their activity in the context of Industry 4.0. That means we have only incremental and limited use, and the main reasons for this are, I repeat it, we have a complementarity between old and new technologies. We have an improvement of process efficiency, and that means the stabilizing of the existing systems, and that's a very rational strategy of the companies from our point of view. They avoid risks with a step-by-step perspective. They avoid high investment costs, they avoid technical problems they may not able to solve, and they avoid the follow-up costs which they do not know how much it will be. The second aspect, empirical aspect, is that what I call the conservative change of work processes. That means the existing work processes are optimized. For instance, work instructions become better and better. They with less prone to error. The material delivery is less vulnerable. We have less disturbances. Machine control programs are more precise, etc. And we have also that what we called the assuring of the socio-technical complementarity. That means the running processes are kept as stable as possible. And important factors are still the specialist knowledge, the accumulated experience, and the motivation of the employees. And very interesting is that we found this picture in highly standardized processes like logistics, for instance, but also in complex processes like assembling of single batch machines in mechanical engineering companies. We have, concerning the work process, we have to see additionally factors like growing flexibility and the growing complexity of processes. Concerning our feelings or our interpretation is that the new technologies very often is implemented to handle and to manage this growing complexity, and that means that the established process is stable and the established process is able to deal with the growing complexity and the growing market flexibility. So we come to a new situation, but concerning work and organization, etc., we have a situation with only a minor process of change. That means we have contradictory consequences for industry, for work under the conditions of Industry 4.0. On the one hand, we have lower levels of disturbance. That means we have a reduced need for decision making. We have processes of standardization and simplification of procedures. On the other hand, we have the situation that specialist knowledge, empirical knowledge is still important in nearly all types of processes, and we have even new situations which we can describe with a new scope and needs for action. Colleagues spoke in this respect of a general tendency of not change process, but of an updating of existing work processes. That means we have a moderate pattern of technological and social change when implementing for Industry 4.0 processes. I come to my end. On the long term, of course, path dependency does not exclude disruptive changes. Here we must see several factors. For instance, that the expected advantage of a path change is large. And so the expectations of greater economic effects will lead to new activities. Or the efficiency limits of the current situation are too strong, and there is a need for a far-reaching innovation. And we have also the situation, and that's a level of discourse, more or less, that there's a reference to many seemingly already successful companies and the support by innovation policy, which generates modernization pressures on companies which are skeptical so far. You know, organizational sociology speaks here of isomorphic mechanisms, for instance. That's very important. And we may have a strategic change towards more customization and more new business models, which leads to the need of new systems. And finally, there may be new management fractions, more IT-oriented, more modernized-oriented, if they change the strategy of companies. But even if there will take place sooner or later such a process which can be described as disruptive, we will witness a segmentation, still a segmentation development. A segmentation, roughly spoken, between larger technology-intensive companies which have the resources and the competences and the money, so to say, the capital, to deal with the new needs and to deal with the new technologies, and still the majority, even if they are under the pressure to modernize and even if they are under the pressure to digitize in a higher speed, so to say, and they are not able to overcome all the needs and to deal with them. And we have to see in this respect the difficulties to overcome the strong inertial effects of the given systems, the data structures, the existing hardware, etc., which is still a very strong factor. And we have had some companies where we found, so to say, it's crazy, several levels of IT systems which worked, so to say, besides or on different levels, and they didn't know how to bring it together. That even on the long term, we can speak of an involuntary and continuous path dependency for many, mostly smaller companies. Thank you very much.
Okay, perfect time management, all speakers. We can now open the floor to Gwendalina and Margherita. I don't know who wants to speak first for the comments, and then the floor. You want to come here? Please.
Okay, yeah. So thank you so much. Probably I shouldn't say that, but probably my favorite panel in the whole conference. Great presentation, I think. Grazie. Remind us, I go back to the title of the conference, Industry 4.0, 10 years later. 10 years later, another reminder that technological change is incremental, and despite everything we heard from this hype, well, actually, all your free papers in different way, but tell us a similar story and a good insights about how we should approach this topic. So I have some questions. Most of them, I would say, driven from curiosity. Don't have much of a critical approach. I really like the free. I look forward to read your paper. The other two papers, I skimmed through them. So really, really interesting. So I'll start from the first one, the Lamborghini case. I have a couple of questions. So at the beginning, you speak about this hybrid German-Italian industrial relation. Wanted to ask if you can elaborate a bit more on that. And so the system have similarities, but also a lot of differences. How do you, if there are some examples that you can give us at the company level of this sort of hybrid? And then in terms of the mass introduction, so you, Sara, you mentioned that the assembly line is whole hanging, and I probably didn't understand well, but was this an adaptation because of mass? Was the line already like that? And a question related to this is, so I think in the introduction, there's a big literature that discusses the role of flexibility with the use of new technology. So I wanted to ask you, in the case of Lamborghini, are there any issues on flexibility? Do they look for more flexibility? Is flexibility a driver for the adoption of new technologies, or actually not? In the study that I've done in South Africa, for instance, German companies say, no, we don't want any flexibility. It's really hard for us to put, our hand on flexible production. So actually, we use technologies in a way that is 24/7, the same task. And yeah, the last question, the last two questions. One related to the mass, to the introduction of mass. What was the main drivers of that, and if there were any retrofitting issues? So it happens, I guess, in most of the companies. This is a technology, a system that is introduced in an already existing line. So maybe Lamborghini is another level, but I just wanted to know if there were issues that they face on these. And last point, I think every time I read something about Lamborghini, the question is always, can we learn lesson from places that are not as good as Lamborghini? And you talk about the fact that workers hold control. Do you think there is any lesson that we can apply in other contexts? Then, from Lamborghini to your paper, Martin. I really enjoyed the paper. I think, as I mentioned this morning, I saw a previous version of this. I think it's really important to keep on having contribution insights at the company level. It has become harder, but apparently not for you. So amazing that we still have insights that are very recent. I skimmed through your paper. I have one question on the literature review that go back to one of our discussion on the varieties of, right? So you use again the varieties of capitalism, and I wonder whether we should go beyond that. Probably there is something more that we could. So you at the end of your presentation, you had varieties of Kaizen. With Antonio just published a paper on variety of robotization. So should we think about varieties of production that are better able to comprehend the complexity of production and the organization of production and technology. So it was a question, if you feel that there is something important in that body of literature, that why you return back to it. Out of curiosity, at page 8, I have here, you mentioned that in Japan, small and medium enterprises cannot have system where they electronically receive orders from, let's say, customers. Why is that? I'm just curious because actually in South Africa, the government pushed for the implementation of this system from the OEM to suppliers, so it's kind of the other way around. And the last point on the electric vehicles, so you point that, it's hard to say whether the adoption of more technologies is actually due to digitalization or actually because of the electric vehicles. So there were a lot of papers in these days that mentioned the fact that, again, we need to go back to a change of architecture and of product design. Do you think that these change that we are seeing and we will see of electric vehicles will give us more insights whether actually digitalization and technological change need a sort of supply push in the sense of changing models? Do you think, is there enough evidence to say that, or what are your thoughts on that? And lastly, and then I give to Margherita. So the last presentation, as I mentioned yesterday, I really enjoyed the paper and your other contribution that I hardly tried to translate from German to Italian using Google Translate. I really enjoy also the theoretical part that you tried to elaborate on at the beginning. I entered this increasing return story during my PhD work. I think it's fascinating. I want to go back to you put 3 elements when you say that increasing returns in technological change may depend on three aspects. So if I go back to classical economies, the increase in return is associated with the complementarity between the supply side and demand side. I'm simplifying, but so if I look at your points, I'll take the first one, the technical interrelatedness. We could actually say it, the way in which you're framing it, that there need to be the capabilities on the supply side to be able to, but also the sort of demand push, right? So is there an order for more volume that asks for another technology? So is how do you think that supply side and demand side can enter, and if they matter is something that we discussed a little bit yesterday. And the last question that I have, I think is really interesting, the three type of companies that you have, the three sort of categories. So reading at these categories, I was thinking the first type, the Lamborghini style, is company that have very strong reorganizational capabilities. So they can, they have the financial capabilities to invest in new technologies, but also very strong retrofitting and organizational capabilities. So I've been always interested in this connection between technology and organization. The second, and I would say especially the second, but the second and the third type of company. So do you, according to your interviews, how hard is to manage complexity for these firms? How hard is to manage the reorganization of production that these technologies bring with them? Thank you.
Now, perhaps I would start from the last presentation, so I'm close connected to what Gwendolina was saying. I was impressed by the paper by Artmut with the reference to increasing return to scale and path dependency, because you have, to some extent, presented a theoretical framework that is very nice to address the issue of why we don't find what was expected. And you are saying, well, things are more complicated than just say we have to change. Change occurs and so on. But I have some questions on the unit of analysis you are considering, because to some extent, if you consider a complex system perspective in which path dependency has an incredible importance, is it playing a role at establishment level, at company level, at system level? At which level? Because disruption is not something that occurs at company, at establishment level. Disruption is something that we consider as such when the system is changing the trajectory of his development. So I think that the notion of path dependency is very useful because it allows us to explain why you have a situation in which increasing return to scale with adoption can change the trajectory of what were initially the relative comparative advantages of two technologies. This was the initial model by Brian Arthur, okay? He was comparing exactly what was happening in locations and in technologies. So the idea is that they start at the beginning with a relative position, but incremental and causal adoptions were to some extent increasing the efficiency, we can say, on the one that was not initially chosen. But this is something that is related at company level when you look at the different scale, many different elements entering your story, and you consider interrelatedness as a very crucial point. Is your interrelated, strictly speaking, related to users and demand and supply side, or is something in a more, I would say, holistic consideration? Because I feel confident but not completely satisfied, I would say, okay? So, and this is the specific point is, okay, I like the idea that there are small events, but in your empirical analysis, can you track a series of small events just to give us the idea of what's happening that is changing the dynamics of change? So it is, And I conclude with an observation that it is unforeseen and not recognizable. Yes, because as Nathan Rosenberg stresses a lot, you have processes that need to be considered as social processes. And social processes, by definition, cannot be individual. So cannot be, the point of innovation is exactly that there is an inherent uncertainty. And the most fundamental uncertainty is exactly that they are not in a vacuum in which, as we know, no? In which there is somebody who says, Industry 4.0 is the trajectory, and everybody sooner or later will arrive. No, the point is that the real world is completely different, and the real world is a lot of uncertainty. And uncertainties are not because you don't know what will happen with your product in terms of costs, but because you don't know what will happen with the product that has no functionality yet defined. Okay? Think of, and I skip to Martin, think of the example you gave when the technicians use the digital technologies to know how to optimize production processes that are new for them. So in principle, they know the theory, okay? In principle, that theory was very well adapted to the practice that day by day were structuring their organization. But suddenly the product changes because of external endogenous changes, okay? So they have to adapt to a completely different production for electrical vehicles. So what? How can they implement a model that has some principles, but they have the practical knowledge? And this of knowledge, the issue of knowledge, is something that is strictly related to Hartmut, because knowledge, technician has to know how. No? So the technology, and it's a matter of workable knowledge. They can't simply have the theory, okay? Because as you explained, the theory is completely different when a Japanese company produces in Japan or in Germany. So the theory can be the same, the production process in principle can be the same, but the workable knowledge they apply is completely different, okay? So I think that with regard to Hartmut, my questions are, I would like to go more within the analytical framework. And so I go back to Martin with this connection, because I had two specific questions. One with regard to maintenance, in the sense that you were mentioning that they use data for maintenance. That was a problem that we had in Spain. In Romania, they don't use data. They collect, but they don't use. But in Spain, because of many problems that Tommaso explained me very well, it's a story that he wrote. So I didn't read, but he wrote, so it's very clear. But in Spain, we observed that the data they collect, they use those data to maintenance, but in different ways. They can use data for predictive maintenance, but also to test some functionalities of the machine. So they use artificial intelligence to produce predictions for different stress of the machinery. But the point is that you have to train AI, as you were saying, and you have to train maintenance workers. And this is something extremely interesting. So you use for an incredible new element that is a new machinery, a new complex system with robots and all devices to tackle the elements that would be most appropriate. You integrate, as far as I understand, the workable knowledge of the maintenance workers with the new specific set of knowledge that they need to be effective in the maintenance. So, and this brings us, I think, to something very critical. After we learned a lot during the interviews in Romania. For example, we never heard about the predictive maintenance. It was outside our world. And we studied a lot on predictive maintenance in the literature, discovering that this is something, well, there is time to be, we need the time to implement it effectively. But the point was that in the meantime, human beings, the maintenance workers, have a crucial role because they have to integrate their knowledge with the ones that is produced, the one that is produced by the model realized with the artificial intelligence. So it's an exciting aspect of the new type of maintenance worker we have in many companies when they are in the between of interacting with the new pieces of knowledge that are produced in real time, I can say, or they are producing when the setting of the new machines and the working with the new machines is operating. There is this story of progressive and incremental that is related to what Hartmut was saying. I have one comment and an observation for Sara and Matteo. One comment is that something appeared to me immediately out of the blue, very clear, that it was absolutely unexpected. I didn't think about this. As economists, we are trained to measure productive capacity, to study the capacity utilization, to discuss about this stuff. And suddenly, when you were presenting the issue of potentiality of mass, you were describing something that is the potentiality of mass is defined with regard to a different context of interaction between humans and machines. So it's mass that is a piece of capital equipment. So the capacity utilization of digital technologies like mass that have a crucial role in what we are speaking about is something that is out of the rules that we were accustomed to consider. We have a lathe, and the lathe can be used very, very fast, can be used longer. Okay. And the parameters are fixed within the mechanisms that are within the machinery. Now we have a completely different setting to define the capacity potential and so the capacity utilization. So anytime we see that they have a mass, it's not enough because it depends on how they use the mass. To which extent they exploit, the companies exploit mass to integrate, to enhance, and to reduce, to implement lean production, because the potential is incredible, but it depends on what they do. So the notion of capacity utilization is completely different. Last question for you. And the last question is that it's very nice. Martin was comparing Japanese companies in the German environment. And in 2016, Rieti was doing an incredible investigation in Japan, studying the adoption of big data in Japanese companies, and they discovered that it was very, very poor at that time in comparison to the German companies, or at least to the expectation they had for the Japanese companies. So when we see the behavior of Japanese companies in Germany, it's very interesting to see to which extent they adapt to the context and to the managerial culture and technician culture they have. But my point with you is another one, with regard to your further research. Because if you, and so the question is the question is an implicit answer. Your further research refer to other Germany-owned company, okay? Very, very nice. In Italy, very nice. Where? Because are the companies in Emilia-Romagna or not? Because our background thinking, the background of me, Armanda is not here, perhaps is there. So is that it, Fulvia D'Aloisio, is that that model worked perfectly as a German model in an Italian company, but that worked perfectly because the German owner, Volkswagen Audi, was buying an Italian company in a context that was very specific. So I would check two cases. So I would have a contrafactual analysis. One German company having a company in Italy, in Emilia-Romagna, with a similar story, trade union story of Lamborghini, and the German company with an Italian establishment somewhere else, in Lombardy, in Campania, if any, in Puglia. Well, let's see if you get the same result. So the ecosystem matters. And the ecosystem matters in terms of what was said yesterday by the workers. They have so long tradition as trade union that when the German owner arrived, they were aligned. And what is interesting is that even without a German owner, GD is owned by a Bolognese entrepreneur, it worked. But the common thread is being in Emilia-Romagna with that trade union environment. So, but I don't know if you have that answer.
So thank you very much. I allowed to go over time because we could not stop this creative flow. I think you all have plenty of questions, so I will give you the time to answer. You decide who goes first, up to you. Then, if the organizers allow, we can also have 20 minutes rather than 30 minutes coffee break and extend 10 minutes if there are other questions from the floor. Okay, so I decide. But first you have the chance to reply if you want to.
Start.
I mean, in your interest, try to be as short as possible so that if there are questions, you collect more. But
okay.
Please enjoy.
Okay, I answer to two of the questions from discussant. The other one is for Sara. Okay, the first one, what I mean when I speak about an hybrid industrial relation, an hybrid German-Italian industrial relation. What I mean is that since from Audi Group wrote Lamborghini, a collaborative industrial relation style was nested in that company, not in that area, but in that company. And that industrial relation style was inspired by principle of participation, collaboration between social parties, the so-called co-determination. But in that company and in that area, there was a long tradition of conflictual industrial relation, okay? And there was a sort of interplaying between these two models. I think we have to see to this interplaying as a path dependence, not that it is not possible to find it in another context. But at the same time, this peculiar type of industrial relation is okay in determining the possibility of the union influence company, okay, decision on strategic matters such as the introduction of digital technologies and how introduce them, in what time introduce them, blah, blah, and so on. A little answer to the question of Margherita, because it is a novelty for us, because we are continuing to work with this scheme, this framework, and we, just in this period, we are working on a company, a German-owned company in Venice, Veneto, okay, in the Venice region, okay. It is surprising for me, but we are collecting the same, similar situation. And there is not a strong trade unions inside in that company. So it is interesting. I think we have to continue to study this, but the first preliminary results say to us this. So I hope to answer to you. I have not an answer because you're right. We have to continue to make research about this, but the first research we are, just in this period we are working on, it is interesting that the results are this.
It's still preliminary, so see what we get when we study a bit further. Regarding mass and flexibility, yes, I think that the need of flexibility was a great driver for establishing the mass, because the particular product type of automobile Lamborghini requires flexibility, because it's a highly customized, but also because it is destined to a variety of markets, and really markets' requirements impact greatly on the type of product. No? So when a vehicle is stopped at the Chinese custom that appears to be particularly problematic, we've been told many times that the Chinese are particularly problematic, it's a problem. No? If it has to go back and be reworked because the traceability of a component is not rightly labeled. No? So I think that the need to manage a great variety in production has been an important driver of the introduction of the MES. Regarding the assembly line, when the MES is used on at the time of the research, it was the last model introduced, which was Urus, which was the first SUV manufactured by Lamborghini. The assembly line was completely new. A new part of the plant was built with particular characteristics. It was a kind of greenfield investment, because they built a whole new part with specific characteristics, high ceiling, like the structure projected to support, like all the machinery was really built from zero. So it was not really a modification of previous line. What they were drawing from previous line was the software, No? And at the time of our investigation, they were still somehow struggling to integrate, the SAP, the various software that were regulating small parts of the production. Now, so the MES potentially can integrate all of them, but the integration is not that easy. No? And just one comment about the data. The MES produced an enormous amount of data which is not being used. Because of this integration, they don't exactly know how to. It's probably a problem that will be solved in the future, but at the time, a great part of the data collected is just not used. That was the first comment. The second, lessons learned. Well, it's quite difficult to think of a generalization of Automobili Lamborghini, because they have such a peculiar product. I think that what we have learned, and this somehow connects to what Martin was saying, like digitalization needs feedback from the shop floor. Even in a really push digitalization context as Lamborghini. So I would say that really how you deploy digitalization depends on the context. Okay? So technology can have a very different deployment, can have different impact on workers, on production, depending on the context, on the factors that condition the implementation of technology. I'd say that is the lesson. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. So maybe I start with the question if we should go beyond varieties of capitalism and maybe look at something else. And I think it's actually maybe not too useful, because we should use that as the starting point and then say how the institutions that are part of the VOC framework influence the particular thing that we study. So I wouldn't try to build like a specific variety of Kaizen that tries to look at how is Kaizen different in Japan, Germany, France, or other places. I think that's not too productive, because then we focus more on the Kaizen than on the institutions. So I think that's not so productive. But where you are right, I think that there are lots of interacting variables, right? So the firm strategy definitely matters. So when we have one vehicle producer in Germany that we interview, they have this greenfield approach. Everything is new, then everything is controlled by computers. There are hardly any workers, there are only robots, and different company in a brownfield environment has a completely different approach. They try to use the same robots that the other company is using, but they just have 2 for a trial. And what they find in the trial is that the old infrastructure is not allowing them to deploy the technology as they would like to. So I think that maybe explains why we find so different things, because if it's greenfield, it's easy. Like you plan what you want to do. If it's brownfield, it's much more difficult. Your second question was about this, why is there a law about the digital touch? We honestly don't know. So in the company, we could only talk to the management, not to union or other people. And our only explanation from the company management is that they introduced this in the 1980s to protect small companies that they are forced to implement digital interchange, because they thought the investment burden would be too heavy. And this law still exists and still influences what the companies do. Right? But I have no idea why, but they said they have still lots of SMEs and they have physical Kanban cards that get exchanged. There's no digital Kanban. Then Margarita's question about EV or digitalization. I think it's really tricky because, like I said, when we are going to certain companies that product variety is going down, and that seems to drive the automation, because in one company they said, yeah, we just have pro of this particular product, which is an e-axle, we just have 3 product variants. So it's like very easy to automate, and then they just do it, because it's like need for flexibility is relatively minimal, and also that interestingly, they go back to batch production. So they told us before they used, let's say, Japanese style low automation strategy to deal with lots of complexity in product variety. And now they abandoned this, let's say, tradition, what they practiced for 15 years or more, to go back to hard automation because the product allows it. And so I guess if we have more EVs and less product variety, we are probably going to see more of this. I guess. I don't know, but I guess. And then Margarita's question about maintenance. So what they explained to us is basically that they just try to anticipate, let's say, when the machine is going to have a machine failure based on the parameter that they collect. And they are only interested in forecasting, not precisely, but just within 5 days before machine failure. Because this is allowing them that they say, okay, we can schedule maintenance on the weekend, we don't disrupt the production flow, but we make sure that the machine doesn't wear out during the process when we want the machine to actually work. So they don't aim for perfect prediction, but just to make the process smooth and to not make the machine interrupt the normal production flow. And that basically also means that at least in those companies, it's a small sample, right? They said that the maintenance workers actually don't get retrained so much. They still rely a lot on the experience, knowledge that they have, and they of course maybe learn about the new interfaces and functionalities, but they still mainly seem to rely on what they know about calibration for the machines to keep the machines working. So there doesn't seem to be too much change. And that's it.
Okay. Very briefly, you both asked me, if I understood you right, for the environmental factors, supply side, demand side, and you asked for a more holistic view, right? My arguments or my findings here focused on the company and firm level. Concerning your aspects, your questions, I would very briefly answer in 2 points. The first point is a more abstract one in a more theoretically oriented perspective. I think that actors and companies and firms are actors, so to say, are never forced into a certain direction. They decide on their own. These are strategic actors. They are influenced and not forced by the institutional framework, and they can influence the change process, the development process of the framework. So that means the main activity and the decisions for the future of a whole system, including, so to say, the institutional framework, is made on the action level. That's Giddens. That's not new. That's an old argument. And companies, so to say, have under similar conditions the possibility of choice. An example is, I think we discussed it yesterday, the automotive industry, the current situation of the automotive industry. The strategic choices of VW and the attempts to integrate IT and AI competences into their traditional development. And that's a difficult problem, and I do not believe they will succeed in this strategy. The other aspect, the other strategy is Tesla. They started from IT, so to say, and from AI, and included the traditional technology under the same global market conditions. And we will see sooner or later which strategy will be more successful. That's a general argument, and we have a lot of examples, even from smaller, referring to smaller companies, for instance, small suppliers under high pressure in a rural area, and I know at least 2 or 3 in nearby Dortmund, they have now the situation to decide to dislocate to Poland or to Slovakia, or to stay here, so to say. And that's their decision, and they are not forced. They are in a restricted situation. That's the first point. And the second point, of course, as I said already, we have to include a holistic view. But we cannot, so to say, develop a general analytical holistic view, but we have to refer to the thesis of an ongoing segmentation. And I think a starting point for such a view of segmentation is this classification here. Classification types, different types of technology, different types of technology-oriented strategies, etc. And here we can refer, I think, or we should refer to a term from innovation theory. They speak not of sectoral-oriented innovation systems, but of technological innovation systems. That's an old term, but I think now we have the situation. Tesla versus VW, for instance, we have traditionally oriented companies in a totally other surrounding than the new companies, the newcomers. And they act in a different way, and they have different, so to say, environments and system structures. That's only some first thoughts. We should discuss it further.
So, brilliant session indeed. So, this is my decision. So if there are a couple of short, burning questions from the audience, you can raise them now. If you have a long question or a long comment, you can continue discussing with the speakers over the coffee break. We can take 5 minutes, but I think after a long day before a final plenary, we also need a break. So 5 minutes, it's okay? Tommaso, you are Lea, and Angelo, okay, these two, Lea and Angelo. Please, the mic is where? You can come to the front if you don't mind.
Yeah, I think it's even a yes or no question for now. So both of the presentations on the car industry, you were talking about how technology is implemented differently within the same company group in different countries. So are the systems they are trying to implement, are they the same? Like if you talk about Audi, VW and Lamborghini, are they implementing something that VW is also implementing, or is it also totally different technology decisions in the countries? I think the same is a question for Japan.
Yeah, thank you, first of all. I had a very complex question, and I'll try to make it short. I will follow on the comments by Gwendalina on the possibility to go beyond varieties of capitalism approach. And basically, I wanted to ask if you had considered to put to use a different analytical framework, theoretical framework, such as global production networks dependency theory, and if so, in which way the way that you interpret your result will change, and so will change also. I know it's a question which is sympathetic with the chair that you have. So.
Okay. Regarding Lea's question, we can't really answer because we just studied like Automobile Lamborghini. We were not able to like go in deep in other parts of the same group. So I can't really tell you.
My answer is unfortunately yes and no. So there are some technologies that are first tried in Germany, and then if it works, it comes to Japan. Few months later, typically. But there are also some technologies where each plant has authority to decide, and that is usually something where that is, let's say, mainly focusing at productivity. And because, let's say, we have lots of things that influence productivity from the headquarter perspective, especially differences in wage level, then subsidiaries are able to decide what they want to implement. And oh yeah, your question. We considered other explanations as well. We also looked at there's a big literature on Asian companies that you shouldn't use VOC because Asian companies are too different and so on and so forth. And we considered that, but the problem is that this stream of literature that talks about Asian companies usually has nothing to say about vocational training. And that's not helpful in the context of our study. So we opted against it, and global value chain, I personally like global value chain, but at the moment we focused mainly on how stuff is used, not why, and not on, let's say, the differences between Germany and maybe some subsidiaries in lower wage locations, but basically two high wage countries with different institutions. So we thought that VOC makes more sense.
Just to compliment. We accept suggestions as to possible framework that which really, that is, I think, one of the reasons we're here for, to get useful ideas from. Just one word about the global value chain approach. Now, we were trying, we have one big difficulty to trace all the chain and get adequate information regarding all the steps. It's not that simple. I mean, we have visibility on Everybody has. Yeah. So just, we have thought a lot, but we have not figured out how to implement it until now.
Okay, enjoy your coffee break. We have a plenary at 4:30 here, right? Thank you very much for this brilliant session. All speakers, all contributors, discussants. Excellent.
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Sì, mi sentono?
Solo un attimo che non c'è ancora nessuno. Solo un attimo.
Sono su...
Stanno
Laura,
facendo
sono-
una pausa. Sono in pausa, arrivano fra 5 minuti. Solo un attimo.
C'era la stanza? Sì, ma potrebbe spenta quella. C'è la Giulia. No, solo spegnere il computer. Spegnere la telecamera. Spegnere la telecamera, sì, per sicurezza. Io qui come devo fare? Aspetta, fammi vedere. Guarda, qui non devi fare niente. L'audio? L'audio già c'è, ti sentivano, hai parlato con loro. Se lo voglio togliere, se lo vuoi togliere, guarda Francesco, non devi toccare questo. Qui c'hai un pulsante rosso e uno verde. Col rosso chiudi, lo disattivi. E col verde lo riattivi, credo. Ma che c'hai adesso?
Scusate, l'audio è acceso perché sentiamo tutto quello che state dicendo, quindi non so, vedete voi.
Clicca.
Ciao Francesca.
Francesco, mi dispiace ma Maurizio mi ha bloccata.
Quello immagino, anche perché il casino è ancora grosso qui. Qui c'è ancora molto casino.
Eh sì, immagino. Infatti pensavo che siete riusciti a farla lo stesso. Comunque stamattina ho seguito. Oggi ho seguito.
La presentazione di Lamborghini GD, sì.
Sì, ho seguito il panel del pomeriggio.
Bene. Ciao.
Ciao.
Francesca e David, io sono Margherita Russo, non ci siamo riusciti a vedere, mi senti? No,
è
non
stato
ti
un periodo.
Aspetta.
Mi senti? Sì,
Sì, ti sento benissimo, ti sento bene. Ti ringrazio di essere qui con noi, tra un po' Anna Simonazzi dà il via alla tavola rotonda, qualche minuto perché stanno entrando i partecipanti. Grazie di averti con noi, ancora molte grazie.
No, grazie a voi e mi scuso per non essere lì, ma era proprio stato impossibile.
Guarda, siamo contenti di averti con noi intanto in questa modalità. Anna, prendi il comando. Chiudo qui.
Prendiamo posto, cominciamo. E io cerco una penna. Sì. Allora. Mancano Valentina Carlini, Giovanni Danna, non pensavo di cominciare da sola. Perfetto, possiamo cominciare.
Brilliant. So we can start. Welcome to this last round table of today, which gives us the opportunity to listen to social parties' opinions. And I suppose that after so many debates by researchers, we can interact with who will have to manage the process of automation. It's a great pleasure to introduce you to Valentina Carlini from Confindustria, and she's responsible for policies of digitalization and supply chain. She personally studied the 4.0 industry since the very onset. Giovanni Danna, UIL, responsible for industrial policies. Giorgio Graziani, CISL, in charge of the industry area. And last but not least, Francesca David from CGIL. You can see her online, and she's also working on the industry area. Thank you very much for being with us. We have 90 minutes, therefore without further ado, let's start with this session. We agreed I would give you the floor for approximately 8 minutes, where you can tell us your personal interpretation of the phenomenon of the 4.0 industry, automation, and after these 10 years of experience. After this first round, if you'll stick to the allotted time, we will proceed with a further round. So, first of all, I would like to give the floor to Valentina Carlini to listen to her opinion. She will talk to us about, she will provide us with an overview of the 4.0 industry.
Sì, ok. Allora aspetta, qui faccio così. Circa 8 minuti. Abilito modifica e... Sì, aspetta che... Ecco, nascondo. Ok. Va bene così? Aspetta. Oh, ecco.
Right. First of all, thank you for inviting me. The previous session I joined was really interesting. My colleague said that we're always working on emergencies, working on incentives, but sometimes we don't have the time to understand how this process is developing and how it is having an impact on companies. I started in 2016 with Confindustria working on digitalization process. Germany started 10 years ago, starting this phenomenon. We started a bit later, but back then there were already companies working on it, especially the companies which had relations with the German companies, companies which started the process of digitalization. Our industrial fabric is different when compared to the German one. It is really fragmented, therefore we need, and we felt the need to define a framework of industrial policies that are digitalization oriented. Other European countries before Italy had already started some industrial policies which accelerated digitalization in Germany, but also in the UK. Therefore, Italy was lagging behind. we had a lot of incentives, but they were not really coordinated one with the other. Therefore, this plan that was adopted in 2017, the year where we started, aimed at defining a strategic framework, and it also set an aim that was transforming digitally the industrial system. And thanks to this plan, we also provided us with some tools. From 2017 to today, the plan changed its name several times with each new government. That's all right, that's fine, we're used to it. It's also normal and standard. However, the structure of the plan itself did not change. When it was first implemented in 2016, the plan that was developed was a plan that could ease the introduction of technologies or new technological areas, the areas that you can see on the slide. Therefore, all digital technologies were the focus of it. Artificial intelligence, big data, cloud, and so on and so forth. As to technology, the plan has always been like this. In terms of topics that the plan would focus on, they are based on 3 pillars. They are also the 3 priorities that companies will have to experiment to complete this transition. First of all, investments. They will have to change their machineries and machines. Activities in research and innovation would be the second pillar, which is instrumental and fundamental, thanks to which companies can implement new processes. And the third one will be the huge area of skills, which has already been debated when other keynote speakers talked about the MES, the MES. We can have the best technology in the world, but if we don't have the skills to use that technology, then everything is useless. Of course, if you have a Ferrari, but you use it as if it was a Fiat 500, then of course that Ferrari will be useless. So these are the 3 main pillars that guided us towards our final aim. During these 10 years, we also introduced some credits on taxes. The resources of the past 3 years they originate from the Next Generation EU, more than 13 billion euros. This year we're using our own resources of our complementary funds through credits on taxes that incentivize the 3 main pillars I've mentioned to you. Investments to purchase new machines and machineries. They can be both tangible and intangible. So we're also talking about softwares and application systems which are instrumental to complete digitalization. These goods are clearly identified into attachments into specific documents where machineries are enlisted in one specific document, and the other document is dedicated to intangible goods, software applications, so on and so forth. Therefore, as I said before, we're using the credit on taxes, helping companies to purchase both tangible and intangible goods. Then other incentives that are aimed at supporting the research and development, also promoting design, and up to last year companies also had a credit on taxes for training and courses in general. So companies could use it to upskill the employees. Unfortunately, this year we don't have it. We don't have this credit and these resources to invest in training, but we're working on it. So I was talking about goods, tangible and intangible. Of course, they need to have specific characteristics in order for companies to be able to use those credits. The element that gives rights to companies to use these incentives is the concept of interconnectivity, which means that these tangible or intangible goods will have to improve the interconnectivity of the whole facility or company. There are some companies that are implementing platforms to connect to suppliers, to be constantly in touch with them during the whole production process, but also for as much as logistics is concerned. This is the main topic of interconnectivity that was a must-have element to have access to these resources aimed at further developing and improving technologies in companies. This was pretty tough for many companies in Italy. Here you can see our history from 2021 to 2025. These incentives have been already planned and programmed and scheduled up to 2025. You can see the different percentages. This year we have less resources, especially with investments up to 2.5 million euros. We have a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises. Up to last year, they could have a 40% of credit on taxes. Well, this year, it's basically half of it, 20%. This is the current picture that we have. So we've started a dialogue with our ministry. Because, of course, the process is going on. We're also comparing what's going on in Italy with the situation in Europe. If I'm not mistaken, 60% of the Italian companies had already included their in their productive process the introduction of new technologies. So, of course, we know we've come a long way, but there's a long road, there's a long way to go. So we know that we're all on the same boat. We need to acknowledge what we've done, but we know there's a long way to go, and that's why we've started this debate with the ministry to make this plan gain momentum, and we hope that we can use the PNRR or Next Generation EU resources to invest on it. So this is the big pictures in terms of incentives on tangible goods. Let's come to our perception of the plan. After many years of very fragmented incentives on the Industry 4.0, we must say that nowadays there is a new decree. This is an essential topic for us, both nationally and regionally. There are a lot of incentives. They are very fragmented. I would like to emphasize this once again. So, of course, we need to understand how to use them and which ones to use. The plan was also shared among all the stakeholders, not only with employers and companies, but also polytechnic universities and other institutions that could do their fair share and make their contributions to define new technologies that were needed so that companies could make or take this leap and fulfill their and complete this technological advancement. So how did we use these tools? A study was performed through the Made in Italy Ministry and the Ministry for Economies and Finances. Confindustria is part of this center to study on how this measure was used. From our studies, we saw that a lot of small enterprises had used this plan with the ensuing measures and incentives. Therefore, this is the way to go, definitely. Once again, I would like to stress that after 6 years, we need to understand what the situation is nowadays, to understand if the structure is suitable and if we need to adopt parts of this plan. Europe is focusing its attention on so many plans, and the focus is now on sustainability. Sustainability is fundamental for so many reasons. They have already been mentioned, to reuse materials, to trace goods, so on and so forth. So there are a lot of technologies and part of the innovation area that is also fundamental for sustainability. I'd like to stop here. Thank you very much for sticking to your allotted time. Just one question. Is the English translation working for you? Can you listen? Can you hear it?
Okay.
Yes or no? Yes.
Benissimo. Allora, un piano
Right, brilliant. So a plan of industrial policies that is shared among stakeholders. So what would you like to add to this debate? So let's move on with Giovanni Danna. Please, the floor is yours. I remember that I had just arrived at the UIL trade union where we started discussing the Industry 4.0. In terms of engagement, I must say that
rispetto a noi sindacati è stato forse un po' più approfondito della media, però diciamo che siamo stati ben informati,
we started
non particolarmente coinvolti nella
and we
definizione degli
started
strumenti.
working on it, even though we were not really involved in terms of the use of the new tools. I must say that
L'automatismo degli incentivi e quindi non
there
più
were
l'incentivo a bando,
many incentives that companies could take advantage of pretty quickly and not so slowly as it had happened in the past. Finally, what we liked was that we were talking about manufacturing, that is the main pillar that is promoting the second main manufacturing industry of Europe, and that is supporting any developed country just like Italy.
Con gli interventi legati al 4.0.
So the Industry 4.0 was a step forward.
In contemporanea poi c'è stato anche
of course we had some concerns as well.
Detassazione dei premi di risultato.
There was also a decrease of taxes. They were the years where people were saying that we had to work more on the collective agreement in order to increase salaries and wages. That provision that led to the decrease of taxes was the missing chain that had to link the 4.0 industry to the employment policies.
L'ingresso della tecnologia sia fondamentale perché
we know that this process is so important because working on digitalization means not only to make production more efficient, but also to adjust processes within the company. And it's not useful just to increase the salaries and wages, but it should also be used to improve working conditions that are also related to digitalizations and innovation. Company agreement and collective agreement in companies unfortunately didn't take a step forward, sadly. Last April we got new data from the Ministry for the Economy. From 2017 to 2020, only 2 million employees could benefit from these advantages that were originated from the plan. Of course, it's 2 million employees, but it's way under our expectations. In terms of the salaries that took advantage of less taxes, so we know that that amount, approximately 2 billion euros, so it's not what we were expecting. These are the focal points that we mainly appreciated, but also our concerns. I must also say that the people who were responsible for collective agreements or company agreements before these benefit kept on doing it, and of course got better and better at doing it. Of course, there was a progress. Of course, we're mainly talking about medium-sized and large companies specialized in manufacturing. I must also say that medium-sized enterprises did a better job when compared to the large companies. Another concern and another difficulty was to engage and also to involve other companies, and this of course has an impact on the quality of employment and also a stagnation in terms of salaries. And that's all on my end. Thank you. Right, thank you very much. Giorgio Graziani, would you like to say something about this?
Well, knowing that the framework seems to be well represented, especially in terms of how the tool was introduced, this is what Ms. Carlini told us. It's also clear that it was introduced for a very specific reason, as usually following the Germans, as they are the first manufacturing sector. It's in a leadership position globally. We are the second, and we want to still be the second manufacturing sector in Europe. This trend seems to be confirmed, even though France is quite pushing. I think that from this point of view, we need to realize that from 2008 to today, 20% of Italian manufacturing has been lost in terms of contraction of production capacity in our country. So a part of the industry has disappeared, it has transformed, it has changed. Well, if we have introduced an idea of a 4.0 industry 10 years ago, evolving this idea of the tax credit, and it's something that worked quite well. We did that because one of the production gaps of our industry wasn't the product we put on the market, but rather the high cost and our incapability of bridging the technology gap, what we call digitization today, and also our ability of in responding to the innovation challenges, circularity, circular economy. This is one of the elements that are the focus of competitiveness for our future. If you put that together with digitization, it can become, so to say, a good opportunity. Without circularity, we have this ability, this idea of sustainability, this being able of being an innovative and advanced production sector in terms of process as well. And that allows you to be part of the competition. It's about the ability of providing added value. From this point of view, what is Italy still lacking despite this 4.0 industry? It's that the small and medium enterprises, especially the small ones, weren't able to grasp and use this tool to its fullest. The paradoxical thing is that today the PNRR writes that we have this gap, it certifies it, while it puts a lot of money for the 4.0 transition, that is the evolution of Industry 4.0, that was the evolution of manufacturing 4.0. With all these tenders, what does the government do? The government halved the power of the tool and its economic power, and that leads to no continuity. There's no will to invest in that policy till the end. I'm sorry for this, but in this sense, it's clear, very clear, that the tool has evolved, just as it is evolving within the PNRR. It is, and it represents a great opportunity, a great occasion, that possibly to be shared in a broader and participated governance. So not only companies make decisions, but we can have a debate together, both in terms of governance with the ministry and also in terms of participation within the companies. Let's build together growth for our companies, because if we want to digitize, just as 4.0 industry put everything in the field, the road of transition is unavoidable. But if we want to innovate, the skills, either the skills become the central point for the development of digitization, or that digitization won't have any meaning, because we would have the best machines in the world without being able to govern it. Or we will be governed by machines, and that would be the worst option ever. Because there's nothing worse than thinking about this 4.0 transition or industry that identifies in IoT, in AI, in enabling activities. We need to have that looks at a jump in quality to bridge this technological gap within a growth that is complementary, and it needs to be parallel to the skills that are introduced. But it cannot be that we leave, let's say, all people behind, because on those skills we don't even have these new young resources. We need to do some reskilling or upskilling of the skills of our employees and workers, and that would allow companies to grow. That is the gap in the tool that we have suffered the most in the last few years during the experimentation. Thank you. We have started seeing a few issues, some complementary elements. I would now leave the floor to Francesca David to end this first round. Yes, I hear quite well. I wanted to say that I'm sorry I wasn't able to be here, but it was impossible for me to be present. I followed the discussion. I was able to follow quite well, so I wasn't unprepared when it comes to your discussion. Naturally, we are living a very tumultuous change phase, as you said, and it has been accelerated also due to what happened during the pandemic, and that pushed forward technologies, digital technologies within offices and houses. It changed e-commerce, it changed transportation, working from home, and the connection between all these elements, and that had an immediate effect on the industry. If you think about how the e-commerce developed and how we moved from shoes launching to buying cars or furniture, we can understand how that affects the way we work and how technologies are used while working, because we need to respect the needs, the timing needs that we have. So we are deep within this tumultuous change. I have to say, and I dare to say, during this round table, also after what Valentina Carlini said, that there is a big absent entity during this discussion, also compared to the tools that have been implemented by many companies when it comes to digitalization and the support for companies. The great absent entity is the trade unions that protects workers. They haven't been nominated among the stakeholders because we have never had the opportunity to have a debate on how it was better to use the resources, what the meaning was, what kind of industrial policies had to be implemented to help our country, the second manufacturing country in Europe, even though we have lost some industrial power in the last few years, and have a discussion also on how to provide meaning to labor and to our workers and their skills. We haven't been able to participate to any roundtables. We are not considered as stakeholders. We have to be truthful about this. We haven't been considered as such. We are only asked something when we impose our presence at the table and when there are issues to be solved. It's not only about trade unions, because trade unions is the group of all workers that have been impacted by this digital transformation. A couple of years ago, I was in the metalworking field, and a few years ago they drafted a document on the automotive that was extremely relevant about technological innovation in our country, and they asked to open a debate on the needs apart from the incentives for the demand. And we never had the possibility for a discussion, even if it was about an extremely specific topic, the direction of the automotive industry in this country, which has only one mass producers, but is able to drive the entire supply chain, which exports to the entire world, but will stop to produce in Italy as the production volumes in Italy have decreased because innovation is brought forward in other countries. As some countries, Germany and France, for example, are considering reshoring, but we don't have these kind of policies in Italy. How can they find the motivation to stay and not enter into a suffering phase? The component section for the automotive has such powerful innovation, but how can we move forward? There are so many workers that are left at home, and companies risk not going towards innovation. Innovation is also focused on what you want to do, the product you want to produce. We spent time talking about the fact that the electric wasn't strategic. And now we have to run after, and we run the risk of focusing on the residual parts. But that will mean no future if we don't carry out a policy that is meaningful for the territory. Something that focuses on the territory, the infrastructures, on the industry of the future, within a logic of how Italy still is a leader for the car of the future, and on how. But there is no discussion on that, and the issue of skills are central topic. We are in a world where labor is increasingly precarious, and it's clear that a world that focuses on a precarious working situation doesn't focus and invest in innovation. And this is something fundamental that has to be put within the discussion, because it affects the industry and the tertiary sector, because they are interconnected. We have many blue-collar workers with a tablet in their hands and white-collar workers that are working in sequence with other workers. So industry in its narrow sense, we need to understand what kind of innovation project we can have where everyone is involved. I don't see a shared project. I only see discussions on the incentives for companies without any conditions related to training, to staying local, without any conditions on the respect for contracts. We don't see that, while at the same time I see a growth in a great amount of work in the tertiary sector. I heard you mention Amazon. As you know, Amazon is quite new, but with old ways of working, because old and new meet there. In Amazon, you work as in an assembly line. You have people that use their own bodies to work. So how do you use technologies? Are they beneficial or are they harmful? How does labor change? Does more production mean more skills? What is the quality of labor, the quality of industrial policies, and what kind of design of industrial policies do we have? And I don't see now, there's so much money that can be spent and is being spent, but I don't see a project that keep that as the focus of the project itself. And when we ask for participation, that means participating to the design of the industrial future of our country. And therefore, how you use technological innovation within the industry. And that leads to benefits for the workers and all the stakeholders in the industry. I think innovation should help us with that. And to do that, we need to change our point of view.
Bene, molte grazie.
Thank you very much. I would like to sum up a few points that emerged from this first round, and then I would get back the floor to each and every one of you. The first focal point that it seems to me that's quite interesting and gripping, it's the issue of a thorough project. Where does the project of the 4.0 industry, where does it fit in? What project is it included in? Is it sufficient to incentivize the investment of companies in digitalization and letting companies choose where to invest and how to invest without including in or fitting it into a more complex or more thorough project without linking it to employment policies or competencies or local policies trying to help and foster and support companies on how to invest. These are just questions that I would like you to reason upon. Is it also sufficient for companies to invest in tangible and intangible goods without modifying or changing their organizational structure, their organizations within? You mentioned that it is pretty complicated and complex to adjust new investments to a different way of a different production, a different way of producing. This is something I would like to ask you. Are companies taking this further step? So first they invested both in tangible and intangible goods. Are they taking a further step to invest, to use these investments tangibly? Yet another important point is the integration of companies with services, tertiary sector. So how, in a word that is increasingly connected and without borders, so how should we rethink this investment in the 4.0 industry? And last but not least, how to engage and involve employees we saw during the past few days that it is important for Lamborghini and for other companies. It is important to engage employees. So probably we should also adapt to this. So let's start the second round, and please do add anything you feel like adding. So let's start. So I will try to keep my remarks brief. 2 main points, actually 3 main points. Italian companies are small-sized companies or enterprises. Small companies were positive, but now it's not so positive, because when you need skills, when you need to keep the company growing, but you also need training and courses and skills, and you don't have those skills, everything gets complicated. You don't have the time to participate in events, you understand what's going on in your industry. Really, that's an organizational problem for small-sized enterprises, and that's a limit. We're, of course, trying to help companies that are not making it, that just can't deal with it. In the framework of the 4.0 industry plan, this was taken into consideration. So, Confindustria, Commercial, were given the task to organize a digital innovation hub. Our hubs are all coordinated, and they engage all companies locally. We go to the companies to talk to them. Now we've started several activities after a few years of trying to make companies understand that we have a plan and to make them understand what they could do with technologies and innovations. So our digital hubs literally and physically go to the companies to make them understand technologies they can use. They analyze technologies from planning to the last few steps of their production process. So entrepreneurs literally sit next to people who are responsible for the central hub in order for us to answer to their questions and also to meet their needs and understand what they need, understand their purposes and objectives, and also to try and understand what we should do in the companies to fulfill their needs and also to reach the objectives. So it is important for us to provide solutions to companies. There are, of course, it's us, but there are also universities, so we need companies to get in touch, to start a dialogue with institutions or bodies or anybody who could solve their problems and understand how to make their production process move on and go on and keep standing. Of course, it's not enough to buy machines and machinery. We've said it since day one. So back in 2017, we were talking about innovation projects. Then, of course, we wanted this plan to work pretty quickly and efficiently. So we mainly focused on machinery and machines that were more efficient and effective. We know that technology is moving pretty fast, and probably we couldn't keep up with this fast pace. So what we want to do now is pushing companies to reason upon their production cycle. Right, you bought a new machine, new machinery, but that's not all. That's not enough. You need to reorganize the whole plant or facility. You need to readjust your way of thinking. You bought sensors, now learn how to use data, try to understand what you want to do with the data that you've collected. And this is the work that we're trying to perform right now. Of course, this is a slow process. It's time consuming and it's not something that happens from a day to the other. We need a lot of commitment, endeavor and effort from each and every one of us. The third point has to do with human resources, which is fundamental for companies. Yesterday, I know that in Frosinone they organized an event with 4,000 students, a huge event, and they presented some data that it's quite shocking because companies are not finding the employees they need. So we need to invest in training of employees within companies and also outside of the companies. And of course, we also need to do something in terms of education, since the elementary school up to university. So we need to rethink our education system. So the technology, the approach to technology should be a subject taught at universities, and it should be a priority. Confindustria is trying to do something on it as well. We're talking to the ministries. This is not trivial, this is not banal, it's not straightforward. It's a process that, once again, is time-consuming and requires a lot of time. We've seen it, and we're still seeing it. We've been pretty much everywhere in Italy to explain this project to companies. I remember we talked to the former minister, Calenda, and he told us, just let me know what you need. Of course, we met with companies to understand what the needs were. We're forced to make that leap to go from theory to practice. That's not straightforward. Anyway, incentives are important and they are instrumental to keep going, to keep moving forward. Of course, we need to help companies move forward that are so that they could keep growing technologically, but also providing inclusive engagement. Thank you. In terms of human resources, we have a bureaucratic approach to HR. The vast majority of HR employees, most of the time it's just one person, and they're usually administration employees. Therefore, we're really lagging behind. We're really far from how this should be done. So that should be a structural change, and it's pretty difficult because managing human resourcing is not just bureaucracy, it's not just administration, but it's something else. And on the whole, Italian management, I should say Italian management very often is a kind of management that would need to rethink the whole process. When we change Italian managers who had a great relationship with us and social parties, and then we have another manager or a US manager or a manager coming from a different country and a different culture, it gets more complicated. However, the topic of approach to management, also mindset, is a condition sine qua non. It's a must-have element to make the most out of technology. In terms of how to try and evolve 4.0 industry, today we're talking about 5.0 industry. As my colleague was saying, it is important to focus on incentives. When we talk about incentives, of course, we're referring to state or public resources. So they should be intertwined with and should be related, linked to objectives and purposes that should be also linked to the goals of the United Nations and the Next Generation EU and the Italian PNRR. That means principles of sustainability and also stopping incentives to all areas. During these past 3 days, there was a shared or common thread, I would say, that is how to reorganize processes, but also I know that you talked about the supply chain, so that you talked about that collective bargaining. It's so difficult in companies. Here, of course, this is a huge but also fascinating topic, a topic that has to do with representation, trade union representation or representation in general in supply chains in general, in production supply chains in general, because employment conditions are determined by the decisions of employers, but also by markets. And of course, inevitably, all of it has an impact on working conditions. During the past few years, of course, they had an impact on working conditions, mainly due to staff leasing and tenders, which damaged the possibility to improve working conditions. So we need to negotiate this transition. And of course, this doesn't mean just negotiating the impact that it might have on companies, the technologies might have on companies, but also trying to understand how we could have a vertical approach to production processes and production reorganization. During these past few months, green transition is also important. Of course, we know that in the past few months, companies had to work at night instead of working during the day because they needed to save money in terms of energy and electricity. So how can we win this challenge? We can win this challenge if incentives are strengthened, when we put together investments, technology, competencies, skills of the managers as well, and also a relationship with trade unions to reorganize the whole company, because technological innovation is an innovation when it challenges our hierarchies and status quo within companies. It goes without saying, needless to say, that this is a topic that needs debate because it is in the spotlight. The Italian GDP is going way better than expectations. Italian companies, maybe this is a provocation, but they are going pretty well. But salaries and wages are not going that well. They're not increasing. So here we have another important need. We need to increase salaries. And for these, working on skills is instrumental. When we lose our brains, when we lose our talents, of course, that's an alarming sign. It means that we need to change our rules, the rules of the game. And it's really a let-off to see that working from home disappeared from Italy, has recently disappeared after the pandemic. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages. Anyway, just touching upon different topics to tell you that this is an alarming signal. That means that the Italian managers are going through a bumpy patch when having to accept that employees are not willing to accept certain working conditions. They need more. We also need to think of how to balance work with our private life. We shouldn't let employees ask to leave work because they have a child, or they have children waiting for them at home. But we just need to understand that they need some free time as well. So we just all of it to say that we need to take a step further, and we need to challenge some topics, some rules that have been standing for the past few years. We need to give more value to employment. Thank you. Thank you very much, Giovanni. Let's continue with the next speaker.
Well, I'd like to say I would have about 15 points to tackle, but clearly only 3 are right. I know these are difficult times. Later on I will move towards Romagna. The true thing is what you said earlier when it comes to the entire general project. I could say as CISL, we have come up with 2 clear, very explicit proposals. The first one will be a gathering of a collection of signatures for a popular law in terms of participation of workers to companies, and under all aspects we want to matter more, but not because we want workers to decide and overhaul the relationship between capital and labor, but because we are convinced that if we want to work together in skills, we need to work together in targets and goals as well. And if possible, we need to share them. So the great challenge for participation of workers is this one. Also the challenge of involvement, of sharing targets together with companies, and that is an age-defining challenge. The other thing we have implemented is that the Ministry for the Made in Italy enterprises, well, I'm one of the people that shares this idea that Made in Italy is a high-quality brand in the world. And finally, so what is labeled as Made in Italy is not what comes after the Germans, but something that has higher quality than the Germans, sometimes with lower volumes, so sometimes it's some kind of elite product. But the idea of this Made in Italy ministry was to create a roundtable on industrial policies, highlighting a gap. We are lacking an overall project. We should meet more with companies, and that's true, both at national and especially at company level, in order to share target. But we also need to truly understand how we want, if we want to, decide that this country wants to stay as the second manufacturing country in Europe, if it wants to still be an industrial country focused on respect for the environment and sustainability and circularity. But what kind of policies do we want to implement? Because to draft 2 law proposals, one on the revision of incentives and the other one on the Made in Italy in order to better promote it, that's good. It would be probably more useful to say to be involved instead of hearing that we will be involved. But from this standpoint, it is truly useful to understand the overall project, since we all say that we want to continue as an industrial country, we need to tackle two things. First of all, the horizontal level of reforms foreseen by the PNRR that have to help companies and the labor market. Because if incentives have to be under the conditions of participation and sharing with the workers, we also need to have a simplification and we need to remove red tape, because we need to make the journey towards the achievement of targets easier, more effective and more efficient. An easier tax regime needs to be within a tax reform that gives everyone the same conditions. From this standpoint, either we have an overall general project that involves everyone, or it would be impossible. But we not only have the horizontal level, we also have the vertical level. We can't keep saying that everything is good and works. We know that everything is good and nice when things work. Small enterprises don't research because they can't afford spending that money, or they decided not to do this research. We cannot do everything. We need to be able to make choices. Made in Italy, furniture and design, basic chemistry, enabling industries, metalworking companies. We need to choose our strategic supply chains. We need to invest in those supply chains, and we need to create a mechanism that opens these selected supply chains to all logistics and services for the companies, because policies are made by consumption today. I'd like to end by saying that the automotive, I'm not going to discuss the electric choice. The electric choice was made by the market. It wasn't made by industrial policies. To leave up choices of in industrial policies to the market leads us to being subjected to the transitions, to suffer those transitions. And that means that employability will suffer, and it also reduces opportunities for the country. Thank you, Giorgio. Before leaving the floor to Francesca, I would like to say that I would then like to open the last part to questions, not only to the Italian audience, but also foreign members of the audience, so we can open the debate and also receive suggestions from those that look from abroad. So, Francesca, the floor to you. I'd like to say that to be clear, naturally, we all wish that Italy can stay as the second manufacturing country in Europe, and that companies do well, because that would mean that also workers would be well. That is a fundamental point for us, and that's why the focus of the discussion for us is the need to learn and implement in this country an idea, a project of industrial policies that is connected to tertiary sector and transportation and so on. But this is a project we do not see. We see a country governed by multinational companies in their major choices. There is no direction, and the conditions of workers is increasingly, steadily suffering. When we talk about the fact that we are not finding certain jobs or certain blue-collar professionals, but that happened after they have been devalued under all possible aspects. a short-term contract, no future perspective. How can we think that such a job can be attractive if it is not paid well and if it is not considered well by others? This is what happened in the last few years. In the United States, this is what's happening with the cognitive jobs, because they believe that machines can take the place of human brains. And with AI, that leads to consequences also for cognitive jobs. Something happened in the last few years that really devalued labor, and this is something that has happened for many years, and everything has happened without the input of workers. This is an important point that makes us understand why things work or not work, because they can work only if workers are not devalued and feel to be part of the transition project. We don't see that in our country. To go back to an example I made, tell me one industrial country in the world, an important industrial country that has no automotive industry. No one is worrying about the fact that the automotive sector is leaving this country, apart from the automotive companies that are worried about that and the workers that work within those companies. It's something that affects the entire supply chain, small enterprises, and also the entire territory. Why aren't we thinking about that? Why is the government providing money for the greatest metal working company in the country, but it's the multinationals making decisions? Why are we still wasting time discussing about the direction of development without thinking about how we can act towards that direction? That's why we are saying that we need to be part of the design process. Just a really easy example. Think about a work interview, a job interview, and has been built on an algorithm, and that algorithm has been created by white men above 40 years of age. That means that white males above 40 years of age will answer better to those questions because it has been designed by that kind of people. If we don't have the point of view of all workers in how everything is built, if we don't have the local entities, local bodies, local institutions, that will only answer and respect one part and not the entirety of the group. So this is why we're talking about design process that doesn't use all possible resources. We need to have a conversation among the stakeholders. We need to have a tool to better cross this transition. We need to have training during working hours if it is strategic. We cannot tackle transition with it increasing unemployment. We need to focus and invest in increasing skills with training while you work and distributing labor with the use of technologies. And we need to have very strong standpoints. For years we have talked about this right to disconnecting. We think it is normal, but in what kind of job place should it be connected 24/7? What is the job place where it is normal to work 24/7? This means that we run the risk of losing standpoints, as if the technologies were making us lose our way instead of being enriched. But this should be a collective growth opportunities. We need tools to support all these stages. We need to really promote the people that work and their training. You have talked about, for example, Ducati, and I don't think they find it difficult to find workers. I don't think they really find it difficult. I think other types of companies will find it difficult that don't promote workers in such a way. And this devaluing is seen also by the fact that all resources we have at our own disposals for small enterprises. We have said that Italy is made up of small enterprises, but in some cases it would be enough to use small microchips. And suddenly we have people dying while they work. We need to remember that quality depends on the supply chain, the conditions of the workers within the supply chains, and the technology that makes us all feel a bit like being inside in a Wi-Fi. This is the words told to me by a worker. Should make us feel as part of a group and not feel isolated. This is the meaning. How do we use technology to improve the conditions of everyone? To do that, we need the intelligence and the point of view and the skills of everyone. This has been lacking for so much time. We can see the increase in quality in the companies where that happens, and we need to make an effort as a group. Thank you, Francesca. We have 10 minutes we can use. If there are questions that you want to ask, all right? Yeah.
Tommaso, over to you. If questions are short, then many of you can ask questions. We'll have more time for questions. Doesn't it work? Yes, it does. I have here with me the data of trends of automotive industry, Italy and Germany in 2019. The German area increased its turnover of 200 billion euros and added value 80 billion euros in 19 years. Now it represents 54% of the added value in general in Europe. During the same time, Italy increased its turnover 16 billion euros and its added value of 2.5 billion euros, 30 times less. And the added value of the Italian area accounts for 6% in Europe. I do not think that 4.0 industry played a huge role in it. I do believe that Europe played a huge part, especially Germany. Germany has a powerful and mighty industry, and they're very well coordinated between innovation policies, but above all, Germany has a very clear idea of what rules and policies will have to be where people should focus on. If you don't control rules for the single market, well, these rules are either made for the German market or the Italian market, because of course products that are produced in Italy and in Germany are different. Taking into consideration the electrification, which is not imposed by the market, but it is imposed by Europe, without European rules defining the CO2 and technical benchmarks, we wouldn't have electrification in Italy or in Germany or anybody else. So we need to control European policies. We need to have a plan. I do agree with you. Just do come to some agreement, because you represent stakeholders. So you need a national plan, but you also need to be able to bring this plan to Europe. We do have the opportunity, because the German plan is a plan of very expensive vehicles, so we can change European rules. Italian products and Italian vehicles that we can produce in Italy that are cheap and potentially green vehicles should be favored, should be advantaged by European rules and not disadvantaged. So we should integrate these rules in Europe. Otherwise, if we keep on using the same rules, in my opinion, the results that we had during the past 20 years will be the results that we will have in the future. Please, could you please introduce yourself? I am the director of JRPISA, coordinating this conference, and I am based in Germany. The French industry, however, is not doing better than the German one because it suffers from the same problems. For the French industry, German rules are not advantages. Maybe we should find allies. Good evening, thank you very much for your speech. I am Calabrese, National Committee of Research from Turin. I analyzed the 4.0 industry in automotive before the pandemic, and results are not really encouraging in terms of the impacts on performances and productivity. More structured companies are doing better, and also companies which invested more, they introduce even 5 or 6 pieces of technology. From your proposals, there is no further help to companies which are investing more. Yet another important topic, I was discussing it with another colleague, is that small companies would also need a counselor or someone to help them and understand where to invest and how to invest. I was also discussing with trade unionists, Marinelli, Giuliano, working in the automotive industry, funds in automotive, all the funds, new skills are not really used. So what's lacking in companies is also the possibility to do some specialized training and education. They don't just have to invest in technologies and sensors, but they also need to use resources to improve skills of blue collars and white collars within the company. Do you have other comments, remarks, or questions? Margherita? I am Margherita Russo, Department of Economics of University of Modena. I would like to start from the very first remark of Valentina Carlini. We all agree that finally it seems that we now have an industrial policy with no vision and without it being included into a policy. What I do believe is really negative is that we have policies with no data and no analysis. Maybe someone has some data, but it is impossible to implement a policy without understanding who used tax credits. The whole country should be an active subject on it. At the very first years of the calendar plan, when it was asked to perform an analysis, the very first analysis that gave us some data, we could see the differences on the national at a national level, but it was the beginning, the very beginning. How can you implement a policy? Just taking a look at the very first 2 years, we should focus on it to understand what to modify, what to change, and what to adapt. Data and analysis are 2 elements that you should ask for, because if we ask for them as a scientific community, of course they wouldn't. They would never give data or analysis to us, so it has to be you. It's something that you will have to do. Giorgio, you said that Giorgio Graziani, you said that you would like to start a national policy so that you could do better. It's a complicated situation. So trade unions here are non-existent. Can you just take a coordinated action? Can you stop taking individualized or individual actions? It's really weird. You should do something together. such an initiative nowadays, in my opinion, should be immediately be part of a shared action. All right, maybe I'm the weird one, maybe I live on Mars, I'm not from planet Earth, but we've been talking about this topic during the past 3 days. Maybe it's not just me living on Mars, maybe it's you as well. This should be central and important. What part of employees do you represent? And I'm saying this because we have a lot of small and medium-sized enterprises in Italy. So we need to have your proposals, your initiatives on it. We need you. There are also invisible workers. There's just another point. We talked about this morning. We talked about the idea of building or implementing a platform for employees, something that could be a standard across countries. So this is fundamental to bring about this transformation. And also a collaboration between industries and tertiary sector. Valentina Carlini mentioned the 120 questions, but if you had also included the standpoint of the employees, maybe there is one, but if you build something on it, if you build a plan starting from the standpoint of employees, probably you would have had something that Marco Biaggi said in the past. It was something focal. Technology can't be developed, and companies and trade unions won't be able to go further and take another step further without taking into consideration the standpoint of employees. If we have time, I would like to say something on it, just a quick word. I do agree with what Margherita has just said. We should never do something without assessing or evaluating data. We can't talk about 4.0 industry without knowing if these incentives reached or fulfilled their goal. We need to understand this. It doesn't just have to do with the decision makers, but it has to do with us, with all of us, because data will have to be published, because we also needed to have an independent evaluation and study. So we welcome the committee, the study committee. We also welcome the request. Of course, taking into consideration privacy, we also need data to be available. There are two main studies being carried out on the 4.0 industry. We know that there are a lot of topics that did not emerge, and this is really serious. It means that we don't know enough. We don't know enough about it. These incentives, and this is what emerged from the studies, are important in a national plan, but how is it really possible to have a national plan when the government is changing every 2 years? The national plan of resilience could be the PR and RR, could be a golden opportunity for us. And by the way, strategic supply chains are there in the Italian and PRR, 750 million euros. On supply chains, you have supply chains being included in this plan. What does the second study say? It says that we have a really serious problem of polarization. What does it mean? It means that these incentives only reached the biggest companies. These companies would have invested in technology anyway, and this is an important data, the first data. The second piece of data is that investments were not taken advantage of by small and medium-sized enterprises. And these incentives are also centered on northern and central regions in Italy. The PNRR doesn't, there's no obligation to invest in southern Italy. So if up to now, southern companies, which by the way are not present in this round table, are not included, probably we should take also them into consideration. So this is what territorial pluralization means. This is something that is not considered by the Italian PNRR. And I also agree on what Francesca said in terms of employment. I do remember there was an article published where it was said that we need good employment in Italy. Thank you. Right. 2 more minutes. Unfortunately, then we need to close this session. I would just like to add a word on good employment. You said there's a scarcity of employment, that companies can't find employees. There's also brain drain that needs to be taken into consideration. Employment is really precarious, so there are issues that we need to tackle and that should also be examined. 2 minutes each. As for southern Italy, what's the issue there? There are a lot of regional incentives as well. Other colleagues from Puglia or Calabria call me and they ask me about regional tenders, and they ask me, so what should company do? Which tender should they use? So we also have this issue. This is a topic that is being debated right now. We want to avoid an overlapping between national and regional tenders or projects. We should also evaluate and examine impacts. It is important to understand if we're investing money positively. There was an important study that Confindustria started and performed in 2018 that showed how these instruments were being used. Of course, big companies are investing more in terms of quantities, and also more big companies are investing when compared to small and medium companies. The title of our study, of course, or the purpose would be to understand the direction that we want to follow. First of all, we need to set up clear objectives, and upon those objectives, we can define a strategy. And that's all. Thank you. In terms of data, we've been asking data for a lot of time. The 4.0 industry plan got changed many times. And I must say that despite this changing, there was a coherence in terms of method and or methodology, despite changes. Of course, decisions are being made based on data that, of course, you can agree or cannot agree. But anyway, they are based on, they should be data-driven. This is frustrating when data is not there. I think that we need to make a leap, a quality leap. I think that the European debate has taken a different direction. EU should invest in supply chains, and it shouldn't think that the solution is just giving money to Italy or to Germany or to any other country. So we should be ambitious. and we should have an ambitious program as Biden did in the US. And then, of course, we need to make a decision altogether in Europe, and the fact that Italy may count a little bit less than other countries in Europe is a problem that we've been having for decades, and it is part of probably due to policymakers or politicians in Europe. Of course, investments in 4.0 industries should also be linked to quality and give more to companies who are investing more and not who are investing less. When trade unions are united, of course, we can get results and we can get better agreements. And this is what we should do. Of course, it's not easy to do it because topics are really complex and complicated. And once again, policymakers, politicians are not part of it very often. And for quite some time there was not debate with Confindustria, which was there in the past, so that's a pity, because this government, but not just this government, is talking to other stakeholders who are not investing in a industrial or economic model that is not up to standards. Thank you.
I'll try to be brief because there are so much food for thought. I strongly believe that Europe was the great absent player because the Southern Italy is very present both in the PNRR and in its strategies. 40% of the resources of the PNRR should be invested in Southern Italy. And I agree that the PNRR is a great opportunity, but the truth is that these policies are not many often managed at national level, and it's usually many times European policies, and that is one of the strategic elements we are lacking ability in. Sometimes we can improve. I hope we can improve. I believe that when it comes to the electric in the automotive sector, is Europe helped brands decide about that, but from a certain standpoint, I believe that if we want to create industrial policies that get results, we have to really think about the European element and make it a general group in Europe and not a corporate type of Europe. I believe that we have to better use resources when it comes to training and education, because we have opportunities, even Italian opportunities, we can't really exploit. When we have subsidies, sometimes we also add our own funds, because reskilling people and not leaving anyone behind means to better tackle the challenges of the future, but we sometimes find it difficult to implement a common and efficient action. I believe that we need to work on that when it comes to data and data analysis. We find it sometimes difficult, but we have our study centers that process these data and do what they can with what they have. We don't have the possibility to represent a small company with 5 employees with our own representation. We need to create a safeguarding system that involves everyone. We're also not a single trade union, and I'm proud of that. We don't want to be one single trade union, because together we can bring home much more than what we would do single-handedly. the culture of a single trade union reality, be it any one of us, allows us to reach results. Here we are talking about international level. The Italian trade unions has no peer in Europe. If you want data about that, there are no conditions of collective agreement that is as developed as in Italy, in other countries. And in our diversity, when we are able to work together, that is a great added value. And if that's not the situation, we each try to stimulate the debate and we try to see if we can get great results together. Francesca, you have 2 minutes. I will be quick. I'll be quick and talk about the trade unions. In Italy has no more its own automotive industry. It doesn't have it because Stellantis is not Italian, not even just a bit, and that has a certain weight. But I agree that we need European industrial policies. We can't compete in a globalized world if we don't think about this need of an improvement. We sometimes give this idea that we are fighting from the back, and that doesn't help us. When it comes to the data, we haven't been clear enough. The government doesn't think about us, doesn't want to have some kind of connection and collaboration with us. It doesn't matter the size of each trade union. You have just 2 minutes to talk. We don't get the data. The data we get and those that we look for ourselves. We are excluded from the discussion. The trade unions in these country, I don't want to hide the difficulties we are facing. We live in a country where in the last 20 years we have worked in the fragmentation on Europe. The trade unions is a coalition of workers. Labor that is fragmented in many different levels makes trade union representations very difficult. Emilia-Romagna has a very precise representation in terms of size of companies, and that fragmentation has weakened our ability to represent workers. If we talk about laws, we believe that unity among trade unions is fundamental for workers' rights, and to have a law on representation, we need workers to help us decide. There was a proposal for a law on representation a few years ago, but many don't care about that, and we now have many very small trade union groups coming up. The fragmentation level we have in Italy isn't seen anywhere else. There are some countries, such as in Northern Europe, where you have some issues related to social issues, and you can have a discussion only because the government in those countries gave power to the trade unions to discuss that. The level of trade union we have in this country is not enough. Fragmentation reduced it, and we don't find it anywhere else. And from that standpoint, we need to reflect on the different models we have. Why do we sometimes in some places have trade unions at 80%, and Germany doesn't have the same level of trade union participation as we do? It's true that fragmentation makes representation much more difficult. When it comes to participation, and I will close with that, I believe that we are very much interested in a participation that means right to design, to co-design, to know in advance what happens within companies, right to decide the best conditions to work in. These are different types of trade union mentality that have a debate. In the last few days, we are mobilitating together, demonstrating together on the topics we have been discussing here today. Thank you. Thank you, Francesca. I would say that we have ended this day together. We will see each other tomorrow. I'd like to thank Francesca, Valentina, Giorgio, and Giovanni. Have a nice evening and see you tomorrow. For those that, I'd like to remind those who stayed here that it is possible. So please give back the translation devices if you still have it in the audience.
Do you know where? Have you any idea where we have